Chapter 451 Ghost Chi. You don't want it. Forest Mask Bioon suddenly asked Luffy if he wanted Pluto, an ancient weapon warship. Everyone didn't expect Bioon to ask this, and then looked at Luffy. Luffy was not panicked, and smiled with a mouth full of white teeth. Hehe, one shot, one island, it sounds cool, of course I want it. But Bioon, you also said that the uncle, referring to the iceberg, has the design, but he doesn't want to build it, and I can't force him to build it. This is Luffy's answer. Everyone couldn't help but smile after hearing it, very Luffy's answer. Sincerity with a little bit of stupidity. If he doesn't build it, just grab the design and let others build it. And Luffy thought that there was no way to force it. As for the question of whether you want it or not, for a battleship like Pluto, saying you don't want it isn't that too hypocritical. Okay, let's get back to the point. Tonight, CP9, Sister Robin and I will go to the iceberg room again this time. CP9 is determined to get the design. I think, no matter what I say, you have to stop them. Then go, show Sister Robin that we can still persist. Don't underestimate the bond between us, bastard. The Forest Mask Bioon ends with a second-year story. This is the second-year world, it's very useful, okay. Luffy stood up and raised his hands. Okay. I must bring Robin back tonight those. CP9 Bioon added. Yes, CP9 will fly away. Well, that's right, we should maintain this momentum, it's not good to be lifeless and dejected. The Forest Mask Bioon replied, then raised his arm and looked at the watch in the air. Well, it's just past 6 o'clock, okay. It's already come to this, then we should. Nami thought Bioon was talking about setting off first to make some preparations, or waiting at the iceberg first. Then let's go. Let's eat first. Hey! Forest Mask Bioon made a big turn. And Nami fell off the stool. Why are you panting when you talk so loudly? Now it's time to eat, gulp. Nami stood up and stretched out her finger to judge Forest Mask Bioon, but as she spoke, her stomach also growled. This made Nami blush with shame. By the way, it's time to eat. Ha ha ha, let's go eat. Luffy took a step and was about to leave. Wait. Forest Mask Bioon suddenly said, grabbing the cloak and throwing something at Zoro and Luffy. Zoro caught it, and Luffy was hit because it was so sudden, and Bioon had no hostility, but for the rubber man, it didn't matter if he was hit like this. After Zoro caught it, he took a closer look, mask. Well, otherwise, there are wanted posters all over the place, and you're just going to walk out so arrogantly, right? Forest Mask Bioon nodded. Zoro understood, so he put on this half-face mask, and Luffy did the same. So cool anymore, Bioon. Chopper thought it was very cool, this was completely different from wearing Foxy's broken eye masks, okay. No more. Chopper. I only bought 2, if you want, go buy them later. Forest Mask Bioon replied. Is that so? It's okay, it's just a mask, it's okay, I don't have any, really it's okay. Chopper said this, and Forest Mask Bioon felt guilty if he didn't buy it. Whew! The wind whistled past, because the tsunami of the water gods was coming, and the wind was getting stronger and stronger. After dinner, the limited Straw Hat 5 mask group, because everyone wore a mask, including Nami and Chopper, who bought it after dinner, stood on the roof not far from Bingshan's office, waiting for Robin to appear. It's 8 o'clock, it should be soon. Forest Mask Bioon looked at the watch again in the void. As for the time, he learned it by looking at the clocks in other people's homes he could see far from a high place, and with the observation haki, he could still do it. So, do you have the confidence to stop CP9 and bring back Sister Robin and me? The Forest Mask Bioon asked. It was really strange that he was brought back. But it was not strange for Bioon. Yes. Luffy and Chopper responded positively. However, the forest mask Bai-yun poured a bucket of water on him. I didn't. Why? It was still Luffy and Chopper who spoke. Because they are very strong, Luffy, you have seen it. The forest mask Bai-yun shrugged. I don't think it is realistic to solve everything in the Seven Water City. But everything is unpredictable. How do you know if you don't try it? Forest mask Bai-yun certainly couldn't overthrow Luffy and the others will to fight before the battle. This was just to remind Luffy and the others that it didn't matter even if they lost here. Yet, how would you know if you don't try? Luffy agreed with this statement. How would you know you can't beat the Shishibukai if you don't fight? How would you know you can't beat the Four Emperors if you don't fight? How would you know you can't beat the world government if you don't fight? Luffy has always thought so. So his character is that of a reckless man, fearless. But he still knows he can run away if he can't win, such as being chased by Big Mom from Cake Island to Onigashima. Of course, there are things to be afraid of, such as Garp. Bai-yun, I'm afraid of this too. So, before the fight, let's see if the new skill blocking has been unlocked. Stretching his body cross-leggedly, everyone was confused about what Forest Mask Bai-yun said. What? Forest Mask Bai-yun did not answer, but smiled, just watch it, and then stretched out his hand to Zoro, as if to take it. What? Zoro did not understand what Bai-yun was going to do. Show me the sword, who am I, the Sandai Kaititsu? Forest Mask Bai-yun replied. Are you sure? Does Zoro know the evil nature of this sword? Forest Mask Bai-yun is very confident. In this case, Zoro took off the sword and gave it to Bai-yun along with the scabbard. Holding the scabbard in one hand and the handle in the other, Bai-yun tried to draw the sword. And actually saw the Sandai Kaititsu shaking. What's wrong? Luffy and Chopper were fascinated. Ah! Forest Mask Bai-yun suddenly shouted, scaring everyone, but, ha 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 ha. As the laughter spread, Nami knew that the shaking of the knife just now was because Bai-yun was trying to scare people. Bang! It's even this critical moment you're still joking. Nami used the Iron Fist, which was 10% powerful against the enemy and 100% powerful against her companions. Okay, sorry, I'll be serious. Forest Mask Bai-yun smiled and then carefully drew out Kaititsu. It can be seen that the ghost energy floated out as the sword was unsheathed. Chapter 452. You are more irritable than ghost energy. Before facing CP9, Bai-yun planned to unlock the skill column for Zoro and Luffy. Of course, he just told them the method. Whether they can learn it depends on themselves. Well, there is a feeling of a mediocre teacher. Holding the Sandai Kaititsu horizontally with both hands, Bai-yun did not act this time and easily drew out the Sandai Kaititsu. There is no rule that the Sandai Kaititsu cannot be drawn except by the owner or the person Zoro likes. As the sword was unsheathed, Bai-yun's mind flashed with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, countless corpses, and the appearance of the former owners of the Sandai Kaititsu going crazy and killing people and committing suicide. This bloody scene just flashed by, and Bai-yun couldn't help but be shocked in his heart, as if he could smell the blood. What's wrong, Bai-yun? Nami asked when she saw Bai-yun stunned. So scary. The word good came out with full momentum, but Bai-yun suddenly changed the subject, and the momentum was gone. What? Nami was puzzled. Bai-yun shook his head. It's better for you not to know, Miss Nami. It's just some pictures of death. There's really nothing to see. Nami was angry that Bai-yun was halfway through his words. How do you know that I am better off not knowing? If you don't let me know. How do you know that not knowing is better than knowing? I said this, everyone can understand, right? But when Nami heard Bai-yun say that it was some death scenes, she changed the subject and said that there was really nothing to see. Back to the topic. Zoro, can you see these? Bai-yun said that it was the ghost energy that floated out with the unsheathing of the third generation of Kaititsu. These ghost energy constantly eroded the will of the knife holder, making him violent and murderous. But Bai Yun could still suppress him how to say it. The clear and stupid in his heart could resist these ghost energy, and there was no deep hatred on his body that could be used by the ghost energy. Well, these auras have existed since the third generation of Kaititsu was pulled out of the weapon shop in Rogue Town. Zoro answered truthfully. Luffy and the others were stunned. What did you see, Zoro? Isn't it just Bai Yun holding a knife? The evil of the Sandai Kaititsu is that once you draw it, the ghost energy will follow you. If it's just once, it will slowly dissipate. If you use it as a sword, every time you draw the sword, you will be entangled by the ghost energy. Moreover, once you draw it once, you will be able to see these ghost energy forever. Bai Yun held the knife in reverse, pointed the handle at Luffy, and signaled him to take it and see. Luffy took the Sandai Kaititsu and had the same reaction as Bai Yun, and was stunned. It's really a very sinful knife. This is Luffy's evaluation. You want to say that the crime is extremely heinous? Bai Yun replied. You see it now, right? These purple-colored auras are the auras of the third generation of Kaititsu. Although the auras are evil, they can be very helpful if used. I believe that Zoro, you will not be confused by these auras. Bai Yun stretched out his hand and signaled Luffy to give him the knife. After taking the knife back, Bai Yun swung the knife, and the aura instantly surrounded him, as if he was covered with a purple energy coat, which could be seen by Chopper and Nami. Although he only had an extra coat, Bai Yun's appearance seemed to become very scary and evil. Bai Yun is surrounded by purple auras. Chopper was shocked. He was usually shocked by many things. Is this the aura? Just looking at it, I can't help but feel scared. Nami sighed. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Bai Yun laughed, and the aura formed a Prujna ghost face behind him. He looked up suddenly, and saw that Bai Yun's eyes under the mask turned scarlet. He was possessed by the devil. The devil brought a monstrous fighting spirit and killing intent, which made Lucci notice it. What's wrong, Lucci? Nothing, proceed as planned. Bai Yun. Everyone was shocked to see Bai Yun's changes, and Chopper was frightened and cried, what is this? Get out of the way. Zoro immediately reminded everyone, stepped back and immediately grasped the handles of the other two sabers. Bai Yun raised the Sandai Kaititsu, and then put it back into the scabbard. The ghost energy and the Prujna ghost face all dissipated, and Bai Yun's eyes returned to their original state. Hey! I almost got hit. I wanted to try to relax my body and mind once, but I didn't know what kind of power it was to be completely possessed by the ghost energy. Who knew I would hit myself in the face? Fortunately, the main consciousness was suppressed back, which scared me to death. Bai Yun breathed a sigh of relief and explained. Holding the middle of the scabbard, Bai Yun handed the Sandai Kaititsu back to Zoro. Got it, Zoro. The ghost energy can be used. But there are dangers. Think about it yourself, but I believe in your mind. Zoro didn't expect Bai Yun to trust him so much, but Bai Yun's next sentence was. You are more irritable than the ghost energy. Zoro. Taking back the third generation Kaititsu, Zoro nodded slightly. I know, if you want to make me lost. It depends on its ability. Zoro spoke very domineeringly. Some ghost energy floated out from the gap of the scabbard. This was the third generation Kaititsu responding to Zoro's provocation. Okay, then Luffy. Zoro's skill bar was unlocked, and Bai Yun looked at Luffy. Luffy's eyes were bright and he was looking forward to it. Let's see if they take action. Bai Yun changed the subject, and Luffy fell down. What, Bai Yun, don't you have anything to say to me? Luffy asked unwillingly. Bai Yun still looked at Bingshan's office. Luffy's second gear, in the current situation where Luffy's body has not yet fully mastered the armed color, frequent use will reduce life. He didn't know whether to tell Luffy himself, but without the bonus of the second gear, Luffy might not be able to beat the boss Lucci. Even if Luffy now knows the fur of the armed color, the speed is still too slow. Alas! Sighing, Bai Yun didn't say much, just said. Luffy, Do you still remember the poker pirates? The time when I wore women's clothes? Oh. I know, it was to fight that steel bear man, right? Bai Yun nodded, yes. Do you remember that you were pressed under the mechanism, under constant pressure? How did you feel inside? Very hot. Luffy thought about it and replied. Yes, it's very hot. Because you have a rubber body, you use your hands and feet as pumps to pump air into your body, accelerate the flow of blood, and strengthen your body. If it were an ordinary person, launching this move would definitely cause blood vessels to rupture and lead to death due to the pressure of blood pressure, but you won't. Bai Yun said it clearly enough. He obviously wanted to say less, but seeing Luffy's inquiring expression, he still said it all. Chapter 453 Not many people. Do you understand? Forest Mask Bai Yun told Luffy how to start the second gear. In fact, it is also very simple, just use your feet as air pumps to pump air into the body. But if an ordinary person does this, a blood vessel will burst and die. This is the exclusive skill of the rubber man. Luffy did not answer, but nodded slowly. He should understand. Forest Mask Bai Yun nodded. How about calling this move Exploding Steam Red Devil? Okay. That name sounds good. I was just joking, so forget it. Think of a new one that's not so complicated. Fully armed. Tongue through the telescope, it can be seen that there are many boatmen in front of Bingshan's villa, all holding weapons and guarding there. Because CP9 spread the news that the Straw Hat Pirates will come to attack Bingshan again. Forest Mask Bai Yun kept saying that he would wait until he saw Lucci and the others take action before taking action, but in fact, the 4 CP9s, except Bruno, were all in Bingshan's villa and were guarding the door. Bingshan didn't know yet that his beautiful secretary and capable subordinates were undercover. Forest Mask Bai Yun said that he had to wait for them to take action, waiting for the main body, Robin and Bruno, to take action, and waiting for the main body to pass the message over. About 10 minutes later, it was 8:30 in the evening. On the roof on the other side, Bai Yun wearing a smiley mask and Bruno wearing a bear head mask. As well as Robin, who was very frank and not disguised at all, appeared. The small den mushy in Bruno's hand rang, and Khalifa's voice came from the other side of the phone. Bru. Are you ready? Bruno asked Robin back. Are you ready, Nico? Robin. Everything is ready. Just as Robin was about to speak, Bai Yun responded proactively. Then, I'll go create chaos. You guys take action after hearing the signal. After that, Khalifa hung up the phone. 3 seconds later, with a bang, a violent explosion occurred in the villa. This signal is really secret. Bai Yun complained. Don't worry about these things, just act happily. Robin replied, so ruthless. Bai Yun stood at attention and saluted, yes. On the other side, on the roof where Luffy and the others were. Here they come. Forest Mask Bai Yun suddenly said. The others immediately perked up, but they didn't see anything. It was still the same as before. What's coming? Chopper looked around, very panicked. Forest Mask Bai Yun didn't answer, but counted. 3, 2, 1, explosion. As the word explosion came out of Forest Mask Bai Yun's mouth, an explosion instantly occurred on the first floor of the north corner of Iceberg's villa. It really exploded. Everyone was very surprised and looked at Bai Yun in unison. A drop of no rain flowed from the back of Forest Mask Bai Yun's head. It wasn't me. It was CP9 and them. It's easiest to cover up something in the chaos. Zoro, you go to the front yard to attract attention. There aren't many people. We'll find a chance to sneak into the villa. Forest Mask Bai Yun immediately arranged the action. Everyone nodded in agreement. Okay, remember to call me the wishing elf in front of others. Remember, Luffy, Chopper, it's the wishing elf. Understood, wishing elf. Very good. Now, start the action. Inside the Iceberg Villa. The 5 big boatmen who were originally guarding the door of the iceberg. Barry followed the iceberg first and was also the person he trusted the most after being called into the room by the iceberg. He left as soon as he came out, saying that the iceberg had something for him to do. Bipololo and Dalston were attracted by the masked Khalifa who caused chaos. Now, just right, there are only 2 thieves left guarding the entrance of the iceberg. It can't be just right, but it is proceeding according to Lucci's plan. Lucci and Keiku were silent the next second. They bent forward, stepped on the floor, and disappeared quickly. Outside the house, Robin and the other 2 passed through the boatman and killed towards the room of the iceberg. Even Barry couldn't stop them, let alone these ordinary boatmen. The same is true for Khalifa. Although she is in the crowd, she comes and goes freely. Zoro followed Bai Yun's arrangement and went straight in from the main door to attract the attention of the boatman. However, as soon as he entered, countless eyes were densely packed and killed him. It's the Straw Hat Boy's accomplice. That pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. Sure enough. They're still going to do something bad to Mr. Iceberg. Catch him. A huge crowd of people came, and Zoro ran to the left-hand side. Damn your luck. Translation: damn your luck, this is what you call not having many people. In the villa, Robin and the other 2 came to a corridor, and Robin pointed to the wall in front. It's inside this wall. It means that Iceberg's room is inside this wall. Okay, push me. Bruno walked to the wall, leaned against it, and asked Robin to push him. Robin stretched out his hand and pushed, and Bruno was pushed open like a human-shaped door, and the other side of the door was Iceberg's room. Robin and Bayun went in one after another, and Bruno left the wall by himself. The human-shaped door on the wall was still there, and Bruno closed the door politely. Iceberg watched from the beginning. Although he had seen it once, he was still shocked the second time. What a magical ability, Bayun suddenly said. Bruno was surprised that this rude guy would praise him. Indeed, Bayun would not, but isn't it the same to blow the wall open? Bruno, if you don't know how to speak, just shut up. It's really surprising, although I know you will definitely come. I didn't expect it to be from that place. The same method as last night. I remember there was no door there. Bing Shan said. Bruno raised his gun and pointed it at him. I ate the door fruit. No matter what kind of wall I touch, it will become a door, Bruno explained attentively, but he immediately opened fire after he finished speaking, and 2 shots were fired unexpectedly, just hit shoulder, but Bing Shan also bent over with his shoulder in pain. Bayun shook his head. With these 2 shots, it was 7 shots. Poor Bing Shan. Will he not leak water when drinking in the future? Shower. Bing Shan, thank you. So decisive. So impressive. Bayun praised. Yes, that was a compliment. What are you doing? Haven't you heard the signal yet? Robin asked with wrinkles. She didn't like people who acted without planning. He still has the strength to speak. Which proves that he still has the ability to resist. It's the professional quality of a killer to make him unable to resist before sending the signal. Bruno's answer was very convincing. As a killer, it was okay, but it had nothing to do with Bayun and Robin looking at him disgusted. Chapter 454. I was surprised. Bing Shan was still alive after being shot 7 times. Bayun could only sigh that he was lucky with 7 holes. He would leak water when drinking in the future. Have you seen Tom Cat? Bayun was thinking of a strange thing in his mind. Merit was almost deducted, and I knocked the wooden fish in my heart to make up for it. Back to reality. Be serious. This assassination. Is this what CP9 does? Iceberg said while lying on the ground, covering his wound. Bruno seemed very proud. You guessed right, that's it. Such a shameless person. What can you do? You are afraid that he will feel good if you scold him. Iceberg can only sigh to himself. Hey, I made a mistake. And it really has nothing to do with the Straw Hat Boys. In response to Iceberg's words, Bayun chose to turn his head and whistle, indicating that I didn't hear it. Robin replied. You don't have to care, you just said the fact that you saw me last night. Then are you included in your plan? Iceberg realized that he was fooled. Bruno was very proud and said that it was right the first time he didn't kill Iceberg was to frame the pirates. After all, they are righteous people, how could they do such a thing? Moreover, if Iceberg died, there would be no way to get the design drawings. The thing that the ship repairman has passed down from generation to generation. So, when you feel that you are in danger again, you will definitely find someone to entrust the thing to. As we expected, you chose the ship repairman of dock number 1. Barry. Now our partner has probably found him. Iceberg struggled to get up and leaned against the bed. Is everything going according to your plan? Bruno did not answer and continued to act. In order to make things go smoothly, I will deal with the ship repairman outside, Nico Robin, this guy, and finally you will deal with him. After speaking, Bruno walked towards the real door. After getting the design from Barry, you will kill Iceberg. Kill all your Barry, and the mission will be completed. After this, all the blame will be borne by the Straw Hat Pirates. After speaking again, Bruno pushed the door open and went out. Even if it was a normal door, he would open a door on the door before going out. Only Iceberg, Robin, and Bai Yun were left in the room. Bing Shan opened his mouth expecting to see Robin, and then he immediately drew his gun. The next second Robin noticed his action and followed suit and drew his 2 guns. Hey! Why can't we talk about it calmly? Why are you using knives and guns? Bai Yun pretended to be surprised and said. Bing Shan ignored him. Robin also guessed Bing Shan's purpose of meeting her through his words and actions. To kill me? Yes. Bing Shan said that studying history and interpreting history were serious crimes prohibited by the world government, so when Robin, who was only 8 years old and had this ability, was used, the government did not hesitate to pay a high price for it. Because, you are the only woman in the world who can revive ancient characters. Is CP9 a real organization? So you have long left the Straw Hat Pirates to work for the world government, but you have been hunted by the world government before. It's really strange, but it has nothing to do with me. By interpreting historical characters to revive ancient weapons. No matter whether his owner is righteous or evil. The result is the same. The revival of ancient weapons will never bring peace to the world. The world will be destroyed. Those foreign objects in the past should not be resurrected. Iceberg's words are terrible, but they make sense. No matter which of the 3 ancient weapons comes out, it will greatly change the situation on the sea. However, Robin has heard a lot of what Iceberg said. You are right, I think so too, but you don't need to meddle in my business. How I want to study history is my own business. It is not your turn as a stranger to interrupt. Bai Yun stretched out his hands, put his palms together, and clapped silently and in a small amplitude. Sister Robin is really stupid. Bing Shan and Robin looked at each other. That may not be the case in a sense. I am in the same position as you. I have the design drawings of the ancient weapon Pluto. The design drawings of the weapon. Robin didn't know that Bing Shan had the design drawings of Pluto. Because CP9 was only looking for the design drawings of some powerful ships, but it turned out to be Pluto's. You know? Robin asked in confusion when he saw Bai Yun so calm. Bai Yun shrugged, I'm surprised. Robin was silent, and really didn't see that you were surprised. Bing Shan continued to explain that Pluto was the name of a battleship built in the Seven Waters City a long time ago. Because of its great power, the builders felt that there must be something to counter it, so they saved the design drawings and passed them down from generation to generation to this day. The one who entrusted me with the design drawings of Pluto was my master Tom. He has always been worried about the girl who survived the O'Hara incident 20 years ago. Because she has the same ideas as O'Hara's demons at such a young age, there will be endless troubles in the future. As the inheritor of the will of the Maker, I have the responsibility to stop you. Now that the world government has known the existence of the design, I should have burned it long ago. But the reason I can't do it is because you still exist, so the weapon may be revived. Iceberg said this, and he was about to shoot in excitement. If you put it that way, I don't like it. Bai Yun kicked high, and with a bang, Iceberg's bullet hit the ceiling, and the gun flew out of his hand. Bai Yun reached out to catch the gun. You can't do it because you also hope that the battleship will be revived in your heart, so you are afraid, right, Mr. Iceberg? O'Hara's demons, didn't you also believe the lies of the world government and think that O'Hara's scholars studied history just to destroy the world? But the three weapons have never been the focus of the research of scholars in O'Hara. As the inheritor of the design drawings of the Pluto battleship, can I kill you on the grounds that you have memorized the design drawings? Bing Shan didn't know the man in front of him, so he thought he was a member of CP9 like Bai Yun Humph. Now that things have come to this, your world government will naturally say whatever it wants. I do think so, but now and in the future, I will never be able to side with the world government and revive Pluto no matter what the research direction of O'Hara's scholars is. Isn't it a fact that Nico Robin is cooperating with your world government now? Chapter 455. You must protect me no matter what the research direction of O'Hara's scholars is. Isn't it a fact that Nico Robin is cooperating with your world government now? For Iceberg's question, Bai Yun smiled back, although Iceberg couldn't see it, but the mask was smiling. There are three mistakes in your words, Mr. Iceberg. First, I'm not from the world government. Second, Sister Robin is not the only person in the world who can interpret the historical text. I can also do a little. If you want to kill, you have to kill two people. Third, we and the world government have never been for the purpose of resurrecting weapons. In fact, we didn't even know that CP9 asked you for the design of Pluto. Bai Yun answered 3 points, hitting Iceberg's head one by one, knocking him dumbfounded. Then who are you? You are also a survivor of O'Hara. Impossible. If it's not for the purpose of resurrecting weapons, then what is it for? Iceberg asked 3 questions in a row. For his question, Bai Yun did not answer, but looked at Robin. After Robin was silent, she spoke. To protect the Straw Hat Pirates, Robin told Bing Shan about the agreement between him and CP9, that is, if the Demon Slayer order is activated, CP9 must ensure that the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates leave the island safely. After that, Robin looked at Bai Yun. Bai Yun shrugged. I won't leave, Sister Robin, I've already said it, it's too late now, the people of CP9 won't let me leave. Let's share the hardships you have to protect me. Bing Shan looked at the two of them. But Robin's words kept echoing in his mind. Is the Devil's Son Nico Robin such a person for the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates? You can't even let the world fall into war. Nicole Robin, you ha 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 ha? Yes, I have always looked at a person one-sidedly. You are indeed the Devil's Son. Nico Robin, let me ask you, after the Straw Hat Boys leave, will you work for the world government? Will you translate ancient texts for them? Ahem. Bing Shan asked excitedly, coughing up blood. Bai Yun played with the gun. Don't be so excited, be careful not to hit directly. Anyway, the design you have is fake, right? Bai Yun's words hit Bing Shan's head again, this time the most intense. You how do you know? Guessed. If the design is real, you won't anyway, considering all your reactions, I guess it's fake. Bai Yun replied, and just as he finished speaking, the Den Den Mushi in Robin's pocket rang. It's me, the plan has an accident, so everyone gathers in the bedroom, don't kill Bing Shan for the time being. Lu Ji's words came. He had already discovered from Barry that the design was fake. Bai Yun said, pretending to be very surprised. What? Why didn't you say it earlier? Bing Shan is dead. No. Toot toot toot. So, where is it? Bai, Wish Elf? Nami asked. The forest mask. Bai Yun, Luffy, Nami, and Chopper were still running around the villa, looking for Iceberg's room. Last time, Khalifa led the way. This time, the forest mask. Bai Yun realized that he didn't know where Iceberg's room was. However, the original body also sent news. It's almost there, it's almost there. It's mainly to avoid those boatmen, otherwise, if we arrive early, they will be idiots, and we won't be able to do anything, right? Bai Yun replied. Really, compared to CP9's approach, I really don't know who is a pirate and who is a righteous man. Just as a certain pink flamingo said, only those with strong strength are qualified to define justice. With a snap, very soon, Lucci and the others came to Bingshan's room and gathered. Looking at the 6 people in front of him, 5 of them were wearing masks. But Bingshan still said the same thing. Go back quickly. I don't have what you want here. If you do this, it will be difficult for us. Lucci replied. Difficult, then don't do it. Bai Yun turned the table in his heart. Following Brother Crow, he would go hungry 9 times a day. The pigeon fluttered and flew over, landing on the shoulder of the man with a bull head mask in the middle. Bingshan saw this scene, and his head seemed to be hit again. He asked, how many times did Bingshan's head seem to be hit this night? First of all, you are about to die anyway. Where should I start to tell you? You really disappoint me. Lucci took off the mask and put on his top hat. It also confirmed Bingshan's guess that it was really him. Lucci. However, the surprise is not over yet. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. You didn't accept my offer, so you ended up like this. Keiku then took off the skull mask. Keiku. If possible, we don't want to hurt you after all. I left beautiful memories here. This is Khalifa. Khalifa. Bruno also took off the bear mask. You and your master are exactly the same in this stubbornness. Bruno in the bar. Combo, each move hit Bingshan's head. It's my turn, it's my turn. Bai Yun said expectantly. Bingshan looked at him. Bai Yun had a bad taste in his mouth. Actually, I'm Granny Kokoro. Bingshan looked like he didn't believe you. Don't believe it. Yeah, I was just kidding. This is very super ah. Bai Yun imitated Frankie's arms, sticking them together and posing diagonally in a super pose. Iceberg's eyes widened. The previous Frankie would not do that, but the current Frankie might go crazy, such as pretending to surrender to the enemy and then blowing up the judicial island. Iceberg is very sure that Frankie might do this. I am the famous, all-replica, handsome guy of the Straw Hat Pirates, Bai Yun. Bai Yun took off the mask. Iceberg was relieved when he saw that it was not Frankie. Bai Yun was not satisfied. Hey! What's your reaction? Long-haired Bai Yun, are you also a traitor of the Straw Hat Pirates? Enough, stop talking nonsense. We have been undercover in the 7 Water City for many years, just to find the design drawings of the ancient weapon Pluto. For us, being undercover is just a common thing. Tell me, what is the whereabouts of the design drawings of the ancient weapon Pluto now? Your tight-lippedness really makes us speechless. Please tell me before more victims appear. Lucci asked, sounding quite polite, but just heard. Chapter 456. What should I eat tomorrow? In the room of Iceberg, Lucci was explaining the CP organization under the world government to Iceberg. On the surface, even if Iceberg is the mayor of a city, he only knows CP1 to CP8. As for CP0 and CP9, it is unknown. Lucci is now CP9, and he explained to Iceberg about CP9. That's right, but we are CP9, the non-existent 9th CP. Because we have certain privileges. Our identities cannot be made public. Although we are doing this in the name of justice, if some citizens do not cooperate with the government, we have the right to execute them on the spot. This is the privilege of CP9. Killing is justice. But the weak cannot resist. Just like the ancient emperors, it is just a matter of words to execute a civilian at any time and anywhere, no matter what justice or injustice you say. If one word offends you, you deserve to die. The strong not only refers to their own combat power, but also many other things. When he has more than others, even if the fault lies with him, it can be put on the weak. This point has existence. If someone can achieve equality for everyone, he is really a saint. As for Bai Yun, he was thinking about what to eat tomorrow. Nonsense! How can I tolerate you killing people in the name of justice? For Bingshan, who was willing to kill people to stop the weapon from reviving. It was really, I can only say that people have different standpoints. You still know. Bai Yun mocked. Bing Shan's justice is to kill Robin, who has the ability to revive the weapon, so what is the difference between such behavior and what he said? Bing Shan was silent about Bai Yun's mockery compared with the whole world. He naturally couldn't choose a few people like Robin, so he didn't think he was righteous anyway. He was going to die, and being able to take Robin with him was good for the world. However, Bing Shan's idea gradually disappeared after Robin said that she surrendered to the enemy to protect her partner. Liu Kehao didn't care about Bing Shan's words. If he could change the enemy's mind with a sentence, then Bing Shan would be the protagonist. I believe many people in the world government have changed their minds instead of worrying about the resurrection of the weapon. Why not awaken the weapon, master the weapon, and put an end to this great pirate era? Turn him into a fighting force for justice. But you are uncooperative in the face of the current situation around the world. People persecuted by pirates say don't save them. Bai Yun only wanted to say something high-sounding about Lucci's words. Of course, Bai Yun didn't say that pirates are good people. He never thought that pirates are good people, then the navy is good people. Look at that rat, there can't be only one rat shit like him. Not to mention these, as long as the navy is the bodyguard of the celestial dragons for one day, Bai Yun thinks that they are just dogs raised by the celestial dragons. What a good person. Nonsense. If the weapon is resurrected, this world will start a life and death struggle. The harm will only expand further. Iceberg retorted. Lucci's expression remained the same. It seems that you don't trust the world government very much, Mr. Iceberg. Iceberg raised his head and glared at Lucci. I only know what human nature is. Smelly boy. Lucci kicked Iceberg in the face instantly. Be careful when you talk. Do you still think you are my boss? Iceberg fell to the ground, and Lucci asked Keiko to check Iceberg's pulse. From the pulse, he concluded that the design of Pluto is in Frankie's hands. I won't go into detail here, because Bayun, I can't stand others pretending to be cool. It's here. Outside, Forest Mask Bayun and Luffy finally came to the corridor where Robin and others entered Iceberg's room. Here. Okay. Wait a minute. Rubber. Luffy charges. Forest Mask Bayun immediately explained. No, I mean Robin and others went in from here, but the door. Bullet. Bang. With a bang, the wall shattered, and Luffy went straight in. Where are Robin and Bayun? Seeing Luffy appear, Robin couldn't help but exclaimed. Luffy. Lucci remained calm. Want to make trouble? The corridor outside is long. At the corner ahead. Forest Mask Bayun finished his words on the spot, not knowing how to describe his feelings. Forget it, it's all the same, it's not my home anyway. Forest Mask Bayun shrugged and motioned Nami and Chopper to go in as well. He would bring Zoro up, otherwise, given Zoro's poor sense of direction, he might not be able to find this place at dawn. Standing on the rubble of the wall, Luffy shouted at Robin. I finally found you, Robin. Chopper was behind, still in the corridor. Great, I finally see you again, Robin. Nami did not speak, but was examining the members of CP9. They were indeed the ones that Forest Mask Bayun mentioned. Straw Hat Boy. Iceberg said with blood on the corner of his mouth. At this time, Forest Mask Bayun also brought Zoro to the corridor. As for how he brought him, Zoro asked to keep it secret. Pigeon breeder. Luffy shouted. Lucci turned around and the other three followed immediately. You don't seem to be surprised why we hurt Iceberg. Lucci voiced his doubts. Forest Mask Bayun thought, is he going to be exposed? I don't care why. I'm here to bring back Robin and Bayun. If you want to stop me, I'll beat you up. Luffy replied with his eyes wide open. Forest Mask Bayun outside silently gave him a thumbs up. Zoro drew his sword and entered the venue, saying only 2 words, that's right. Yo ho ho ho, how can I be missing from an interesting event? Do you remember me? Forest Mask Bayun followed in, imitating Brook's laughter. The two were behind Luffy, one on the left and one on the right. As soon as Forest Mask Bioon came in, Lucci's attention was attracted by him. Wish Spirit. You are an unexpected accident outside the plan. Who are you? I am me, a firework of different colors nonsense. Can Forest Mask Bioon tell Lucci that he is the real body's clone? Of course. He chose to play dumb. Lucci narrowed his eyes. Forest Mask Bioon opened his eyes and immediately turned his head. Finger gun. Lucci's finger gun hit the wall, and a round hole appeared. There was no crack around it, even the broken hole next to it. From this, we can see Lucci's control of force with the finger gun. It's really unethical, Forest Mask Bioon said. Although he said it easily, he saw Lucci's speed, the speed of his original strength. I'm afraid it's impossible for the clone to defeat him, but it's still possible to deal with him. The other three people were also shocked. Who is this wishing elf? He can actually avoid Lucci's shave and finger gun. And the real Bioon thought that the Navy 6 styles, 4 people, 1 style each, still got to Judicial Island. Chapter 457 Straw Hat Pirates vs CP9. I'll be shy if you get so close, sir. Avoiding Lucci's finger gun. Forest Mask Bioon is now wall-locked by Lucci. But Forest Mask Bioon said that it was not necessary. Took out the pistol from his waist and pointed it at Lucci's abdomen. Lucci didn't think so. Bullets, the power may not be as strong as his finger gun. Bang! Iron block. Lucci opened his eyes slightly and was knocked back by the impact of the bullet. The invincible iron block was hit again. What? The 3 CP9s were shocked, and Lucci was knocked back. Bioon turned back and blew on the muzzle of the gun. Give you a piece of advice, don't blindly trust your iron block. Armament color. Although he was knocked back, Lucci was not injured, but he also knew that Bioon's bullet just now was attached with armament haki. Only such power can be achieved. Armament haki, this guy is a tough guy. You actually know armament haki. Is it surprising? Bioon didn't think so. For armament haki that was difficult for others to cultivate, he only needed to copy it. And then wait for the feedback after a period of time to have it. This largely eliminated his weak and sick buff, so after using the 2 trump cards of copying Lagilu's armament haki and Garp's physique, Bioon no longer needs to copy Luffy or Zoro's equipment on a daily basis. But Bioon always remembered what the dog system told him, that the weak and sick buff on him was only a defective version, and he really didn't know what the complete version was. You have to know that you are now against the world government, Lucci said. Although he wanted to fight, his professional ethics made him know that he couldn't waste time here, and he had to take the sea train to leave the 7 Water City before the tsunami of the water gods came. I am only loyal to wishes. Someone made a wish to me, I don't care who is on the other side. The Forest Mask Bioon replied disdainfully, and then reminded Luffy. Straw Hat Boy, do what you want. Luffy nodded. Looked at Robin and shouted. Hey Robin, come back with us. With Robin's wisdom, she had already guessed that Bioon would use the clone to explain everything to Luffy and the others, but she still would not change her mind even if she wanted to go back. If she went back now, everything she had done so far would be in vain. Don't say more, I won't go back with you. I don't care what it is. Robin, you are my partner. Luffy's attitude was also very firm. Even if Robin was moved in her heart, she couldn't show it on the surface. Lucci couldn't listen anymore. Enough. We are not here to see your friendship. That's enough. We have to go see an important person now, and we are very busy. This house is useless, and so are you. Khalifa, how much time do you have? 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, this house will turn into a sea of fire. What? Luffy was surprised. Lucci didn't take it seriously and continued, to destroy evidence, arson is the most effective way. If you don't want to be burned to death, then leave this house as soon as possible. But, of course, the premise is that you have the ability to leave. After Lucci finished speaking, Keiku, Khalifa, and Bruno came up and made it clear that they were going to kill people to silence them. So now is the first time, the Straw Hat Pirates vs CP9. It won't be long before the fire spreads. As a pirate, it's not surprising to do such a thing. Lucci said it's shameless to do such a thing in someone else's name. Nami scolded anyway, you are not good people, what's the matter? Lucci replied shamelessly, and Bayun behind him silently extended an international friendly greeting to him. Then, I'll leave first. Robin put on his hood and turned to leave. Okay, your mission has been completed, thank you for your hard work, Lucci said. Luffy couldn't just watch Robin leave. Wait, Robin. I won't agree. Robin turned his back to everyone and only replied with 2 words, goodbye. Robin, Chopper and Nami shouted. Even Iceberg was struggling and saying that Robin couldn't leave. Luffy just ran forward. No, Robin, come back to me. Bruno flashed over and stopped Luffy. Get out of here, you bastard. Luffy kicked Bruno in the face. Iron block. Bruno's confident iron block was also kicked back. You can also use armament haki. So what? Rubber machine gun. Paper painting. Bruno learned to be smart. He didn't take Luffy's punch head on, but used paper painting to swing left and right to dodge. Iron block is to harden the body like steel, and paper painting is to make the body as light as paper. Luffy is now weak in speed. Damn, how can you float around? Although Luffy cursed, he stabilized his mind at the same time. Although he didn't know the observation haki yet, the training he usually customized for Bayun was not in vain. Rubber bullet. Shave. Bruno felt that Luffy had locked onto him, which was a bit unbelievable, but he immediately dodged with a shave and came behind Luffy. Disappeared again. Luffy was surprised. Having strong legs, being able to disappear and move instantly, this is shave. Bruno kindly explained. Luffy turned around and kicked Bruno with a whip kick. Moon step. Flying up on the air and standing in the air, this is the moon step. Bruno continued to explain. It looks like the air pressure technique, Zoro said after seeing the moon step. Luffy looked up at Bruno. And Khalifa and Keiku appeared behind him in an instant. And Luffy turned around and was kicked in the abdomen by the 2 whip kicks. Storm kick. Luffy was kicked back. Zoro felt the attack coming, which looked like a slash. You get down quickly. Zoro immediately reminded Nami and Chopper to get down. Nami and Chopper did as they were told, but the storm kick slash did not come. The slash came from it penetrated Luffy's back and attacked. Forest Mask Bayun stepped out. And all the fingers of his right hand merged and pointed into a knife. No sword style, it's just a one-handed knife. A good name, in fact, it's just a hand knife version of Hagoku, but Forest Mask Bayun made up nonsense to cover up his identity. Chapter 458. At the same time, you are also. Khalifa and Keiku sneak attacked Luffy, kicked out the storm kick together, and the slash penetrated Luffy and burst out from behind him. Forest Mask Bayun stepped forward and used a hand knife version of Hagoku. It's not that the weapons will break once Hagoku is used. The weapons of Tori and Broki just happened to reach the critical point of breaking. After all, it's been 100 years, and Hagoku broke after it was thrown out. Hagoku's impact resisted the storm kick slash, and Forest Mask Bayun also dragged Luffy, who was knocked back. Seeing Forest Mask Bayun's move, CP9 was even more confused about his identity. His strength was really not simple. Why did he suddenly appear and stand on the side of the Straw Hat Boy? But they didn't know that his real identity was the undercover arranged by Garp in the Straw Hat Pirates, who secretly lip-synced with Nami about the station and was about to leave with Robin. Seeing Forest Mask Bayun catch Luffy, he drew his sword and stepped forward with confidence. Stop, Robin! A very straight man's speech. Keiku flashed forward and took out a saw blade to stop Zoro. We met on the ship, Roronoa Zoro. Keiku said. You are the shipwright at that time, and the diagnosis of the Mary. Although Zoro was angry, he asked calmly. No, although I am an undercover, the diagnosis of the ship is not wrong at all. Keiku replied. Zoro gritted his teeth and swung his sword hard to shake Keiku away. That's really a pity. Luffy catch Robin. Another straight man's speech. Oh. Luffy charged again. Seeing this, Forest Mask Bioon could only follow. Lucci made a move to intercept Luffy, but Forest Mask Bioon stepped forward first and chopped Lucci's arm with his foot from the side. Lucci's arm was chopped straight down, and Luffy took the opportunity to step on his arm and jumped over with a somersault. Lucci's eyes widened when had he ever been insulted like this. He fired a series of finger guns at Forest Mask Bioon. Finger gun Huanglian. Forest Mask Bioon covered his forearms with armed color, blocked a few fingers, and then exploded with air pressure technique under his feet and retreated, so as not to fight Lucci head-on. However, Luffy passed Lucci, and there were Khalifa and Bruno. It was believed that one of them might not be able to beat them. The two surrounded Luffy and Luffy was beaten back again. And Zoro, after shaking off Keiku instantly stepped forward and fired a finger gun. Zoro blocked with his arm. And heard a clang. You also have armament haki. So what? Zoro copied the answer of Forest Mask Bioon. Zoro's armament haki can only harden his forearm, and it can't wrap the blade. Keiku was silent, turned around and kicked Zoro back with a storm kick. In the first round of the duel, the Straw Hat Pirates were all repelled. Robin and Bioon also left. However, this is also the same as Forest Mask Bioon's guess. It is a bit impossible to bring Robin back here, and it is impossible to untie Robin's knot. Robin! Seeing Robin jump out of the window, Nami and Chopper couldn't help shouting. Damn! Seeing Robin disappear in front of him again, Luffy was very disappointed in himself. Forest Mask Bioon patted his shoulder. No way! The opponent is really terrible. The Navy 6 styles is really extraordinary. What Forest Mask Bioon said was a compliment. Why does it sound weird? As for the fact that Forest Mask Bioon knew these moves were called the Navy 6 styles, CP9 did not find it strange with such strength. It seemed normal to know the Navy 6 styles. You seem to think you are very strong. As a genius in CP9, Lucci could not stand the look of Forest Mask Bioon. Forest Mask Bioon shook his head. No, I am not strong. Very humble, but also very rude. At the same time, you are too. Lucci narrowed his eyes. I will let you see what is strong. As Lucci finished speaking, his figure under the light slowly grew and changed. In just a few seconds, he became huge, with leopard fur and tail all over his body, and turned into a leopard-shaped half-orc. 273 meters, nearly 3 meters tall, is not very good in the pirate world, but now in the room, compared with the ceiling, it is also full of pressure. Seeing Lucci's full of pressure, Luffy and the others were inevitably surprised. It's a devil fruit. Nami said something nonsense. It's so big. Luffy sighed. Sighing at Lucci's large size after the transformation. Animal type cat fruit leopard form. It's really big. Forest Mask Bioon said. Oh no, the carnivorous animal series will be even more brutal. Chopper was very panicked. Forest Mask Bioon remembered that Lucci's power in beastman form reached 9,100. Indeed, it would be difficult to deal with the clone. Shave. Finger gun. Lucci directly launched an attack with a clear target, which was Forest Mask Bioon. Bruno and Keiku followed and hit Luffy and Zoro respectively. Lucci's finger gun in leopard form poked out, and it also brought a share of the damage from the leopard's sharp nails. And the speed of shaving was more than doubled. Forest Mask Bioon almost couldn't react, even with his hands crossed and raised, armament haki hardened to resist. Dang! With a sound, even with armament haki, Forest Mask Bioon was still shocked back, and white smoke came out of the arm that blocked Lucci's fingertips. Which showed how strong Lucci was after transforming into a leopard. Hey! Seeing Forest Mask Bioon being shocked back, Lucci smiled proudly. Lucci, those boatmen want to come up. Bruno noticed that those boatmen were rushing up. If they saw this scene, there would be no way to frame them. They can't come up. Ray kick. Lucci raised his leg and kicked. A flash of white light, the whole building was cut off diagonally from the third floor here. Get off that wall, Nami, chopper. The broken wall collapsed completely under the vibration at this time, and Forest Mask Bioon pushed them back with a flash. It seemed that they were buried in the rubble, but they actually went directly to the corridor. Run away. What? Nami said 2 words, but the front was covered with gravel. Luffy looked at Lucci's leopard-like appearance and tried to use his hands and feet as air pumps to pump air into his body as Bioon said, but failed. It was impossible to succeed in one go. What a righteous man! Bioon, the forest mask, dodged and quickly came to the iceberg and pulled him up. You! What do you mean you shut up and don't die on me? Bioon, the forest mask, replied. Are you underestimating me? Lucci punched Bioon and the iceberg. You damn pigeon man! Luffy flew over and punched Lucci in the face, but Lucci was only hit to the side. But Bioon also took the opportunity to dodge with the iceberg. Finger gun! Lucci didn't care about Luffy's punch at all. He stretched out his index finger and turned back, and poked Luffy in the abdomen with a finger gun. Luffy! Zoro shouted worriedly. Lucci didn't care whether he yelled or not, he just hung Luffy with his fingers and threw him out. There was no roof at this time from the third floor here, it was already stepped down diagonally. Get out of here! Luffy was thrown out, and Zoro could bear it. He chopped with 2 swords, but Lucci blocked it with 1 arm. You too! Buy 1 get 1 free! Zoro was also thrown out. Forest Mask Bioon was trying to escape with iceberg. Lucci stepped on the cracked floor, shaved his steps and approached, with the bottom of his hands pressed together, his 10 fingers bent like the gesture of making a gas attack wave, and hit the back of Forest Mask Bioon. 6 King's Spear. Chapter 459. Listen to me, don't faint. 6 King's Spear. Luffy and Zoro were thrown out and flew away. Forest Mask Bioon still wanted to run with iceberg. Lucci shaved his steps and dodged and used the 6 King's Spear on his back, which was a preparation for a fatal blow. The 6 King's Spear hit the back of Forest Mask Bioon. The huge impact passed through Forest Mask Bioon's body and hit the gate in front of him. The gate was instantly shattered into pieces. Forest Mask Bioon was leaning forward and fell to the ground. Secondary damage, Bing Shan felt that his shoulder was in pain. And Forest Mask Bioon was lying on the ground, but there was no movement. As if he was gone. Lucci released the leopard man form, came over and squatted to pull Forest Mask Bioon back from the ground. Reaching out to take the mask on his face, Lucci was still curious about the identity of Forest Mask Bioon. Then before his hand touched the mask, in a blink of an eye, Forest Mask Bioon disappeared, leaving only a mask and a cloak on the ground. Bing Shan lay on the ground and looked at it from the side, and his eyes were wide open in surprise. Lucci raised his eyebrows. This was the same as when they first fought. He knew that Forest Mask Bioon could change back, so he pointed his gun at the cloak continuously, but there was no change. The cloak was still a cloak, but now there were many holes. Lucci. Califa reminded them that they still had to find Frankie. Lucci was silent for a while, stood up and took the hat handed by Califa, put it on, kicked Iceberg, and turned away. Iceberg. Soon, all 4 CP9 members left. And only Iceberg was left in the room. My body was in so much pain that it was about to fall apart, looking at the cloak and mask on the ground. Iceberg thought that Forest Mask Bioon was dead, and silently expressed his apology in his heart. The temperature around him continued to rise, and the flames burned. Iceberg was desperate at this moment. Is he going to die here after all? It hurts so much, that fucking leopard man. With another swish, Forest Mask Bioon appeared again, lying on the cloak, sticking to the mask. Holding his waist, Forest Mask Bioon stood up with a painful expression, as Lucci's blow had hit him hard. And Bing Shan, seeing Forest Mask Bioon appear again, his eyes widened again, and the main thing was, Ya long-haired Bioon. Even though he was in pain, Bing Shan still expressed his surprise. You can call me, don't mention that title all the time. Hiss, my waist, I was almost beaten to death by that leopard man. Can you get up? Forest Mask Baiun asked. Iceberg tried twice. But it was obviously not working. Forest Mask Baiun sighed, and just wanted to bend over and lift Iceberg up. At the corner ahead, Chopper, who had transformed into a deer, smashed the rubble that blocked the road with his horns and came to the entrance of the corridor, and of course, Nami. Baiun. Chopper saw Baiun and immediately ran over, followed by Nami behind him. The fire had already burned up. Baiun, are you okay? Where are Luffy and Zoro? Chopper and Nami asked one by one. What Baiun wanted to say was, Chopper, doesn't your tail hurt? Chopper was stunned for a moment and looked at his tail, where a pinch of flame was burning. Ah, my tail! Chopper was so anxious that he spun on the spot, but he put out the flame. Forest Mask Baiun reached out and grabbed Chopper, asking him to stop spinning. Are you feeling better, Chopper? Chopper's eyes were full of circles. I feel a little dizzy. Forest Mask Baiun nodded. Well, listen to me, don't get dizzy. Chopper. Then Forest Mask Baiun lifted the iceberg and put it on Chopper's back. Let's talk about it after we get out. If you keep talking nonsense, we will be smoked meat even if we are not burned to death. After that, Forest Mask Baiun turned around and ran out of the room and ran to the end of the corridor. Chopper and Nami followed. At the end, there was a staircase on the left that was constantly smoking, so they naturally couldn't go. Where to go? Nami asked. Forest Mask Baiun used actions instead of answering, and drew his gun and shot 2 shots at the glass window at the end. However, before Nami could react, she was picked up in a princess hug. Baiun, a man who was determined to princess hug all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Well, Frankie and the blue fat man Jinbei have to think about it. He couldn't hug Iceberg just now, but now he can hug Nami. Baiun said, what I don't know what you are talking about. Chopper, jump! Forest Mask Baiun shouted. And Chopper was obedient and jumped out with Iceberg on his back. Baiun followed closely with Nami in his arms. Outside, the boatmen piled up in the villa's open space saw the 3 of them and were of course surprised. What is that? Deer and masked phantom thief. Forest Mask Baiun's outfit is indeed like a phantom thief. Half-face mask plus cloak. Someone with sharp eyes noticed the faces of Nami and Iceberg and exclaimed instantly. Mr. Iceberg and the accomplice of the Straw Hat Boy in their hands. Forest Mask Baiun and Chopper landed. The boatman immediately dodged. Deer have strong jumping ability. Coming down from the 3rd floor is nothing for Chopper. Needless to say, Forest Mask Baiun can fly, everything is easy. Mr. Iceberg, Mr. Iceberg. The boatman immediately surrounded him. Chopper shouted directly. Get out of the way, he is seriously injured now. While the boatmen were surprised that Chopper could speak, they also heard Iceberg weakly say. Do as they say. After Iceberg said so, the boatmen dispersed. Chopper put Iceberg on the ground. Iceberg struggled to signal Forest Mask Baiun. Forest Mask Baiun was puzzled and leaned over. Barbary. Iceberg said. Forest Mask Baiun's eyes widened. Fuck, I almost forgot about him. Forest Mask Baiun took another step and flew back to the villa, and found Barry's figure through the observation haki. He was nailed to the ground by Lucci, unable to move. The temperature from his back steamed him like a steamed bun. The Forest Mask Baiun came over and helped him pull up the iron ring. At this time, Barry's lips were pale and he was extremely weak, but he was still concerned about Iceberg. Mr. Iceberg. The Forest Mask Baiun interrupted him. Don't die in my hands. He has gone out. No, it's good to be alive. Chapter 460. The end of the world is unnecessary. In the burning villa, the Forest Mask Baiun saved Barry and jumped out of the window again. compared to the action that was very similar to the masked phantom thief. The forest mask Bayun carried Barry down this time, which made him look more like a human trafficker in the dark night. "Mr. Barry, it's Mr. Barry!" the boatman exclaimed again. Barry, who was carried down, felt that he had lost all his face and died in public. Okay, stop yelling!" Barry roared with a shark face after seeing the iceberg on the ground. He immediately struggled to let Forest Mask Bayun put him down. Forest Mask Bayun let go of his hand as he wished, and Barry directly grabbed the ground with his face. "Barry!" Just as if nothing had happened just now, Barry came to Iceberg. "Are you okay, Mr. Iceberg?" Iceberg looked at him. "Do you think I look okay?" "Something's wrong, it hurts so much. But I'm not going to die yet." That's good, Barry murmured, and suddenly thought of something. "Mr. Iceberg, those masked people. It's them." Iceberg interrupted Barry and replied very affirmatively. When he was attacked by Lucci and Keiku, Barry had already suspected it by hearing the sound. But he didn't expect it to be true. Being backstabbed by his colleague and friend of 5 years, Barry naturally felt bad, but now in front of the boatman, he naturally couldn't show it. Chopper healed the wounds of Iceberg and Barry. After Iceberg's words, the boatman didn't understand what was going on, but he knew that the Straw Hat Pirates were not bad guys. "What should we do next?" Chopper asked. The boatman looked at him curiously because he changed from a deer to a raccoon cat. Nami looked at the forest mask Bayun unconsciously. She seemed to think that it was right to ask Bayun about everything. "Don't worry, Luffy and Zoro, the other clones will bring them back. Sister Robin won't. If you want to make a final effort, go after Sister Robin now. She is on the sea train and is about to leave." Forest Mask Bayun gave Nami and Chopper the next plan. The first time the Straw Hat Pirates vs CP9, the result is needless to say a disastrous defeat. Not to mention the lack of the 3 major forces. Bayun is just a clone, and the result is not what Bayun expected, so he put clone bullets in his pocket and in Zoro's pocket. It is only a matter of time to bring Luffy and Zoro back. And Frankie and Usopp were taken on the sea train by Lucci and others like stakes of fate. Frankie is a bit neurotic and perverted in the turbulent water city. He was bored and panicked, so he wanted to find the wishing spirit, that is, Forest Mask Bayun. He also knew that Forest Mask Bayun was with Straw Hat Boy, so he captured Usopp as in the original history. He learned the story of the Mary and persuaded Usopp violently. Usopp finally admitted the reality that the Mary could not sail, but he could not accept it. But the Mary was also exiled to the sea by Keiku as in the original history, but this time there was a Bayun clone to accompany him. Yes. Hearing the words of Forest Mask Bayun, Nami recalled the lip language of station that the original Bayun said before leaving. "How much time is left before departure?" Nami asked. Looking at her watch, Forest Mask Bayun looked at the iceberg at this time. "The last bus is at 11 p.m. Then there are 30 minutes left," Nami said. "Then, go and give it a try, Nami. It would be best if you can bring Sister Robin and me, of course. If you can't, don't be discouraged. Even if we are at the ends of the earth, we will catch up, right?" Forest Mask Bayun comforted Nami. Met his eyes. "There is no need to go to the ends of the earth, but you are right." "Yes, you are right." Chopper excitedly turned into a human form, and the boatmen were scared again. "He has become a human, he has become a human." Forest Mask Bayun nodded. "Then, go ahead. I'll wait for you here, and the other clones will bring Luffy and Zoro back as soon as possible." Yeah, I understand." Chopper nodded obediently. At this time, Barry said to the boatman, "You stay here to put out the fire and look after Mr. Iceberg. If this gentleman needs your help, do your best. I'll go to the station with these 2 shameless women and raccoons." "Who are you calling raccoons? Who are you calling shameless women?" Accusations from Nami and Chopper. "Bayun is Mr. That's what we call him, right?" The boatmen were still puzzled, so they asked their own questions. "But aren't they accomplices of the Straw Hat Boy? We should arrest them, Right. And what about Brother Lucci and Brother Keiku? Poor people who don't know the truth. Shut up. The Straw Hats are not the real murderers. They were framed. Although we don't know the true identities of those masked men, the Straw Hats helped us fight them. Mr. Iceberg and I were both rescued by them, didn't you see? Also, don't look for Lucci and Keiku. Maybe you will never see them again. Why do you say that? Do you know what happened to Mr. Lucci? They went back home. Barry was annoyed by the questions. Going back home, why at this critical moment? Why? Is it true? Stop talking nonsense. What time is it now? Are you trying to embarrass Carrera? Barry roared. The boatman was also satisfied only after being yelled at like this. Yes, foreman. Sorry. We will do it right away. The boatman stood up and saluted immediately, and then scattered to stop the fire from spreading. Barry passed by Iceberg, who couldn't help but feel a little funny. They said they went back home. It's not good to say too much. We should just bear this kind of pain. Barry replied, just like being with his lover or friend for 5 years, and then she, suddenly revealed his identity and said he was a foreign spy agent. Iceberg didn't answer, but just thought in his heart, yes, this taste is really not good. Nami. Chopper and Barry took the Swordfish Blue to the station. Forest Mask Bayun and Iceberg sat under a tree next to the headquarters of Carrera Company, watching the boatman passing water back and forth to put out the fire. Chapter 461. You are really unlucky. Iceberg was silent, just looking at the burning house in front of him, and the boatmen who were putting out the fire back and forth. Do you feel that life is unpredictable? Forest Mask Bayun was sitting next to him, waiting for the others to come back. Yesterday I was still lying in bed, and now it's all turned to ashes. You mean, this is life? Life is unpredictable, fate is unpredictable. Instead of caring about these, why not focus on the future? Iceberg turned to Forest Mask Bayun and said. Forest Mask Bayun turned his head and looked at him, smiling back. No, I just want to say that you are really unlucky. Iceberg. While Nami and Chopper were heading to the station, Luffy and Zoro, the two protagonists, are now. Oh my! My poor green algae-headed friend, is stuck in the chimney, unable to move, his feet are fluttering, so pitiful. After Zoro was knocked out by Lucci, the whole person happened to be inserted into the chimney upside down and was stuck. The bullet shot from him. He slipped out of his pants pocket and turned into Bai Yun's clone. He didn't say whether he would save him or not, but gave Zoro some encouragement in terms of anger. What are you still talking about? Zoro shouted, asking for help but not saying the word save. He was really arrogant. Are you going to get out? You have to rely on yourself. We were defeated in this battle. If we can't even overcome a chimney, how can we chase Robin's sister and me back? Bai Yun replied, and then sat cross-legged next to the chimney. Zoro was silent. Bai Yun was still interested. It's low tide, there are so many seafood. But if you come out slowly, you will be drowned by the tsunami, my friend. As soon as he said this, Zoro's legs began to flutter again. On the other side, Luffy, who was as lucky as Zoro, was stuck between two walls. A normal person's brain couldn't squeeze in, but Luffy was not a normal person, but a very plastic rubber man. Please faint, please come out of me. Because he was stuck in the wall, he couldn't speak clearly. Luffy is not like Zoro, who asks directly for things and asks for money directly. However, Bai Yun is still ruthless. Work hard on yourself. He said the same words as Zoro to Luffy. After listening to Luffy, he really didn't ask Bai Yun again, but worked hard on himself. Like him on the other side, Bai Yun was also looking at the sea that was beginning to recede, but he was thinking differently. He was thinking about the trajectory of fate. Although the trajectory of fate did change under his influence, it was only a small change. Is fate really unchangeable? Will everything really run according to the trajectory of fate? Ace. Impossible. Bai Yun's tone was firm now. Ace was heading to the Seven Water Capital according to the time. Luffy and his friends came here almost exactly during the time they came back from Judicial Island to rest. Then, everything will change. At the station, Nami and Chopper still didn't catch up. They watched the train start and Robin left in front of them. However, they also learned from the station staff that Frankie and Usopp were also taken away by CP9. When Barry and the station staff thought Nami was crying, Nami raised her head and roared. I'm going to chase. I will never let go of those who took you or the world government. Yes, chase. Chopper agreed with both hands and feet. Then, Nami also got the first half of the letter left by Sanji from the station staff, which was a love letter, and learned that Sanji had sneaked on the train. After getting this news, Nami finally felt better. I believe Robin is followed by Bayun and Sanji. We have to go to Judicial Island as soon as possible. The station action was fruitless, but as the forest mask Bayun said, there is no need to worry. If it were that simple. Nami and Chopper began to return. When we returned to the headquarters of Carrera Company, oh no, now we should say the ruins of the headquarters. However, there was only Bing Shan left under the tree, oh no, and the mouse Tyrannosaurus that returned in his pocket. Uncle! Uncle, where is Bayun? Have Luffy and Zoro not come back yet? Nami and the others stepped forward and saw only Bing Shan, holding the cloak and mask of Forest Mask Bayun. Just now, while talking, the long-haired Bayun disappeared again, or rather, turned into this. Bing Shan stretched out his hand, and saw a bullet lying in his palm. Nami looked at the bullet and recalled what Forest Mask Bayun said on the roof of the hotel. Forest Mask Bayun guessed that the original body was on the train on the sea, and CP9 would probably put sea stone handcuffs on him. So the clone created by the fruit ability would not exist. Did it really come true? Why at this time? Nami was a little tired. What should we do now? Chopper asked. Let's go find Luffy and Zoro, and then find a way to get to Judicial Island, Nami replied. Even Forest Bayun disappeared at this time. She was the backbone. No matter how tired she was, she couldn't give up. Uncle, please ask the boatman to look for it together. Iceberg nodded. Okay, Nami replied with a thankful smile, and then turned to the two station staff who came back with him. You, please help me buy a lot of meat and wine. Nami knew that for Luffy and Zoro, the best medicine is meat and wine. Dark clouds covered the Seven Water Capital. It rained. Nami and the others still didn't find Luffy and Zoro. You laugh. Zoro was still stuck in the chimney, and Bayun next to him naturally disappeared because his main body was wearing sea stone handcuffs instead. Bayun's consciousness was on Ziobai. Ziobai was on Zoro's wrist. And now they were stuck in it together. Zoro couldn't help but laugh back when he saw this. Luffy saw Bayun suddenly disappear and thought that Bayun had abandoned him. Bayun, I didn't, I am innocent. As the rain fell, the sea receded, and the residents of the Seven Water City all took refuge in the middle and upper areas. Granny Kokoro and her granddaughter came to the largest third circle of the huge fountain and looked down from above. Look, the sea seems to have dried up. Granny Kokoro sighed. This time the ebb tide seemed to be deeper than before. At this time, Nami and the others also came here, looking down from above to find people. Ah! Pirate sister Granny Kokoro's granddaughter, the female Zimoni, greeted and also handed over key tips. It seems that children in every place have a role. There seems to be someone there. Nami looked in the direction Zimoni pointed and saw Luffy stuck in the middle of the wall. Chapter 462 Water Gods Akula Agna. Water Gods Akula Agna is a tsunami of considerable size. It visits the Seven Water Cities once a year. After the tsunami, the roofs of the houses submerged in the Seven Water Cities will be covered with a large amount of sea salt. The taste is stronger than ordinary salt. Putting a small amount of sea salt in cooking makes the ingredients more delicious. This is the only gift after the disaster. However, if you don't have time to get to the middle and upper areas and are hit by the tsunami, you will be in danger of death, or even death. Under Zimoni's instructions, Nami saw Luffy trapped between two walls in the back street. Luffy! Without any hesitation, Nami immediately ran towards Luffy. Even though the tsunami was about to come. Granny Kokoro was so scared when she saw this. Where are you going? Come back soon. Are you shameless? Akula Lagna is coming. But no matter how loud Granny Kokoro shouted, Nami still ran towards Luffy without hesitation. Chopper and the boatman came a step slower. Oh no, that pirate girl ran down the stairs and went to the back street. Is he going to die? The boatmen were shocked. Chopper, like the boatman, opened his mouth wide, but suddenly saw something swinging on the chimney in the distance. Is there an enemy on the chimney? When the vision gradually became clear, Chopper could see clearly what kind of anemone that was. It was Zoro's fluttering legs. It's Zoro. Wait, the reindeer also ran down. What are they doing? Are they going to die? The boatmen simply couldn't understand it, and some wanted to go down to pull them back. But Barry spoke up. Don't go down. This can't be solved by more people. The opponent is the sea. I will take measures if there is a situation. Don't act rashly. Zamanai had a child's mentality, she just thought. The pirate sister is so powerful. Kokoro's mother-in-law looked serious. No, it's too reckless, it will be too late. Look, the waves are coming. The tall waves can be seen on the sea level in the distance. Zoro. Chopper successfully came to Zoro with the jumping ability of a deer. Zoro. Did you hear that? It's me. I heard it. Hurry up and hand the Sandai Kaititsu to Zoro. Chopper. Before Zoro could speak, Ziobai Baiun shouted first. Zoro. Zoro was silent, but he did sense the Sandai Kaititsu. After all, it was an evil sword. Even if it was sealed in the scabbard, he could sense its murderous aura. Ziobai in the consciousness space, what's the big deal? I can swim. Ah, Baiun's voice. You're here too. Where are you? Chopper was very surprised. In the chimney. Stop talking nonsense. Baiun shouted at the top of his voice. On the other side, Nami didn't have Chopper's jumping ability, and her speed was not as fast as Chopper on four legs. If she went forward, she would be in danger. No, you can't go any further. Luffy. Nami, are you behind me? Listen to me, I got stuck here after being hit by that bastard pigeon. Baiun came and disappeared. Do you know where he went? Luffy heard Nami's voice and responded immediately. Nami looked at the stuck Luffy and recalled what Forest Mask Baiun said about Robin sacrificing herself for them. In addition, now that Robin and Baiun were taken away, Forest Mask Baiun disappeared, Luffy and Zoro were stuck. And the tsunami was coming. This feeling of powerlessness without support made her breathless. Nami couldn't help but cry out. Luffy! Don't be ridiculous. What time is it now? What are you still doing there? Have you forgotten that Robin volunteered to be taken away for us? She knew she would die if she was taken away. If you don't come out, we won't catch up. Robin and Baiun may die. Emotional buffs are often a super stimulant in the pirate world, and the effect is very good. Don't worry, I won't let. One sword style. No, it's too late. Go to a higher place. Run away, you will be drowned. Akula Ragna is coming. The boatman and Kokoro's mother-in-law were all in their throats. The huge waves that were still far away just now are now within reach in the past 10 seconds. Luffy and Zoro finally showed their power. I won't let anyone die. 36 Treble whines. Luffy used his hands to push open two walls and two tall buildings on the left and right. Zoro got the third generation of Kaititsu. And under the 36 whines of trouble, the chimney instantly spiraled apart. The house was trampled, the chimney was broken. The boatmen were frightened by Luffy and Zoro. This side. Let's go, Nami. Rumble ball flying power up. Passing by, the arm flew, Chopper's flying power was strengthened, and finally brought Nami and Zoro here. Arrived on the bridge. Great, they are on the bridge, there should be waves there. Seeing Luffy and his 4 companions on the bridge leading to the third circle of the huge fountain, the boatman finally breathed a sigh of relief, but in the next second, the huge waves were visible higher than the bridge and were about to hit it. I have emphasized many times that this time, the water gods Aquila and Ragna are bigger than ever before. What? Run! No, you can't run this distance at all. Nami looked desperate. At this moment of life and death, Zoro's wrist emitted a white light, and the humanoid Ziobai appeared instantly. It was Bai Yun's consciousness. This time, not only was it in human form, but it also had a horn on its forehead, vertical pupils in both eyes, and white scales covering its shoulders and collarbones. Although I don't know what this bastard is, but I know he is very strong. Bai Yun shouted, raised his foot and stepped down, and the cold air under his feet burst out and spread out. The cold air hit the huge waves, and the huge waves instantly froze and were frozen into ice sculptures. It was like a huge iceberg blocking in front of them, full of oppression. From Luffy's perspective, the frozen waves looked more like a frozen beast with its mouth open. If they were a second slower, they would be in its mouth. And the boatman's reaction? What? They were so surprised that their eyes popped out and their chins hit the ground. Barry, holding the rope, stopped trying to rescue, with incredible eyes. Zimone's eyes were full of stars and admiration. Granny Kokoro took a sip of wine to calm down. You can see everything after living for a long time. Incredible. Aquila Ragna was stopped. Chapter 463. Have you been in there? The boatmen under the fountain were surprised and incredible when they saw the frozen waves. Luffy and others in front of the ice sculpture of the huge wave felt a little unreal, with a feeling of escaping death in their hearts. Hoo-hoo! Panting, Bai Yun was also tired after suddenly bursting out with such a powerful force. It was not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue, although he didn't know why he could control Xiao Bai's power, because he was in his body. Great! You are so handsome, Bai Yun! Bai Yun! Nami and Chopper hugged Bai Yun and cried with joy. Bai Yun thought, is this a compliment to him or to Xiao Bai? No matter, as long as I have a thick skin, that's me. It's just so. Hee, it's Bai Yun. Luffy showed a row of teeth and said, it's Bai Yun is almost his catchphrase. Zoro's personality is not good at complimenting, but he will not agree with Luffy's point of view. Okay. Let's go up quickly. There is more than one wave in the tsunami. There will be waves coming from behind. Although the front is frozen and the tide cannot recede, the power of the waves will be reduced, but it is enough to kill us. Bai Yun said if another wave comes, it won't be a matter of freezing or not, but a matter of falling down after the ice sculpture is broken. Bai Yun is right, let's go up quickly. In terms of cherishing life, Nami still cherishes life very much, but she will go down to call Luffy without hesitation. Let alone her, who doesn't cherish life. Nami and Chopper's determination is the meaning of partners. It also proves that even if they are not as powerful as others, they still have their own role. The Straw Hat Pirates are indispensable, so Robin must come back. Bai Yun, main body. The main thing is that if she doesn't come back, I can't go back either. Are you all okay? The huge waves were frozen by this white-haired brother. White-haired brother. The boatman cast admiring eyes. Bai Yun feels very good. Ziobai thought, what white hair? Who are you calling white hair? Okay, you all look like you haven't seen the world. Barry shouted, as if the old big brother was jealous. I was really scared to death by you. But it also opened my eyes. The blocked Aquila Agna turned out to be so beautiful. Granny Kokoro said while drinking. The frozen ice sculptures of huge waves are indeed particularly dazzling and beautiful in the gloomy weather. Ah, Grandma Monster, you are also on this island. Luffy greeted him. He didn't know that Grandma Kokoro came to the Seven Water City. Of course, it's not a death sentence to be on the sea at this time. Granny Kokoro replied. Zimone praised Luffy and the others, treating them equally and praising them together. Pirate brother, sister, and reindeer, you are so awesome. No. Chopper twisted his body, saying so. But his body was honest. Luffy looked over and remembered. By the way, why are Bibiun, Zoro, and Chopper also in the back street? Bibiun. Biun repeated the name. Yes, Biun who has become taller is Bibiun. Luffy explained with a smile, which was in line with his naming method. So, why are you also here? Zoro thought he had escaped, but Luffy persisted. Ah, not that. He was stuck in the chimney. Chopper said. Zoro's face turned black in an instant, and he pinched Chopper. Ah! Chopper was strangled by the neck of fate. Poor Zoro, stuck in the chimney, unable to get out, flailing his legs, crying, so pitiful. Don't even think about it, this slanderous Biun said the ridicule. And Luffy was completely ridiculed. Ha 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 ha, you are stuck in the chimney ha ha ha. Zoro, what are you doing, you are such an idiot. Nami turned into a shark face and grabbed Luffy's face. What qualifications do you have to say about him? You two are both idiots. Biun agreed. Luffy looked at everyone and didn't see Sanji. Hey! Sanji and Wu, where is Sanji? Speaking of Sanji, Nami also remembered the letter. By the way, I have something to tell you, Zoro, listen too. If Zoro is not called, Chopper will see Tai Nai. Nami told everyone that Sanji left the letter and got on the train to catch up. Suggested that the next plan is to catch up with the train. After listening, Luffy immediately stood up, clasped his hands together, and bumped his fists. What are you still hesitating about? Start chasing right away. Zoro hung up his sword. There is no other choice. Biun nodded. I agree. Since everyone agrees, it will be easy. Hey, the rope guy, lend us a boat. No, there is no sea train besides the boat, Luffy said to Barry. The only sea train is the Smoking Tom. It was built by the shipbuilders, and it can be said to be a miracle ship. After hearing this, Granny Kokoro remained silent and drank first. Then lend us a boat, the strongest one in this city. If there is no sea train, then the boat will do. At this point, if Luffy can't swim, he will swim to catch up. Barry just thinks they are naive. Don't be silly. Don't you see the sea now? Even if I give you a sailboat now, as long as you go out to sea, you will be beaten to pieces. I can't watch you die in vain. Although his tone was not good, Barry was essentially doing it for Luffy and the others. I will lend you the boat when the storm clears tomorrow morning. Now, let's go to the shelter with everyone. If we wait until tomorrow morning, can we still reach our destination? Here, Nami brought up the existence of Impel Down. Judicial Island is a court in name only. The court that interrogates the prisoners is empty, so no matter if they are guilty or not, they are guilty when they arrive at Judicial Island. The criminals will pass through the Gate of Justice. There are only two destinations departing from the port of the Gate of Justice on Judicial Island. One is the Peak of Justice Combat Power, the Navy headquarters. The other is a large prison in the deep sea, Impel Down, which is full of interrogation platforms and execution platforms, and imprisons the most brutal and cruel prisoners in the world, also called Impel Hell. Speaking of Impel Down, Biun couldn't help but frown, and Zoro discovered this. What's wrong? No, I just feel unlucky when I hear this name. This made Zoro wonder if Biun had been in there before. Chapter 464, Knowing is knowing, doing is doing. During the tsunami of the water gods, going out to sea on a boat is to seek death. But Nami knew that the interrogation on Judicial Island was just a formality. If we wait until the morning to set off, it will be too late. Biun is now wearing sea stone handcuffs, and not only Robin, but also Biun will be taken with him. For Robin and Biun, two wanted criminals, no matter where they are taken, either the headquarters or the Impel Down, only hell awaits them. They are getting closer and closer to the Gate of Justice. How can we wait until the morning? Nami shouted loudly. Even if she released her emotions, it showed their determination. This is the so-called evidence. If I say you are guilty, you are guilty. No wonder there are so many pirates in the world. If you don't become a pirate, you will live a mediocre life, or be oppressed by the king of your own country, or be robbed of your home by other pirates. It is better to become a pirate yourself. This is the idea of most people who become pirates. Of course, there is a small part, such as Luffy and others, for their dreams, such as rocks, to become the world hegemon. Facing Nami's emotional expression, Barry was not infected, or it was, but he was still very calm. Since you know so much, I might as well remind you again. Even if the sea is calm now and you can go out to sea, you shouldn't go there. Don't forget your pirates. Judicial Island is the gateway to the center of the world government, so the defense is naturally strict. No matter what kind of pirates go there, they can't bring their companions back. Because everyone knows what the end will be. Are you going to fight against the central agency of the world government? Luffy listened silently. He could hear the determination in Barry's words. Although it was for their own good, they couldn't accept this good now, so Luffy's expression gradually became serious. The boatman also agreed with Barry. That's right, now is not the time to go out to sea. Give up. If you catch up, you will only die. Bai Yun took a step and stared at them with red eyes. Ah! Barry and others instantly felt wrapped in coldness, as if a white snake was wrapped around their bodies, with its head behind them, as if it would bite off in the next second. The feeling disappeared, but the boatmen were still frightened. Even Barry was unable to react for a while. We understand what you said, but understanding is only understanding, and doing it or not are two different things. Barry, who made the rope. But aren't pirates a kind of people who fight against the navy and the world government? If you don't give it now, then we have to go, even if we have to rob the ship. Right, Captain? Bai Yun, as the captain's secretary, spoke on behalf of the captain. Luffy tightened his straw hat and took a step forward. That's right, we are going to sea now. Zoro pushed the handle of the knife with his thumb. Nami took out the weather stick. Chopper's deer form, his head slowly lowered, his horns facing Barry and the others. The captain spoke, then no matter what, the crew must execute it. Of course, in serious matters, if it's something else, such as buying a dozen bronze statues to put on the ship, Nami will give Luffy a big fist that he loves to eat. The boatmen were very surprised, especially after seeing Bai Yun's strength. Ghosts would fight him. Ghost, don't bring me with you. If you brag, I won't fight him. What? Are you serious? You are going to die. At this moment, a wave hit. And the beautiful ice sculpture was instantly shattered. It seemed that the sea was warning Luffy and the others that they were not easy to mess with. But Luffy and the others pretended not to see it and continued to stare at Barry and the others. My companions are still waiting for us. Don't get in the way. Luffy shouted. Barry was also stubborn, or insisted on himself. Then you have to get through me first. Just as they were about to fight, Granny Kokoro finally spoke. Wait a minute. Straw Hat Boy, you are wrong. Barry is right. Don't mind your own business, it has nothing to do with you. Luffy asked Granny Kokoro to leave it alone. It doesn't matter, right? I can't watch you die. If there is a ship in the world that can pass through Aquila Lagna, it must be the sea train. Luffy was puzzled and thought that what Granny Kokoro said was nonsense. But it is because there is no sea train that we are here. Luffy was halfway through his words when Granny Kokoro turned around, tilted her head, and revealed half of her face, looking like she was hiding her achievements and fame. If you are not afraid of death, then follow me, I will drive you the sea train. Let's talk about the sea train first. In the first carriage of the train group, Robin and Bai Yun were sitting in the front, and behind them were CP9 and others. Bai Yun was wearing sea stone handcuffs and was sleeping soundly against the window, because his consciousness went to Ziobai. Robin looked at Bai Yun. Until now, she still didn't understand Bai Yun, didn't know who he was, and knew that there was hell ahead, but he still followed her. Robin could only sigh that what Bai Yun said about him being an undercover arranged by Garp in the Straw Hat Pirates was true, so Bai Yun still had a chance of survival. But Garp said, I don't even know about this. Let's talk about Sanji. He sneaked onto the sea train from the rear of the train. The guard of the 7th carriage, CP6 intelligence agent Jerry, a tall male boxer from Karate Island, boasted that he could deal with Sanji without CP9, and then was killed instantly. Sanji killed all the way forward, just like passing a level when he killed to the 6th carriage, the cargo carriage. He saw Usopp and Frankie who were captured and put in the clothes that controlled the mentally ill, but there was no gap, and they were dressed like a worm. Here, Bai Yun didn't understand. CP9 knew that Frankie was an important person who had the design of Pluto, but they threw him casually in the 6th carriage. It was like being kicked in the head by a donkey. Sanji, how come you are on the sea train? Usopp looked at Sanji in surprise, and was surprised and happy. Is that so? I wanted to ask you, brother, what is your name? Sanji said, who are you? Usopp said, stop pretending. Sanji turned around and saw a Den Den Mushi, so he ignored Usopp. Great, there are Den Den Mushi here. I can contact Miss Nami. Just now those officials only had boring things like masks and makeup accessories. Frankie looked at the two of them. Are you guys in the same group? We were. Sanji and Usopp answered in unison. Chapter 465 Rocket Man. Sanji didn't know Frankie yet, so after he asked if he and Usopp were in the same group, he asked back. Who are you? I'm the hero behind the 7 waters, Frankie, the ship dismantler. Frankie. Sanji repeated it, recalling what Forest Mask Bayun said about him. Wasn't he the one who took away their 200 million belly, pervert? Frankie, you praise others like this as soon as you meet. Are you a fan of my Frankie? Ha 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 ha. Sanji. Not only is he perverted, he's also not smart. Anyway, don't talk too much, help us untie the rope first, brother with curly eyebrows. Frankie said, triggering the keyword. What did you call me? Curly eyebrows, isn't this curly? Sanji, number. Untie it yourself. What if I can untie it? Do I need to beg you? Usopp looked at the two people's voices getting louder and louder. No, calm down. You will be discovered. Sanji and Frankie looked at him, and his last sentence was the loudest. Usopp, I didn't mean it. However, Captain T-Pen of the Navy headquarters, who was guarding the 5th carriage and was in charge of the 5th and 6th carriages, had already discovered the sound. Back in the 7-water city, Akula Agna was still in the seat rolling up the 7-water capital. Granny Kokoro brought Luffy and the others to a brick warehouse behind the 7-water capital garbage treatment plant. According to Granny Kokoro, this warehouse has been abandoned for 8 years, and the sea train inside has not been opened for 12 years. Oh, so cool! Luffy exclaimed. There was a sea train with a shark face on the front of the car parked in the warehouse, which really looked like a steel behemoth. Seeing Luffy and Chopper's eyes turned into stars, Granny Kokoro said. Let me say this in advance. This is not a good thing. This guy is called Rocket Man. This is a failed work, a runaway sea train that cannot carry people. The front of the car is made into a shark shape for fashion. At this time, Iceberg got off the car. No wonder the door of the warehouse that had been abandoned for 8 years was open. Hey, Uncle! Straw Hat Boy, are you okay? Long Hair Bayun is really right. Iceberg replied. He recalled what Forest Mask Bayun said to him under the tree when he was still there. Luffy and Zoro have a longer lifespan than cockroaches. We can't catch up with the sea train, but even if there is a tsunami interception, it still can't stop our determination to catch up. No, unless we all die on the island, otherwise, we will catch up. After hearing this, Bing Shan was silent, and random Forest Mask Bayun turned into a bullet in front of him, and then Nami and the others came back after separating from Nami and the others again. Bing Shan came to this warehouse alone to check the availability of Rocket Man. Bing Shan, you are still alive, what are you doing here? Greetings from Kokoro's grandmother. I came here because I have the same idea as you. Bing Shan smiled and replied. Granny Kokoro laughed, ha ha ha, there's really no way to deal with these guys. Let's try, everything is ready, water and coal are ready, just waiting for steam to form. Iceberg sat on a wooden box, carrying 7 guns, and came here alone to repair Rocket Man, even an Iron Man would be tired. Uncle, did you prepare this for us? Luffy asked with a smile. Iceberg said not to be happy too early. If you want to laugh, wait until you come back safely. Rocket Man is a failed work made by Mr. Tom before the sea train runs. No matter how it is adjusted, the steam engine cannot control the speed, so it cannot guarantee safety. Luffy didn't hear a word of these, he just knew that he could get out of the ship and set off. Ah! Thank you Uncle Iceberg. Who is this? Iceberg noticed the new face of Xiaobai Baiun. What's wrong, don't you recognize me Mr. Iceberg? You are really unlucky. Using Xiaobai's body, it is Xiaobai's voice, but the following sentence makes Bingshan's mind run wild. You are long-haired Baiun. A hash mark popped out of Baiun's head. It said, don't always mention that title. Iceberg nodded, but his approach was, I know, long-haired Baiun, I won't call you long-haired Baiun anymore, don't worry, long-haired Baiun. Luffy jumped onto the Rocket Man and said that he could set off after Nami came back, but suddenly he felt weak all over, it would be nice if he had meat. Then Nami came to the warehouse like a wishing elf with 2 station staff members, carrying a large bag of meat and wine. When he saw Nami, Luffy was still a little angry. Where have you been Nami, didn't you say you didn't have time? Hey, what's in that package? Nami, meat and wine. Zoro. And wine. Did you ask them to prepare all this? Nami, you're really nice. Sorry, I just complained to you. Baiun smiled and shook his head. Luffy really showed what a face is. Give me one, thank you. Baiun sat down. Although he said so, he reached out and took it. Luffy was not stingy to eat with others, but it was impossible to take it from him. Straw Hat Boy. At this time, Frankie's family suddenly broke in, each of them looked bruised and swollen. They had been beaten up by CP9 before. Zanbei led the way. Zoro thought they were here to cause trouble. But he didn't expect tears to burst out the next second. Take us with you. I heard from the people at Carrera that you are going to Judicial Island. Our big brother was taken away by the world government. We want to chase him but we can't get past Aquila Lagna. Granny Kokoro has already sat in the cockpit of Rocket Man. She stretched out her body and leaned her hand on the window to remind Zanbei and them. The opponent is the world government. It doesn't matter who it is. We want to save our big brother. We will go through fire and water. Although Frankie has a weird personality and is a pervert, bet on him, his brothers are very loyal to him. This time, under the influence of Baiun, they did not attack Usopp, but no one objected, but Luffy had to speak up. For this kind of friendship between partners, Luffy is naturally. Come on up. Woo. Straw Hat Boy. We are grateful. Chapter 466. Write it down if you like it. Set sail, go and settle accounts with them. Luffy is in high spirits. Zanbei rode 2 Blue Kings and connected with the Rocket Man using a connecting cannon. The 2 Blue Kings were also their members of the Ranch family, Sodom and Gomorrah. Just like that, the 7 Water City Revenge and Rescue team set off. The Rocketman connected to the track that was broken up by the waves. According to what Grandma Kokoro said, don't underestimate the professional train driver. After connecting to the track, the speed of the train increased instantly. At this speed, you can understand what the Rocketman is. Luffy's head was almost pulled out by the wind when he stuck it out of the skylight. It was a free facelift from nature. Everyone entered the carriage. Including Zanbei and them, there were 2 guys who followed secretly, the boatman Delustan and Bipalulu. Zoro said, wait, there are some unknown people in the carriage. Delustan and Biplalulu, oh. Who is it? You guys. Zoro and Barry turned into shark faces and shouted. Dalston laughed, ha ha ha, Barry, we thought that if we followed you, we might be able to see the enemy who hurt Mr. Iceberg, so we hid in the coal car and followed you. Biplalulu pressed down her hair, but it rose again from another place, as expected, we will be part of this battle. By the way, you should explain it to us first, Barry. You know who the real criminal is, right? Tell us, we are not that slow, we have guessed it a little, and we won't be too surprised. Seeing Dalston and Biplalulu say this, Bai Yun knew that it would be a pity if you really guessed it. Since they were on the ship, Barry knew that there was nothing to hide, so he told Lucci and the others that they were members of the world government. However, when he turned around, he saw Dalston and Biplalulu, whose hair was surprised. So you didn't expect it? Then who do you think it is? Barry shouted, good guy. He was so confident when he was not sure. Bai Yun smiled and shook his head slightly. There is no shortage of funny people in the pirate world. Listening to what Dalston said about Mike and Rick, the two uninformed lucky candidates, Bai Yun closed his eyes and went to confront Xiao Bai, and at the same time to take a break. Oh, what a rare guest, Xiao Bai. Bai Yun looked at Xiao Bai, still in the same state, still without clothes. Xiao Bai was about to come over, but Bai Yun stopped him. Wait, Xiao Bai, we need to have a good talk. A light flashed in Xiao Bai's eyes. What to talk about? Talk about marriage, or talk about love? Don't force me to climb Kongtong Mountain. Looking at Xiao Bai's quibbling, Bai Yun asked him to be serious. However, Xiao Bai didn't understand, which mountain is Kongtong Mountain? Why haven't I heard of it? Don't worry about these nonsense. Xiao Bai, you can freeze such a big tsunami. And you are injured. Your strength should be among the top in the world. Why do you choose to follow me? I don't care, but I have to be responsible for my companions. Bai Yun sat down cross-legged anyway. He was not as tall as Xiao Bai when he stood, and his expression was very serious. Xiao Bai looked at Bai Yun's serious look, and it seemed that he had to give an explanation today, so Xiao Bai also sat down cross-legged. It's really hurtful, Xiao Bai. It was obviously you who took me away, but now you come to me for an explanation. Well. Bai Yun felt a little guilty. This was indeed his initiative, but who knew that a little white snake he picked up casually had such strength? It's just like meeting a beggar when going out, and then he is the 996th generation leader of the beggars sect. Well, it's true that you look good in the form of a little white snake, and I believe you, but how should I put it? It's just that after knowing that you can become a human, you are still so mean. That's a different matter. In general, you are too strong, and you can enter my consciousness space, so I have to ask you clearly. Although, haha, I believe you, I'm just curious, yes, curious about your identity. After all, little white snakes that can transform are not common. Xiao Bai raised the corner of his mouth. If you say so, I can accept it, except for that mean. Regarding my identity, what I remember now is not impossible to say. But you didn't ask. Bai Yun. Then now that I ask, tell me. Okay. Xiao Bai smiled and responded politely. As for my identity, that is I forgot. Bai Yun, are you kidding me? Xiao Bai shook his head. No, how can I bear it? I didn't lie about my amnesia. It's just that I didn't say that I still remember a little bit. I remember now that I'm very strong, and it was the world government that seriously injured me. I remember a clip, it was the scene of me fighting with 5 old men on Mary Gosa. Also, it was the scene of me being pierced through the heart. Pierced through the heart? Then what? Bai Yun was very surprised. You were pierced through the heart, how could you still be alive? Then it was gone. Xiao Bai replied, spreading his hands, looking innocent. Bai Yun was a little speechless. Isn't this just like the advertisements when the results of the competition variety show are announced, and your advertisements have no time limit? Oh. After thinking about it, Bai Yun replied with an oh. Xiao Bai looked at him seriously, thinking that he would have some questions, but it turned out to be like this. Just oh. Bai Yun stood up. Yes, no matter whether what you said is true or not, as long as the opponent is the world government, we are friends. In the future, I guess we will have to fight against the world government. Oh no, we are already fighting now. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai stood up and said, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I like this sentence. Bai Yun turned around and left, saying, write it down if you like it and hang it on the wall. Then, I'm leaving. I hope your advertisement your memory can be restored quickly, because I'm also curious about you, such a mysterious top combat force. I'm leaving. I'll have to borrow your body for the next battle, my friend. After that, Bai Yun disappeared. Xiao Bai looked at the place where Bai Yun disappeared and couldn't help but smile. Just now he came to interrogate me aggressively, and now he wants to borrow my body. It's really realistic, Xiao Bai. It's okay even if I show my current appearance, I won't be recognized. Xiao Bai, you are my savior, how could I hurt you? Chapter 467 Joint Attack. Bai Yun's consciousness returned to the present. Luffy and Barry, thank them for just establishing a comradeship. There is only one enemy, that is CP9. At this time, Aquila Lagna attacked again, wanting to regain the face of being frozen. So he launched a hedge with Rocketman. Luffy said, what's this wave? Everyone work together. Bai Yun expressed his support, and then waited to see the performance. This is not a question of freezing or not. Even if he freezes the tsunami, Rocketman can't stop at this distance, so if the mountain tsunami turns into ice, it will be a you jump and I jump drama. Daleston and Zanbei climbed to the top of the train with cannons and fired at the huge waves. However, the cannon fire hit the huge waves, like a drop in the ocean, and did not interfere with the huge waves at all. But this did not make Zanbei and the others give up. Keep firing, don't be discouraged. Seeing the two getting closer and closer, Luffy, Bai Yun, and Zoro also climbed to the roof. When Daleston saw Bai Yun's long white hair, he suddenly remembered. By the way, I saw the frozen Aquila Ragna. I thought I was dreaming, but later I heard from the boatman that it was a white-haired brother who froze the huge waves. It was you, brother. Hurry up. It's your turn to show off your power again. Bai Yun looked at the huge waves, then looked at Daleston. Are you really just a muscle without a brain? Luffy and Zoro blushed slightly when they heard this, and it was a shameful blush, because they just asked Bai Yun to do this. Bai Yun told Dalston the principle that if he wanted to hit the huge ice wall, he would attack. Dalston looked as if he had suddenly realized something. What should we do then? You keep firing. Zoro answered for Bai Yun. Although Dalston was puzzled, he still did as he was told, fire, keep firing. Zanbei, do you need me to tell you I'm firing all the time? Luffy and Zoro walked to the front, in front of the train chimney. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, looked relaxed in the face of the huge waves. How much is 2 108s? Luffy asked. 216. Zoro replied that he was good at math, otherwise he wouldn't have used 36, 72 or 108 sword moves. Too long. Luffy complained. Zoro said. Then 300. Take the integer, Luffy agreed. Okay. What are they going to do? Zanbei and Dalston were puzzled. Just fire and watch, they want to challenge nature, Bai Yun replied, crossing his arms as if everything was under control, but he was also afraid if he couldn't penetrate, it would be over. However, is it possible the protagonist's halo will not allow it? Luffy charged, rubber. Zoro took the lead, 300 trebles. The next second, the huge wave approached, and the two of them attacked instantly. 300 trebles. Siege cannon. The two's hot-blooded combination skills, the huge impact was no less than a dozen shells exploding at the same time, and a big hole was directly blasted in the middle of the huge wave. The Rocket Man did not stop for a moment, and before the big hole closed, it instantly passed through. At a very fast speed, the track brought by the huge wave, the Rocket Man passed through the huge wave as if it was flying in the air. Seeing this, everyone in the carriage and Zanbei, Dalston were shocked. Passed through. We passed through Acula Lagna. Great Zanbei and the others cheered. Granny Kokoro has been very calm from the beginning. She was drinking even when she was about to hit a huge wave. Ha ha ha, you guys are quite capable. I've seen a lot since I've lived long enough. Acula Lagna was frozen and Acula Lagna was shot through. But the most unforgettable thing is that time when Acula Lagna was cut in half by a sword pirate king. After cheering, Zanbei and the others were still scared. Fortunately, they didn't become enemies with Luffy and the others. However, as teammates, they are really reassuring. Barry thought, sure enough, they went prepared. Don't underestimate them. Bai Yun said that you thought too much. They were just full and drunk. Go back, two heroes. The fist is harder. The knife is sharper. Not bad, you two. Bai Yun walked forward and said to Luffy and Zoro from behind. Zoro put away his sword. Luffy put his hands on his hips and laughed, as if it was natural. But, it would be great if we could fully master the armament haki and observation haki now. Zoro, go in, it's very windy outside. Luffy agreed. After that, the two of them flipped back to the carriage on both sides. Bai Yun still stood with his arms crossed, and couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw them running immediately. But, no matter what, they have become stronger. In the carriage. As soon as Luffy and Zoro came back, the Cube sisters immediately praised them. Straw Hat Boy, you are so awesome. You are simply not human. Good praise, don't praise next time. Luffy, come here. Nami suddenly asked Luffy to go over. Just now, when Luffy and his friends were dealing with Acula Ragna, Sanji called to inform him of the news and the news of two more idiots, Frankie and Usopp. Now the Den Den Mushi is still communicating. Hey, Luffy. Sanji. How are you doing? Where are Robin and Bai Yun? Sanji told Luffy that Robin and Bai Yun were still imprisoned. Is that so? Well, then you can just go all out and do it. Luffy replied. But Zoro disagreed. Luffy, tell him not to mess around, we'll catch up with him first. Oh my, is Zoro worried about Sanji? Bai Yun said with a smile. Who is worried about him? Zoro replied, and then squatted down and approached the Den Den Mushi. Hey, chef, did you hear that there are some dangerous guys on that train? Zoro advised Sanji not to act rashly, but before Sanji could answer, Luffy said. It's okay, Zoro. If it were you, what would you do? You wouldn't listen and wait first, would you? Although Luffy is not smart, he knows his partners. You know it very well. Hey, Green Algae Head, are you worried about me? Sanji listened silently and waited until Luffy finished speaking before answering. Zoro responded loudly, who is worried about you? Bai Yun, Sundara Man. Sanji chuckled twice, unfortunately, as Bai Yun said. Sister Robin was captured voluntarily for us. Knowing this, even if the captain stopped me, I won't stop. Very domineering, Sanji crushed the receiver of the Den Den Mushi in an instant after he finished speaking, showing his determination. Den Den Mushi, you make me sick. Chapter 468 closed his eyes immediately. My name is Sniper King. Sanji hung up after he hung up the phone, the call was disconnected. The rocket was speeding over there. According to what Granny Kokoro said, the speed had already surpassed the rocket's own speed, and no one could stop it now. Here, Sanji told Usopp that Robin wanted to save the six of them, and Bai Yun couldn't convince Robin, so he chose to tell the past. In any case, Frankie and Usopp are at least helpers now. Frankie was so moved by Robin and Bai Yun's actions that he burst into tears. Usopp felt extremely ashamed. Robin was willing to sacrifice herself for her companions, and he. According to Frankie's words, he admitted the fact that the Mary could not set sail again, and he also knew that what he said to Luffy and the others was too harsh, as he said, "The way I curse, I am not qualified to fight side by side with you." Then, there is a scene of the Sniper King appearing. Here is a background music. I was born on Sniper Island. I always hit the target, I always hit the target. Lolya lal lulu lala. Frankie, what is that guy doing? Sanji, let him be intoxicated for a while. The scene returns to the Rocket Man. The man in the car sat upright, his eyes not blinking. There is endless spring scenery in front of him, and it would be a big loss if he missed a second. Nami was changing clothes although she was facing away. This feeling of revealing a lot but not revealing much was the most fatal. Bai Yun regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Oh my god, a head-on attack. Because Nami was facing away from Barry and the others and facing Bai Yun, she thought Bai Yun was sleeping. So it didn't matter who knew that Bai Yun just woke up. Bai Yun blushed. Nami was very calm. It will be charged, Bai Yun. Bai Yun closed his eyes immediately. Nami. It's so boring, although I also think money is more important. Nami felt both hit and agreed. Okay, then we're ready. Nami changed into a light combat outfit, a half-length denim vest and a light blue short skirt. Barry couldn't stand it anymore. What are you doing, you shameless woman? Nami spread her hands innocently. Change clothes. Who said there is only one carriage here? Dalston and Bible, Lulu and Zambi, well changed. Then the three of them had nosebleeds, from Nami's triple kill. That's also shameless. What kind of clothes are you wearing, exposing your legs, abdomen, and chest? And you, the Cube sisters, you are also shameless, cover them up. No wonder Barry is still single at his age. The Cube sisters said, why do you care so much, you shy man? Shy man. After being exposed, Barry took a deep puff and smoked the whole cigar in his mouth in one breath, and the smoke sprayed out of his ears. The top is over the lungs. Ha ha ha, you guys are really in a different mood. Should I change clothes too? Granny Kokoro saw Nami and the others change clothes and spoke with high spirits. It was still the three of Dalston who immediately stood up and bowed to Granny Kokoro. No, please let us go. What an impolite young man, Granny Kokoro replied. Her expression was the same as usual. Not only did Nami change clothes, Luffy also changed his blue denim shorts for black ones. He was stuffing meat into his pants pockets at this time. Zoro put on a yellow vest jacket. Chopper was wearing a red one. Zoro saw Bai Yun wake up and threw him a blue one. Bai Yun reached out to catch it. Now his consciousness is in the body of the little white man. He is wearing the same clothes as his original body, a white vest and black beach pants. He doesn't feel cold. But everyone is refreshed and it's good to wear it to fit in. Have you changed your weapon, Nami? Bai Yun noticed that Nami was holding a new weather stick and asked Nami. Split it and held it between her fingers to show everyone. Yes, this is the weather stick that Usopp upgraded and modified with Bay after returning from Sky Island. Complete version of the weather stick. The upgraded weather stick's color was changed to blue, and each section had a button position that was changed to a spherical device that held Bay. Zoro nodded when he heard it. Really? Usopp's Nami and Luffy immediately became depressed and sad. Yes, the posthumous work. It was as if Usopp was gone. Zoro complained, he's not dead. Bai Yun patted Zoro on the shoulder and nodded in agreement. He will always live in our hearts. Zoro, doesn't this mean that he is dead? Ha ha ha, no matter what. We are ready now. This time, you have to bring me and Sister Robin back. Bai Yun said with a smile, and stretched out his hand to the center, with the back of his hand facing up. After his explanation, Barry and the others roughly understood that Bai Yun's body was captured, but Bai Yun's consciousness was still here. As for who this body was, Bai Yun didn't say. Luffy and the others saw this and put their hands on it one by one, and then everyone took pictures together. Of course. Okay, before meeting the sea train again, the shot of Rocket Man ended. Now let's go back to the sea train. The noise made by Sanji and the others was still discovered. The people of the world government are not blind. Under the plan of Sanji and the other three, the 6th and 7th carriages protected by Colonel T. Pen of the Navy were directly separated from the entire sea train. We've taken care of 2 carriages, and there are about 50 less Navy soldiers. Sanji was very proud. Sniper King thought, but, Sanji, don't Straw Hat Luffy and the others have to pass through this track. Sanji, never mind, they will always find a way. The 3 continued to go deeper. And the next was the 5th carriage. The 5th and 6th carriages were originally under the charge of T. Pen. He was led to the 6th carriage and then exiled by Sanji and the others. Then there were only some minions of the world government left in the 5th carriage, and with Frankie's frontal bulletproof shield, they were easily solved. I am a cyborg. We have steel and weapons installed in our bodies. Although we will bleed and feel pain when they hit us, we will not be injured, Frankie said proudly. Then the Sniper King behind him took out a needle and stabbed him in the back. Chapter 469 Sea Train Operation. Ah! It hurts. What are you doing? 1 second ago, Frankie proudly talked about his iron body, and the next second, Sniper King stabbed him in the back with a needle, and Frankie immediately screamed in pain. Sure enough, tough guys are also afraid of injections. Sniper King was very puzzled. Hey! Shouldn't you be afraid of needles? You bastard actually used me for such a horrible experiment. I said the front, but I didn't say my back. Listen carefully, because I was transformed by myself, my hands can't reach my back, so I am a cyborg with only the front half transformed. Sanji listened from the beginning and felt that the world is so big, there are all kinds of wonders, and we have a white snake that can turn into a human. White snake. This is not important, by the way, I tell you that my belly is cold. Frankie said mysteriously. Oh, why? Sniper King asked in cooperation. Because I installed a refrigerator for iced cola on my belly, Frankie said, and he opened his belly to show it when he used it. Sanji and Sniper King also thought it was good. Hey, it's really good. Yeah, it will be great in summer, right? Ha 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 ha. The air suddenly became silent. The 3 of them reacted. Is it time to talk about this now? Aren't there no enemies in this car? Let's hurry to kill the next one finally. They remembered to do business. The 3 of them pushed the door between the 5th and 4th cars. The kitchen in the 4th car was guarded by CP7's cooking fighter, Wang's a guy with fluffy white hair, weird bulging eyes and 2 big rat-like front teeth, wearing special goggles to prevent tears when cutting onions. Bai Yunyuan called him one of the most disgusting chefs in the pirate world. Shas Hasha, laughter. IIT's Chef Wang's. You must be hungry. Do you want to eat ramen? Okay, let's cook ramen, Wang said to himself, and no one answered him. He poured the flour into his mouth, chewed it, and then sprayed ramen from his nostrils. Please taste it. Who wants to eat it? Sanji and the others were not disgusted and vomited, which was very tolerant. Don't waste our time. There are still people waiting for us. I'm sorry I can't accompany you. Goodbye. Sanji waved his hand and said, as if he was going to pass. But Wang's blocked him directly. If you want to pass this car, you must defeat me. Wang said so. And Sanji and the others also looked at each other secretly. However, Wang said, unless. Sanji lit a cigarette. Oh, unless what? Unless, tell me, we are not rough people who have to fight. Unless you finish the ramen I made, Wang said seriously. Sanji was about to put his hands in his pockets but was stunned. Then it would be better if we beat you down, Sanji replied. Who wants to eat that damn booger ramen? Shasha. Then let me show you my ramen boxing skills. The news that the 6th and 7th carriages were cut off reached the ears of the CP9 people in the 2nd carriage. Sanji's rescue of Frankie and Usopp was also exposed, and Usopp's identity as the Sniper King was also recognized. Let's put it this way, Luffy and Chopper are the only ones in the world who don't know that the Sniper King is Usopp. And they still yearn for Sniper Island. There are now 5 carriages left. The 5th carriage has fallen. The 4th carriage is guarded by Wang's. The 3rd carriage is guarded by CP9 newcomer Nero. The second carriage is the 4 CP9 people. The first carriage is naturally the carriage where Bai-yun and Robin are locked up. Robin looked at Bai-yun, who was sleeping soundly and comfortably, and felt inexplicably relieved. Or, should I say you are heartless, Bai-yun? In the second car, Lucci seemed very confident after knowing that Sanji and his friends were making trouble in the car. Don't worry, they can't save Nico. Robin. Back to the fourth car. Sanji vs Wang's. Frankie and Sniper King went around the roof of the fourth car to the third car. They escaped, but they are dead. The one in charge of the next car is Nero. Although he is a newcomer, he is also a righteous CP9 killer. Swish, Nero loves killing people the most. Wang smiled happily. Sanji didn't have time to listen to his nonsense. Belly meat kicked directly at Wang's abdomen, but was dodged. Although Wang's looked fat, his body was quite flexible. Sanji was dodged, but he was not in a hurry. Did I tell you that I was in a hurry? Then, take it. Ramen fist shaved noodle flame chopper. The roller skates under Wang's feet rubbed against each other, and flames rose with the flames. He kicked Sanji sideways. Sure enough, in the pirate world, good people can use fire, the flame fruit. Sanji calmly leaned back to avoid it, and Wang's flew over him and landed on the table. He looked very handsome, but in fact his face was bruised and swollen. I flew over, and you kicked me at least 10 times. It's 12 times. Are you very powerful? You are too weak. Sanji was really cruel. 12 kicks, each one hitting Wang's face. What, you dare to say I am too bad? Even my dad didn't say that to me. Actually, I was attracted by your strange curly eyebrows. Wang's tried to save face. What qualifications do you have to say I'm weird? Sanji shouted back. If he said his eyebrows were weird, then Wang's was weird from beginning to end. Forget it. Let me tell you why I was chosen as the chief guard. Ramen boxing, secret technique, ramen evening dress. Wang's pulled a lot of ramen out of his nose, swung it with both hands, and then put it on his body. He could freely manipulate the noodles and let the things that hit the ramen be buried in it. Although it is called an evening dress, it has nothing to do with an evening dress. In Sanji's opinion, how dare you waste food? What did you say? The essence of ramen boxing is that you can control the noodles. No matter in terms of speed or strength, I am completely different from before. Show me how powerful I am. Sanji's face was serious. He hated people wasting food the most. Although the noodles were disgusting, they were still food. He picked up 2 kitchen knives. Took a step back with his right foot, raised his heel, and crushed the ground. Sanji said, I will let you eat all the noodles. Asshole. But it seemed that the noodles were spit out from Wang's nostrils. Chapter 470 Sleeping. Hand-pulled noodles. The fourth car, Sanji vs Wang's. Wang's ramen boxing secret, after putting on a layer of ramen armor, used ramen hands to hit Sanji in a series. Sanji held 2 kitchen knives, and Wang's hit him with both fists. The knife flashed, and the ramen on Wang's hands was cut into pieces. Sanji looked like a strict teacher. Let you see in one move, the top chef's Powding's butchering of an ox. With a flash of his figure, Sanji appeared behind Wang's, and Wang's ramen armor was instantly disintegrated. Ah, I got chopped. Wang's shouted, as if he had been chopped more than a dozen times, but then changed the subject. No way. Sanji put the kitchen knife away. The chef's knife is used to cook food. I won't use it to chop people. As soon as Sanji finished saying this, Wang's behind him immediately picked up a kitchen knife and threw it at him. Kitchen knife flying technique. He is really rebellious and will not hesitate to be beaten. When the kitchen knife flew, Sanji's figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Originally, he was very good at leg work, so his speed was naturally not slow. In addition, now that he has mastered the air pressure technique, his speed does not have to be slow. So fast. Wang's was surprised there was no one in front of him, so he turned around, but as soon as he turned around, Sanji kicked him on his protruding eyes. My eyes are sunken. Wang's covered his eyes and wailed, this time he really wailed. I say it again, get out of the way. Sanji said. Wang's endured the pain in his eyes and did not give in at all. I just know I don't understand why you have to save that woman. You don't know the truth about Nico Robin. Before Wang's finished speaking, Sanji didn't want to listen anymore if he didn't want to give in. He would give in passively. Sanji kicked in succession: nose, face, mouth, teeth, chin. This is the same effect of Sanji and the legendary Return My Pretty Fist plastic surgery shoot is a high-density kick with both feet to severely damage the opponent's facial bones, so that the opponent's face shape and appearance will change completely, and generally become as beautiful and handsome as a supermodel. So, after one move, Wang's went from this to this. This is not much better than any plastic surgery. Oh my god! Wang's knelt on the ground and wailed, and then he said something like the one in the picture. We can only say that everyone has their own aesthetics, respect and blessing. Sanji told him seriously, you made 3 mistakes. One is that you called yourself a chef in front of me, the second is that you wasted food, and the third is that you insulted your partner. I don't care, change me back if you dare. Nicole Robin is a vicious woman who lives by betraying her friends. Prepare to die holding a big kitchen knife. Wang's chopped at Sanji with tears in his eyes. He was really asking for trouble. Sanji said it was wrong to insult his companions, but he cursed again. He was simply looking for death. Wang's chopped. Sanji didn't move on the surface, but attacked instantly the next second. 3-point cut. The move that put the power into 1 foot kicked Wang's throat, chest, and abdomen in an instant. Wang's was kicked out like a bullet, hit the door of the carriage, and was kicked directly from the 4th carriage to the 2nd carriage where Lucci and the others were. While Sanji and Wang's were fighting, Frankie and CP9's newcomer Nero on the top of the 3rd carriage were also fighting. After Frankie was found to have a weakness behind him, he lay down on the ground, invincible Frankie. Nero was silent, saying that he didn't know what to say. Frankie himself knew that he couldn't deal with Nero just lying there. Hey Weasel! Frankie called Nero because Nero looked like a cat and was also called a fighting genius. But he only learned 4 of the 6 styles, a bit like a pirated version of Lucci. Nero. Frankie continued, you really don't go far, man, you pissed off me. Who is super powerful this weekend? Have you heard of centaurs, man? Nero was puzzled, it's a monster with a horse's lower body, so what? Frankie took action instead of answering. Transformation. Frankie centaur. Frankie's thighs split from the middle of the left and right to 4 legs like a centaur, but the front half of the legs were extended, like a centaur with its front and back turned upside down. It looks so perverted. It's the wrong way around. Nero complained. Frankie was very confident, if you have any complaints, wait until you see my attack. A few minutes later. Frankie was knocked down and floated on the edge of the train, holding on tightly with his hands to prevent himself from falling. Ha ha ha, you look so funny, do you need help? Nero relaxed his guard and walked over to taunt Frankie. Here. Teacher Bai Yun said that you should never underestimate your enemies. No, no. Frankie swung his fist hard and threw him up. I haven't reached that point yet. Then he saw his 4 legs, which had turned into a centaur, grabbed Nero like claws, sealed Nero's hands and feet, and pressed him down. That point. You bastard! Nero was pushed down and pressed by Frankie. Frankie was so proud. Moreover, Frankie was a cyborg, and his body was made of steel. He was not light. Nero was pressed to death and had no possibility of counterattack. Brother, you just avoided all my attacks. You don't know how strong I am. Frankie twisted his right hand, then turned out a steel fist, and then smashed it down on Nero's abdomen instantly. Ultimate hammer. As I said earlier, I only learned 4 of the 6 styles of Nero, but I didn't learn the finger gun and the iron block defense. The finger gun is the most difficult after all. The 10 fingers are connected to the heart. It is not easy to train the fingers to be like bullets. And the finger gun is also a prerequisite for using the 6 styles secret skill, 6 Kings gun. Back to Nero. after being hit by Frankie, Shiki vomited blood and broke his teeth, and the roof under him was also penetrated, and the two fell directly. In front of him were the 4 CP9 members in the second car, and Frankie kicked Nero directly to the second car. Sanji and Frankie were fighting. Usopp, oh no, now it should be called Sniper King, he naturally couldn't. Then his octopus shoes directly climbed from the side of the car to the first car, and just stretched his head over, he saw Bai Yun's big face with eyes open, which scared him a lot. Oh my god! Long nose! Robin noticed him, saw his hands in the air, and immediately pulled him back with the fruit ability. Opening the window, Robin pulled the Sniper King in. The two sat opposite each other, and the Sniper King sat next to Bai Yun. I'm scared to death. What is Bai Yun doing? Sleeping. Sleeping with eyes wide open. Robin didn't know how to answer this, but it was true that after they sat down, Bai Yun was asked to wear handcuffs and said good night, he became like this. And Bai Yun's state can be said to be sleeping, and his consciousness is also out, so he can sleep with eyes open. Chapter 471. It's a pity that we don't take any soft or hard words. What's going on? Why are you here? How did you get on this train? This is Robin's shocked question about Usopp coming to the train. She naturally recognized that the Sniper King was Usopp, and he was not Luffy or Chopper. Usopp adjusted his mood, straightened his back, and said seriously. Nice to meet you. I'm the Sniper King. It's a long story. I'm here to save you. Long nose. Not only me, but Sanji and a thug named Frankie are also fighting on the train. I took the opportunity to sneak over here first. Also, Luffy and his friends are coming on another sea train. And they seem to have brought a lot of people with them. I came from the side of the carriage and saw that the 4 people in the second carriage were really hard to deal with. It would be best if we could take the opportunity to escape before Sanji and them fight. These are octopus shoes. Just put them on your hands and feet and you can leave from the side of the carriage. Usopp said. Robin was naturally moved when she learned that Luffy and his friends had done this for her, but the more she was moved, the more afraid she was. She was afraid that Luffy and his friends would die because of this. The psychological trauma of childhood is the most difficult to heal. Wait a minute. Didn't I tell you clearly? I won't come back to you. Usopp couldn't stand hearing this either. Don't you understand yet? They are not weak enough to sacrifice their companions in exchange for survival. Do you think they will be happy with the freedom they get in exchange for their companions' lives? After knowing the reason for your withdrawal, I will go through fire and water. Don't you understand? The man called Luffy. Robin clenched her fists. How could she not understand? She just felt that she was not worthy of Luffy and the others. You are the ones who don't understand. I don't want you to save me at all. It's you who think. Sister Robin, some words can't be taken back once they are spoken. Bai Yun's voice suddenly sounded, covering Robin's voice. Bai Yun. You are awake. Usopp was very happy to see Bai Yun awake. Bai Yun was a great guarantee. Obviously, he didn't see Bai Yun's hands handcuffed with sea stone handcuffs placed vertically under the table. Who are you? Bai Yun was still acting. Ah, that's right, I'm the Sniper King, a friend of Usopp, and he asked me to help. Usopp? Bai Yun lowered his head and said, his tone was a little low. Usopp thought, why did he say it as if I was dead? I know, Usopp is thoughtful. Then, let's get back to the topic, Sister Robin, you. Bang bang bang. Bai Yun was talking, and suddenly Gaka knocked on the door of the carriage. Hey Nico Robin, what are you arguing about? Creaky. The door was pushed open, and Gaka walked in, with a treacherous look on his face, and said as he walked over. Why, you're regretting it now. It's a pity it's too late. As he got closer, Gaka felt that Robin had become strange. Bai Yun held back his laughter. Of course, there was an extra Usopp in the cloak behind him. It would be strange if it wasn't strange. Why, can't we talk anymore? Bai Yun said. You are talking so loudly, are you deaf? Gaka looked at Bai Yun. What did you say? You want to put us in a cage? Bai Yun stood up. I told you not to go too far. I put on these handcuffs because I respect your work attitude, before you confirm whether I know Vice Admiral Garp. Now you want to put me in a cage. You are asking for more, right? Then don't blame me for telling Vice Admiral Garp the whole thing. It turns out that the people of the world government are just doing things. Bai Yun said every word excitedly and aggrievedly, holding the great god Garp to suppress Gaki. Gaki was scared. No, I just asked. It's okay, it's okay. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly realized, when did I say I would put you in a cage? Immediately turned around, and what greeted him was Usopp's hammer. With a bang, Gaka lay on the ground, sleeping peacefully. Gaka fainted. Robin didn't react. Bai Yun continued what he wanted to say. Sister Robin, Luffy, and the others are chasing us in another sea train, so does that count as my winning the bet? Bai Yun made a bet with Robin that even if Robin betrayed them, Luffy would catch up and take her back. If Bai Yun won, Robin would have to go back with him, and if Bai Yun failed, Bai Yun would find a way to get out and leave by himself, although Bai Yun would never follow the rules, and he also believed in Luffy. Why, is it worth it? They don't know, don't you know, Bai Yun? That's the Demon Slayer order, the world government. Haven't you seen Aokiji's strength? Do you know what the consequences will be if you continue to be with me? Robin was emotional. Bai Yun nodded to show that he knew. Yes, I know, but so what? Sister Robin, you are too extreme. Doesn't every pirate receive hostility from the world government and the Navy? Even without you, the Navy will still catch us if they meet us. What if you are here? No. It's different. Robin replied. Bai Yun was changing the concept. What's the difference? Bai Yun shrugged and asked. You. Bang. Bang. Two sounds. At this time, it was Sanji who kicked Wong's to the second car, and then it was Frankie who knocked Nero down from the top of the third car and kicked him into the second car. Sanji and Frankie dealt with their opponents within 10 seconds. The sound reached the first car, and Robin heard it clearly, knowing that it was the noise made by Sanji and Frankie. Robin was very entangled in his mind, but finally gritted his teeth and looked at Bai Yun and Usopp. Long nose, take Bai Yun away. Tell Luffy and the others that I thank them for saving me, but let's stop here. I'm not doing this for you. I'm tired. Don't chase them anymore. After saying that, Robin stood up resolutely and walked towards the second carriage. What? Usopp looked at Robin's back in surprise and confusion. If you can't do it by force, try soft tactics. Sister Robin. It's a pity that we don't take soft tactics. Catch up quickly, Usopp friend. Bai Yun reminded, and Usopp reacted and caught up with Robin immediately. Chapter 472. How can I miss it? In the second carriage, Sanji and Frankie met here, kicking the enemy to CP9, which was really provocative. Are these the people who took Robin away? This was the first time Sanji saw CP9. Be careful, they use strange tricks. Frankie adjusted his centaur form behind Sanji, that is, pressing his legs back, and reminded Sanji to be careful of Rokushiki. Lucci temporarily ignored Sanji and the others, and killed Nero in front of them. What a righteous man. Forget it, I'll give you 3 seconds, run away. What? Nero was puzzled, but he was not stupid, and he could tell that Lucci was going to get him. 3. Who? 2. Wait. Seeing Lucci's finger, Nero was sure that Lucci was going to kill him, and this was a gun. Stop, don't mess around. 1. Shave. Nero's figure flashed, but Lucci was faster than him. And instantly appeared behind him, pointing the gun at his back and stabbing it. Blood splattered. Nero rolled his eyes in pain, but it was not over yet. CP9 doesn't need a half-assed person like you. Lucci kicked Nero out of the train with a whip kick. Only a Superman who has mastered the 6 styles can be competent, understand kid? It is unknown whether Nero is dead or not, but it is likely that he has escaped death. Khalifa. Remember to report to the commander later, saying that the newcomer is too weak and useless. Lucci had already found an excuse for himself. Bayun was listening in a car with his observation hacky, and felt more and more that the world government in the name of justice was really shameless. At least there were real righteous people in the navy, such as T-Pen, and in the world government, Bayun knew that they were all high-sounding garbage. Sanji also complained, "Are these guys the so-called justice agency personnel?" Frankie, a gangster, couldn't stand it. "I really don't understand who is the bad guy." Then Lucci looked at Sanji and the others and said some nonsense. "Anyway, Robin is the son of the devil, who can awaken the devil who destroys the world. Isn't it worth sacrificing her for world peace? It's high-sounding, isn't it? Them who want to awaken the devil, ancient weapons." Then he provoked Sanji, saying that Robin herself is a sinner, and only when she dies can the world be happy. After draining all her knowledge, experience, and wisdom, let her die in pain. You can imagine what that scene will be like. Sanji couldn't stand it anymore and kicked out instantly, but was blocked. "I will never let that happen." "Hey, Robin, wait, wait." Click. At this time, Robin pushed open the door between the first and second carriages. Sanji was very happy to see this and immediately retracted his legs. "Sister Robin. Great, are you okay? Didn't they do anything to you? I'll kill them now, and then we'll go back together. You won't forget me, Sanji." Bayun also walked to the door, right behind Robin. "You still have the nerve to say that? You didn't protect Sister Robin well, and you were taken away with her," Sanji complained. Bayun's head popped up a number sign. "You kid, if you have the guts, you can really knock down the 4 of them now." Usopp was also behind Robin, wondering why he could sneak away. He finally climbed from the outside after a long time. He finally knocked Gaki unconscious. As he was talking, Usopp suddenly felt that he was floating in the air. Looking up, he saw Bayun floating in the air with him. Usopp and Bayun were thrown to Sanji's side by Robin using the fruit power. They were one below, one above, one looking up, and one looking down, and flew over together. The kinetic energy disappeared, and Usopp lay on the ground. Bayun saw that he was about to hit him, and immediately stretched out his hands. Although he was handcuffed, his palms could still be stretched flat. Bayun just pressed his hands on Usopp's chest and stood upside down. "Are you okay, Usopp?" Bayun asked, but seeing that Usopp was foaming at the mouth, he should be dead. "Are you here to perform acrobatics?" Lucci said. "Yes, do you pay for watching?" Bayun rolled off Usopp and replied, and this answer was not good for Lucci. "Sister Robin, what are you doing?" Sanji asked in confusion. "You can't listen to me just by talking, right?" "I said, this is my own business, it has nothing to do with you," Robin said decisively. But just as Bayun said, they are not easily persuaded. "Ha ha ha!" Lucci laughed mockingly. Usopp got up from the ground and immediately called Frankie, "Frankie, disconnect the 3rd car." "What are you going to do?" "Run away. Run away." Although Frankie was puzzled, he still did what Usopp said. Keiko reminded Bruno not to let Frankie run away. Usopp saw Frankie dismantling the connection between the 2nd and 3rd cars, and immediately took something out of his pocket and smashed it on the ground. Sniper King Smoke Star. With a bang, white smoke filled the 2nd car. CP9's vision was obstructed, and they didn't even know that Usopp had taken Robin away from them. This is the result of not having observation haki. "Nico Robin, I'll take her first." Usopp put Robin under his armpit and ran away immediately, running to the disconnected 3 carriages, while they were not too far away. Seeing this, Sanji and Frankie couldn't help but praise, "Great." Usopp thought, still praising, although happy, but now is not the time to praise, run. "Hey, finally escaped." With the help of smoke, Usopp and the others took Robin and fled to the separated 3 carriages. Scared to death, who knew you would suddenly use this trick? Frankie complained. Sanji agreed. Yet, who knew you would use something as unpresentable as smoke? Smoker. The enemy is so strong, it's best to win without fighting. Wait. Are we short of people? Usopp blindly discovered the point of Pu. Bai Yun. The 3 of them suddenly realized that Bai Yun did not follow them. On the other hand, Bai Yun was sitting in the second carriage, crossing his legs, looking so relaxed. Run! He still had the sea stone handcuffs on his hands, how could he run? Oh my, the famous CP9 just watched the mission target escape in front of him, it's really oh my. Bai Yun did not say any swear words, but the meaning of sarcasm was almost hitting the faces of the 4 people. I also know that Bruno will bring Robin back soon. So it was just a good way to spit. How could you miss such an opportunity to taunt the enemy? Sure enough, I heard Khalifa say. They can't escape. Chapter 473 I can only kick my partners. They can't escape. Khalifa spoke confidently, but she did have the qualifications to say it. She threw out the thorn whip to tie up the 3rd carriage that had escaped. Bruno. Let Bruno pull the carriage back with force. Instantly. Usopp and his team's efforts were wiped out. Wow, we're being pulled back. The sudden force caused Usopp to stagger and fall to the ground again. Sanji also staggered. What kind of strength does he have? Bruno held the 2 carriages with both hands as a connection. You actually used such a despicable method as smoke. Smoker, who was implied again, very unpleasant words. Seeing this, Sanji could only step forward to block it. It seems that it still won't work. Sniper King, you must defend Robin to the death. Usopp quickly stood up. Oh, got it. Here. Lucci was still abiding by the rules and reminded others that they promised Robin not to hurt the Straw Hat Pirates. Sanji came in front of Bruno, raised his foot, and said as he kicked. You took so much effort to pull the carriage back, but I'm sorry, please let go of your hand. Bruno was disdainful and uttered 2 words, iron block. Sanji kicked it. But it really couldn't shake Bruno at all. What's the matter with this hardness? Sanji was surprised. Frankie reminded again, didn't I say they like to use weird tricks? Sanji listened to it, not knowing whether he understood it or not. He just stood upside down, turned his legs at high speed, and released this huge kinetic energy when he rotated to the limit, kicking Bruno's chest with his ankle roughly broken. Bruno's body shook, and he made a ugh sound in pain. The invincible iron block was broken. Again, I hope there is no iron block in heaven. Such a heavy kick, even the iron block collapsed. Keiku said, with a hint of recognition of Sanji in his tone. Don't underestimate him, Bruno. Although he was not suspended reward, but he should also be one of the main forces. Sanji turned over and said, you just know it now, bastard. Just as he was about to continue to attack, he heard Usopp's voice from behind. Robin, hand. Hand. Sanji turned his head and saw that Robin used the power of the fruit to grow 8 arms on Usopp's body to lock his neck, arms, and feet. Sister Robin, what are you doing? 8-wheeled flower, cramps. As Robin's voice came out, her arms bent Usopp's body backwards, and with a click, Usopp fell backwards, his whole body twitching. How many times have I told you don't bother me? Robin shouted. She didn't want to be an enemy of Luffy and the others, but she was too afraid of the Demon Slayer. The order, in her opinion, was to save them. Swish! The wind blew from behind, and Sanji only heard Keiku's voice, where are you looking at? Sanji immediately turned around and saw Keiku flying over and taking a step. But at this time, Bai Yun's figure appeared instantly, and a whip kick knocked down Keiku's step. The speed was so fast that even Keiku was surprised. Although Bai Yun was now tied by sea stone, it was just that the fruit ability was invalid and he felt powerless, not dead. Keiku's foot was stepped down. And the moon step started and returned to the second car. Bai Yun went to the third car. Bai Yun. Sanji shouted. Bai Yun smiled back and kicked Sanji out with one foot, of course, without Keiku's strength. What are you doing too? Aren't you companions, you long hair? Frankie was messy. Your partnership is really complicated. I said, I'm betraying with Sister Robin now. Sister Robin, if you want to attack, I will join you. Bai Yun looked at Robin and said with a smile, even if he was tortured by sea stone, he still had a certain fighting power, although not strong, but Sanji didn't know that he would attack by surprise. Robin was silent. Bai Yun was like a madman. He couldn't understand at all. Ah! You weird bastards! Frankie gradually became irritable, stepped forward and pressed his hands on the wall. It was Sanch, the wall of the compartment door. Grit his teeth and exert force. Why can't we talk about it nicely? There's a chance to escape. With a bang, Frankie pushed the entire wall apart, and Bruno's arm was free, and he returned to the second compartment with Frankie under inertia. Frankie! Sanji shouted. Bayun was handcuffed by sea stone, and his kick was not heavy, and Sanji didn't seem to be injured. Who told you to meddle in other people's business? Keiku said to Frankie lying on the second compartment. Why did you help them? Luigi was puzzled. Ha 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 ha, I just don't want them to be unable to return to the past because of their impulsiveness. Frankie replied, he was talking about Sanji, Bayun and Robin, as well as himself and Iceberg. Luigi was still confused. What are you talking about? Frankie didn't reply to him, but stood up and shouted to Sanji and others behind him. Hey, don't worry about me, I have my own countermeasures. After you meet up with the Straw Hat Boy, find a way to go back. I can only say that Frankie is a real man. Frankie, what are you doing? I won't run away. Robin also shouted. She knew that if she returned to Water 7, the Demon Slayer order might appear in Water 7. Wait, Sister Robin, what are you still talking about? We came to save you because we knew the truth. If there was a way to deal with the world government's Demon Slayer order, you wouldn't succumb to them, right? Sanji also understood that the problem lies with the Demon Slayer order. The terrifying thing about the Demon Slayer order is the endless gunpowder and 5 vice admirals, including the vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. Even Barrett, the descendant of the devil who rivaled Rayleigh, was defeated by the Demon Slayer order. But the problem lies in the Demon Slayer order. Bruno's voice suddenly came out from behind Sanji. He jumped directly from the second car to the third car. He used the fruit ability to open a door in the atmosphere, which can achieve short-distance space jumps. The scene inside the air door was green. Another attack from behind. Sanji turned around, and Bruno kicked. Bai Yun stopped him again, but this time he kicked twice. One to stop Bruno and one to kick Sanji away. Bruno kicked halfway and was kicked back by Bai Yun, but when he saw him kick Sanji again, he didn't say anything. Bai Yun said, I can only kick my partner. You don't plan to follow the rules. Bruno was silent and didn't answer. Usopp, retreat, you are not his opponent now. Seeing that Usopp was about to take action, Bai Yun reminded him that it would be useless even if he took action. Bruno opened the door and went back directly, and he would be injured in vain. Chapter 474 Existence itself is not a sin. Bai Yun is right. Don't do useless work, don't bother me anymore. Robin followed Bai Yun's words. She naturally didn't want to see Sanji and Usopp get hurt, although Usopp had been opened by her and Sanji had been kicked by Bai Yun, but Bai Yun was panting. He was already weak with the sea stone handcuffs. And now he was exercising vigorously. It would be strange if he wasn't tired. This feeling reminded him of his weak and sickly body before he mastered the armament. Haki and Garp's physical reproduction feedback. Although he seems to be very strong, he can block Keiku and Bruno's kicks with sea stone handcuffs, but in fact, Bai Yun is just used to this feeling of weakness, especially when he was a child in Beckman's devilish training. Although now still standing, but too tired. Who go back, Sanji, Usopp. Then, meet up with Luffy and the others, and then fight back. Stop talking, Bai Yun. Robin said, Bai Yun is just fanning the flames. I told them not to care, but you let them all come. Leave here quickly. Robin turned around and took the initiative to walk into the air door. Wait. It was Usopp's voice. Don't worry, Robin, you will be fine, just like Bai Yun said. Pirates cannot leave the pirate group without the captain's permission. You have to believe in Luffy. Believe in Luffy. These 4 words pierced Robin's heart, but at this point, he had to leave. Robin turned silently and walked into the air door. Bruno signaled Bai Yun with his eyes, and Bai Yun walked in very frankly. Bruno was the last one to close the door. Sanji and Usopp could only watch them leave in front of them. Damn it! Sanji kicked the seat next to him and smashed it, becoming another victim after Den Den Mushi. Usopp was relatively calm, or as he said, he believed in Luffy and his friends were on their way. Only 2 sections of the sea train remained, continuing to travel on the sea. The Straw Hat Pirates really dismantled everything they went to. Or rather, the protagonists were all like this. Soon after, light appeared in front, and the train finally arrived not far from the front of Judicial Island. Looking at the outline of Judicial Island in front of him, Lucci couldn't help but sigh. I can already see it, I'm almost there. I really miss it, after all. I've been away for 5 years. The city that never sleeps. Judicial Island. Judicial Island, a place without night, is called the city that never sleeps. 1 carriage. Robin and Bai Yun returned, but there was also Frankie. Really, that bastard Iceberg is still alive. Why would I lie to you? This is thanks to Robin not shooting, and I personally rescued him from the sea of fire. Let's not talk about this. Do you have coke? Get me a bottle, I'm so tired. Bai Yun replied he was really tired. It would be nice to have a sip of Fat House happy water now. Frankie was relieved when he heard Bai Yun's affirmation. Hey, stupid Iceberg, I heard that he was killed. It turns out he is still alive. That's great. Coke, it's in my stomach, but now I'm handcuffed, and you too, then open your mouth. Frankie showed his abdominal muscles. Use your mouth. Bai Yun said, forget it, Sister Robin, get me a bottle. Robin glanced at Bai Yun, then glanced at Frankie's stomach, and chose to ignore it. Frankie saw Robin's eyes. And now it was his turn to persuade. The long-haired man said that you didn't shoot Iceberg to death, which proves that you are still a good person. It's reasonable that Iceberg didn't die from a few shots. However, I have the design of the ancient weapon, and you can awaken the weapon. It seems that I am the most useless. Bai Yun interrupted. Don't interrupt, long-haired man. Now that the 2 of us have been captured, the world government has collected the 2 keys to revive the weapon. When this power becomes a reality, the world government will of course take it to the ultimate pirate era. Ancient weapons are such terrible things. My master risked his life to protect this design. Of course, he doesn't want to see this result. I won't surrender obediently. However, there is no point in me running away alone. You have to return to the Straw Hat Boys as soon as possible. Oh, and you, long-haired man. Bai Yun gave Frankie a polite smile in return. Robin lowered his head, and the more he thought about it, the sadder he became. It's impossible. If I continue to stay with them, I will only hurt them. Frankie retorted. It's not you who hurt them. The people of the world government said that your existence is a sin, but no matter what kind of weapon it is, existence itself is not a sin. Existence itself is not a sin. I like this sentence. Big Iron Man is right, Sister Robin. Big Iron Man. Frankie was stunned. Is this describing him? Bai Yun said that he is a person who takes revenge on the spot. It's easy to call him a long-haired man. So it's not too much to call you Big Iron Man. Existence itself is not a sin. No one is qualified to define the existence of others as a sin. For example, ancient weapons are so dangerous and have the risk of destroying the world. How many people want to get them? But no one thinks their existence is a sin, including the person who created it. Change your mind and think about it. Aren't you the same as ancient weapons? Your existence may destroy the world. Then why do they want to get ancient weapons so much, but want you to die? Because they are in the CPU a DNA apuayu. It is to seize your pain points to exert mental control on you, making you feel that you are a sinner, making you feel that you are not qualified to have a partner in happiness. Go to hell, it's all bullshit. Bai Yun cursed directly. Here, let's talk about Bai Yun's third ability, luck. Luck cannot be defined, but after becoming an ability, Bai Yun's luck has become a visible number. According to the number, people's luck the highest is 100 points, which is the ultimate luck. This is refreshed every day for ordinary people, and the same is true for Bai Yun. But Bai Yun's ability is to give him 100 more points, 1 point a day. Let alone the dirty words, it exists forever, 1 point a day. And the maximum is 100. As mentioned, Bai Yun has 100 more points, that is to say, if one day, Bai Yun's luck is the ultimate 100 points, then add the accumulated 100 points. 200 points, that is super lucky, it is lucky that Pluto can pass by with a shot and be unscathed. But there is good luck and bad luck. Points are distinguished. 1 point is ordinary state, and the more points, the luck is superimposed. Then the negative number -1 is ordinary bad luck, the more negative, the more unlucky, up to -100, which is the ultimate bad luck. Bai Yun's luck ability is reflected here. If Bai Yun's luck on this day is -100, which is extremely unlucky, but he has the ability to have an extra 100 points, then it will become 0, and the normal form, whether it is unlucky or lucky, depends on fate. But there is another side effect, that is, because of swearing, the 100 extra luck points accumulated for 100 days will be instantly cleared if you continue to swear. Then Bai Yun's random luck for this day will be deducted little by little. If this day is lucky, it's okay, but if it is unlucky, it will be even more unlucky. So the system said, don't swear, be careful of bad luck. Back to business, Bai Yun didn't care about the extra luck points being cleared, and continued. To put it simply, they are just threatening you with force. Sister Robin, you are entitled to happiness, you are entitled to have a partner, and you are entitled to live. I don't care what you think now, remember this. You are entitled to live. Chapter 475 Cut him. On the Rocket Man. When Sanji and his friends were dealing with CP9 and rescuing Robin, Luffy and his friends were also chasing all the way. At this time, Bai Yun fainted again, that is, on the sea train. Bai Yun woke up and chatted with Robin and Usopp. Bai Yun's consciousness naturally cannot exist in two bodies. He fell asleep again. He fell asleep again. Is the white-haired brother so tired? Zanbei and his group looked at Bai Yun, who fell asleep again in the chair, and said, as if they were visiting something. You know, don't disturb him. Zoro spoke and asked them to stay away from Bai Yun. After all, they didn't know that this was Bai Yun's consciousness conversion, and thought Bai Yun was really tired. Hey everyone, see the train in front. Luffy was in the Shark Head VIP seat of the Rocket Man. There was a skylight above him. He could see the situation in front by looking out. At this time, he suddenly fell down and shouted. Everyone was naturally excited, and Barry shouted, is it the Tom? Kokoro Granny, as a driver, felt a little strange, although the Rocket Man didn't need to be driven at all now because it couldn't stop. Is it that fast? Although the Rocket Man is fast, the sea train is not slow either. It caught up so quickly. Granny Kokoro is surprised by this. However, the fact is that what Luffy saw was the 6th and 7th carriages of the sea train that Sanji and his team had disconnected. The 50 Navy soldiers and world government personnel in the carriages are also panicking now, because the two trains are moving backwards uncontrollably, just like chewing gum, and they can't stop at all. That's the sea train. It's just that there is no front, only two carriages floating on the sea. Everyone came to the roof of the train, and everyone who had the ability to fight. Zanbei twisted the telescope that he often wore on his right eye and explained the situation in the front carriage. Everyone was puzzled. What's going on? Cut off. Are Sanji, Usopp, and Frankie on it? This is very important. More importantly, it's about to hit, can't it be stopped, Granny Kokoro? Barry said to Granny Kokoro, who was still drinking. Granny Kokoro would drink even if the sky fell. No. You guys figure it out, Gaga. Luffy, what do you want to do? Chopper saw Luffy on the shark head ready to go, so he asked. I'll go check the people in the train. Rubber rubber rocket. Luffy flew over in a flash. Very good, we're here. Who is this? This guy is Straw Hat Luffy. The soldiers and the world government were very surprised to see Luffy. Luffy called Sanji and the others names as if he couldn't see them, but naturally he didn't get a response. Luffy turned around, raised his hand and made a cross to everyone on the Rocket Man, and the people behind him shot him, but he didn't care at all. He was shot several times and said there were no companions on it. Zanbei relayed again. So, those people are all from the world government. This was said by Biplululu. Then what should we do? If we can't avoid it, we're done for. Okay, I'll take it apart before it hits us. Zanbei picked up the wrench, and the Frankie family behind him agreed and planned to go together. At this time, Luffy called Zoro. Zoro. Roronoa, the Straw Hat Boy is calling you. Biplululu helped remind Zoro, who was sitting in the back and was about to fall asleep. Biplululu didn't expect that everyone in your group loves to sleep so much. Zoro was reminded and looked at Luffy. Luffy said naturally and calmly. Cut it, it's in the way. Zoro's answer was even calmer. Oh. Zanbei was surprised. You are too confident to agree, like drinking water. You actually said oh. Zoro ignored them and turned to face the sea train. He held the handles of Suezu and Sandai Kaititsu with both hands, and then began to chant. Split the decadent self in the world into two. Two sword style Iai Rashomon. Iai / drawing and sheathing the sword, depends on the word fast. At the moment when the two carriages collided, Zoro drew his sword and slashed quickly. Looking at his figure again, he had already kneeled down with his knees apart and was about to sheath the sword. The two carriages of the Smoking Tom had been cut apart. And the Rocket Man just passed through the middle. The soldiers and world government personnel in the carriage, including Zanbei, were shocked. How shocked? It can be described as eyes bulging, mouth wide open, tongue swinging up and down like a dragon, and then making a super loud sound. The broken carriage and the people inside fell into the sea from both sides, and Luffy jumped lightly and returned to the Rocket Man. Biplululu was still in shock and shouted at Luffy. Can you remind us before you do this kind of thing? Luffy was puzzled. Didn't I say let Zoro cut him? Who knew he could really cut it off? Zanbei was shocked by another thing, that Zoro was not the captain. Such a powerful guy is not the captain. Someone else sighed in the back. And Zanbei seemed to have forgotten that Bai Yun, who froze the water god's Akula Lagna, was not the captain, and was even a civilian such as the captain's secretary. Bai Yun said, yes, we are all cultural people. Chapter 476. Fug. Zoro cut off two carriages of the sea train, and the Rocket Man continued to chase. While Zanbei and the others were amazed at Zoro's strength, Zoro shouted. It's not over yet. He even took out the black headscarf that he usually wore on his arm, which meant that Zoro was serious. Luffy and Zanbei heard Zoro's voice and looked forward, and saw a huge Sea King being cut in half like the two carriages. Wow everyone, look ahead. The Sea King was cut in two, it's twice the size of the train carriage. Zanbei still acted as a narrator and atmosphere. Zoro looked ahead seriously, and he knew that the person who cut off the Sea King was right in front of him. And the one who cut off the Sea King was none other than the guard who disappeared from the two carriages, and now the Navy colonel running on the train track, T-Pen. Just as Bai Yun said, there are scum in the Navy, but there are also righteous people who really care about the people, and T-Penjin is one of them. He is running on the track now. And what he said is also for the people. If I let the escorted prisoners escape, how many ordinary people will bleed because of this? I want to tell everyone that in this unequal world, there is still justice. Even if my hands and feet are broken by the waves, I will not give up. My responsibility is to protect the safety of innocent people. These are his original words, and he cried bitterly, regretting his stupidity and the possible consequences. At this time, there was a rumble from behind, and T-Penjin turned around and looked. After hearing it, it was the Rocket Man. What is that sea train? New sea train? There are people on it. T-Penjin saw Zoro on the bow. In contrast, Zoro was also looking at him. Both of them felt that the other was not simple, which was the induction between swordsmen. The popularizer spoke. That's Ship Slasher T-Pen. What Ship Slasher? Luffy was puzzled. He's a man who can cut a pirate ship like a steak. He's a colonel of the Navy headquarters. Why is he here? Fire, brothers! Get ready to fire! Zanbei was really panicked. After all, the person on the other side was a famous person. Wait! Luffy spoke again. What are you waiting for? If you wait any longer, our sea train will be cut in two by him. Didn't you see the Sea King just now? Zanbei responded excitedly. Luffy remained calm. Leave it to Zoro, don't get in his way. Zanbei heard Luffy's answer, looked at his serious expression, and recalled that Zoro had just cut the sea train with a knife, so he could only choose to believe Zoro. Here, Zoro at the front of the car spoke. I'll only say this once, get out of my way. T-Pen thought a lot. For example, they were on the same track as his men, so how did they get here? He also recognized Zoro as Robin's companion, the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. So, all his thoughts turned into, this road leads to justice. I am a colonel of the Navy headquarters. I will not live in humiliation. I will cut you off. Zoro bit the Wado Ikimonji and used the three-sword style against it. Thinking back to the Sea King that was cut in half, he thought that T-Pen's strength was very strong. That won't do. The place we are going to is right in front of you. Come on! T-Pen raised his knife and shouted in response. From this point of view, it is obvious that the talks have collapsed. The two of them instantly gained momentum. Right-angled bird. Three-sword style Jayaki. Pon o Torai. Right-angled bird Pon o Torai. T-Pon made the first move, swinging his sword in the air to create a right-angled sword wave and slashing through the air. The slash can be turned in the air to attack the enemy, and the front end of the slash is in the shape of a bird's head. The curved slash is unpredictable, but Zoro raised his hands. The knife blocked it. T-Pen opened his eyes wide, thinking. I was seen through. Zoro took advantage of the victory and pursued. Brave Claw. The three-sword style, Shiki, and Brave Claw are similar to the two-sword style, Shishin, both of which are thrusting attacks, but there is an extra knife, so the number and power of thrusts naturally increase. One move through. T-Pen was defeated and was hit into the sea on the right, and the Rocket Man passed through. This is what Zoro said was powerful, and then he was defeated in one move. A certain nine-tailed fox expressed empathy, saying that I am powerful, and then pressed me to the ground with a palm. Woohoo! Defeat the ship slasher! Zanbei cheered again to boost the atmosphere, indicating that he must not have been the one who was nervous just now. Zoro jumped up and grabbed the Rocket Man, watching T-Pen sink to the bottom of the sea. You are a hero for coming out of the train carriage and chasing the sea train in the storm, but you can't stop us. Although you are carrying a heavy burden of justice. We are not at ease either. In the Straw Hat Pirates, it can be said that Zoro is the most rational and reasonable one. The reason is the real reason, not. After cutting off the carriage and defeating T-Pen, these two levels are passed. The rocket continued to chase. However, the frog Yakuka suddenly appeared and slapped the rocket to turn around. It did so because it thought that Granny Kokoro was captured. Therefore, the rocket and King Blue separated. King Blue was still on the normal track, but the rocket was not, and the track gradually deviated. But fortunately, Granny Kokoro, as a train conductor, had a record pointer of each station in the list. With the record pointer and Nami's navigation ability, the rocket returned to the correct track. Finally, when they approached Judicial Island and saw the light of Judicial Island, Rocket Man and King Blue successfully reunited. Frankie's family also picked up Sanji and Usopp, who lost in the battle for Robin on King Blue. Luffy. The two groups shouted at each other from a distance. Luffy was very happy to see Sanji back and said, "Who is the other one?" "Ahem, I didn't miss any good drama, did I? I have seen Judicial Island. It's time to prepare for the whole battle." Bai Yun suddenly appeared and spoke. Although they were startled, everyone agreed with what Bai Yun said. It was time for the whole battle. Moreover, it is the enemy's home and enemy's building. There is no need to worry about anything, just one word: do it. How can we not demolish it? Chapter 477. Where is Luffy? Sniper King of Sniper Island. Yes. I am Usopp's friend. I came to help you this time. Luffy and Chopper are very interested in the identity of the Sniper King and think he must be a hero. Because he wears a cape, and those who wear capes must be heroes. What's the reason? Forest Mask Bioon: yes. What's the reason then? Why am I not a hero? Because my cape is tattered. Compared to Luffy and Chopper, the others can be recognized at a glance that the Sniper King is Usopp. It's not that difficult. Not many people have that nose, and no matter how serious you pretend, the voice says Usopp. Where did Usopp go? Luffy asked. Isn't lying easy for Usopp? He's safe, you don't have to worry about him. He wants you to go all out to save Robin. Is that so? Then where is the Sniper Island? Chopper asked curiously. Usopp gave his signature to Chopper: in your hearts. Such a perfunctory answer, but for Luffy and Chopper, it was very useful. In your heart. Ms. Nami. Sanji suddenly spoke and asked everyone to listen. He told everyone about Robin's worries, which was about the Demon Slayer order. Robin was so scared, and the biggest reason was her childhood shadow, the Demon Slayer order. Otherwise, Lucci and the others would not have the qualifications to let Robin surrender without even daring to make a move. Aokiji came. And Robin dared to make a move, even though she knew she would lose. I'm not making excuses for not saving Sister Robin. However, we are going to break into the enemy camp now, and we can't guarantee that Sister Robin will follow us back. After that, Sanji was silent, waiting for everyone's reaction. Luffy and Chopper raised their hands together, shouting angrily. I don't care about that. I will never forgive them. But Luffy's next sentence was, asshole Robin. What are you talking about? Nami immediately punched Luffy on the head. Bai Yun almost laughed. Luffy, don't you understand? I know we have to save Robin, but Robin won't let us save her. Luffy replied in a childish way. Bai Yun pushed his hollow glasses and began to teach. If we don't save her, she will die, right? Right. She wants to die. Of course not. Bai Yun nodded, a teachable child. That's right, she doesn't want to die, and she doesn't want us to die. She is afraid that we will get hurt if we save her, so she won't let us save her then. Just tell her that we are not afraid. No matter what kind of opponent we face, we will save her. Show her our determination, right? Woo woo woo, Robin is really a man. Joe also listened to it, and praised Robin with tears. That's right, that's it. No matter what kind of enemy we face, we will rescue her. I will beat all enemies away. I have new moves to try. Luffy was in high spirits now. He didn't need to think about anything, just as Bai Yun said, go and save Robin, show her our determination. You are still good at coaxing, Bai Yun. Nami gave a thumbs up. Bai Yun smiled back, I've been used to it since I was a child. Then, Barry took out the map of Judicial Island and began to discuss the attack plan with everyone because he participated in the construction, Barry was familiar with Judicial Island. The outer layer of Judicial Island is surrounded by a circle of iron fences. The entire island can be divided into 4 parts, namely the front island, the first main gate, the main island, the Tower of Justice and the Bridge of Hesitation. There is also the Gate of Justice located behind the island and connected to the Bridge of Hesitation. And the bottom of the island on the map is a dark area. Because Judicial Island is actually suspended in the air, and below it is the ocean with a big hole dug out. I don't know whether it is formed naturally or artificially. When a hole appears on the sea level, sea water naturally flows down from all directions, forming a waterfall. Judicial Island is like a water scoop, suspended in this big hole, with only a scoop handle connecting the edge, and the front island is connected to the main island, but the main island and the Judicial Tower and the Bridge of Hesitation are not connected, but each has a big waterfall, and you need to lower the suspension bridge to pass through. If we pass the Gate of Justice, we can't save Robin. We have to get there before that. And even if all the people reach the main island, you are the only ones who can deal with CP9. Along the way, Barry has been impressed by Luffy and his strength. Barry's plan is that he, Delustan, Bipalulu and Frankie's family will launch an attack first to open the front island gate and the main island gate of Judicial Island. Luffy and his friends waited for 5 minutes on the Rocket Man. When the time was up, they just ran into him and rushed forward. We only have 60 of them, and there are at least 2,000 or 3,000 enemies, so, Straw Hat Boys, you should avoid meaningless battles and save your strength to deal with CP9. Luffy imitated Bai Yun's thinking, rubbed his chin, and finally nodded solemnly. Okay, got it. But for some reason, Zoro and Nami always had a bad feeling. Besides, Bai Yun fell asleep again. He fell asleep again. What time is it now? Bai Yun, you are still sleeping. Nami pushed Bai Yun, who knew that Bai Yun fell straight down, like a statue. Nami was surprised. Zoro stretched out his scabbard to catch Bai Yun's body, and then pushed it back, and Bai Yun sat back like a tumbler. At this time, Zoro also understood. Bai Yun should not be sleeping. Don't worry about him, he knows his limits. Although everyone was puzzled, it seemed that they couldn't wake up Bai Yun, so they didn't care. As Zoro said, Bai Yun knew his limits, and they didn't need to worry about Bai Yun's strength. We're here, guys. Granny Kokoro said. The Rocketeer arrived in front of Judicial Island. The huge Gate of Justice was very dazzling, and it was not an exaggeration to describe it as towering. It would take unimaginable strength to push it open with brute force. Granny Kokoro explained that it was naturally not necessary to open the door completely for the prisoner to pass through, only a crack was needed. The channel behind the door was the same as the doldrums, which was the nest of giant sea kings. I don't know how the Navy got through it. In other words, to save people. We have to rush before that door opens and closes. Don't dawdle anymore. Granny Kokoro encouraged Luffy and the others. Okay, then proceed as planned. Zanbei said. Nami and Usopp went inside to agree. Then they were taken out by Zoro, but Zoro found a new problem. Where is Luffy? Chapter 478. Is it time to sleep now? Where is Luffy? When preparing to launch the plan to attack Judicial Island, everyone found a problem, that is, Luffy disappeared again. It was really not unexpected at all. He was here just now. Nami pointed to the floor and said, just now, Luffy was standing on this piece. Straw Hat Boy. Zanbei's voice came, and he looked outside, just in time to see Luffy's figure flying over the fence outside Judicial Island with the power of the fruit, and rushed in first. He acted on his own. Why doesn't he dare to act according to the plan? Zanbei and Barry felt the feeling of wanting to kick Luffy twice. Didn't you say you understood? Luffy, yes, I understand. Isn't it just a direct fight? Never mind, let's proceed as planned. Go climb over the iron fence and break open the main gate. Instead of blaming Luffy for being reckless, it's better to set off quickly to catch up with him. 3 boatmen, Barry, Davy Jones, Biplalulu, and Frankie's family of 53 people launched the attack on King Blue. In the carriage, the remaining members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Regarding Luffy's behavior, Nami felt powerless, it's all in vain. Sanji recalled, he seemed to have said understood. Usopp said, it's impossible for him to wait for 5 minutes. Solong nodded in agreement, that's true. That's how the little straw hat is. How could Xiao Ziobai recognize him as the captain? Bai Yun woke up and fell asleep, slept and woke up again, but this time he made a statement. You are not Bai Yun. Zoro's eyes were killing Bai Yun, and the others couldn't help but look at him. This tone was indeed not like Bai Yun, and it seemed to have a little more evil than Bai Yun. Oh my, it's scary. The look in your eyes. You only remember Xiao Ziobai, but not me. Ziobai, so sad. Ziobai was more or less resistant to the name Ziobai. How could this body match my tall body and powerful strength? Ziobai. Yes, I saw Ziobai transformed into this body on Sky Island, but it was still Bai Yun who spoke. What's going on between the two of you? Sanji asked. The first time Ziobai turned into a human body was under the huge vines on Sky Island. At that time, everyone was there, except Luffy and Nami, who went to the top of the vines. Oh, there are some little secrets between us that cannot be told. Ziobai stood up and smiled back. Everyone couldn't help but reveal a drop of speechless on the back of their heads. Just a joke, anyway. Zioxiobai's consciousness can be transferred between my body and his own body, so sometimes it looks like he fell asleep, that is, his consciousness has transferred to another body. That's why when we were on Sky Island, Zioxiobai was not there. But he was able to project his consciousness onto me to help the little straw hat hit the big ears that were discharging electricity. Ziobai explained it seriously. Although everyone didn't know why they could transfer consciousness, they didn't ask deeply. They were partners, not enemies. Is that so? So cool. Chopper said, it's not difficult to make him feel cool. Ziobai looked at him, although his face was a bit like Baiun, he felt very different, especially the red eyes suddenly became vertical. Chopper suddenly got angry, goosebumps grew from head to tail, and felt the beastly nature of a beast. He wants to eat me. Ah! Chopper immediately hid behind Zoro, hiding half of his face. Do I look so scary, Fawn? We talked when I was still a snake. This was the first time that Haku talked to everyone in human form in the past. Haku was the consciousness of Haku. I'm not a fawn, hey, I'm a fawn. At this time in the past, people usually called Chopper a raccoon cat, and Chopper was used to retorting. Hee. There is also the green-haired swordsman, the yellow-haired chef, the money-loving navigator lady, the long nose, you hello. Everyone didn't know how to answer what Haku said. Well, hello. It was still Usopp who replied. Ziobai nodded and walked to the car door. Okay, there's a character coming. Ziobai asked me to stop him. Ziobai asked me to tell you that his real body is waiting for you to meet up on Judicial Island. He will protect the woman with the arm before you come. Goodbye. After that, Ziobai flew up directly to intercept the character he mentioned, the guy who was riding a bicycle on the sea and whistling his participation in this battle, according to Ziobai. Is a dimensionality reduction attack on the current Straw Hat Pirates. He must be stopped. It's not that we haven't fought against the Admiral of the Navy. Everyone looked at Ziobai's back as he flew away and looked at each other. It seems that Ziobai is very powerful. Usopp said. How can he be weak if he can freeze Akula Ragna? Zoro replied. What, he froze the tsunami? Sanji was not there, and he was surprised to hear it now. Yeah, such a big tsunami, fortunately thanks to Ziobai, otherwise we would have been taken away. Chopper replied, indicating that this was true. Nami put her hands on her waist. Although he looks mysterious and powerful, fortunately he is our partner. At least he seems to like Baiun. Everyone nodded in agreement. Luffy and the vanguard launched an attack outside. and the members of the Straw Hat Pirates waited for 5 minutes to pass in Spondam's office in the Judicial Tower. Spondam and the remaining 3 CP9 members, Gabra, Lion Waitery, Otonashi Owl, were all there. Luffy's intrusion into the Judicial Island was naturally reported to Spondam. He actually let him break into the main island. What are you doing? Where are Oimo and Cassie? The 2 giants guarding the gate were originally members of the giant pirates led by Turai and Broki, and served as the guards of the second main gate. Did they get killed? Spondam was very angry about the news that Luffy had broken into the main island. No, it's midnight now, and they are still sleeping. The signalman replied immediately. Spondam became even angrier after hearing this. Sleeping? Is it time to sleep now? Wake them up quickly. Wake up all the sleeping soldiers on the main island. The Dagon tribe, who was suddenly called up by their leader to work overtime in the middle of their sleep, was very angry. Gabra leaned on the sofa, with his elbows on the top of the sofa. It's just an invader, why make such a fuss, sir? We are here. Spondam said that this was not the case. Idiot, this is the entrance to the world government, a symbol of justice, the sacred judicial island. Invade this? What does it mean? Even a fool knows it. They dared to break into the main island for a companion. This is our shame. Damn the Straw Hat Pirates. How dare you look down on me? After saying so much, Spondam probably cares about the last sentence the most. Chapter 479. He should be a person of extraordinary strength. Luffy flew to the main island alone with his fruit ability and broke through the level alone. On the front island, with the attack of the vanguard composed of the boatman and Frankie's family, it gradually became lively and extraordinary, with artillery fire and flying bullets. 5 minutes later, the remaining members of the Straw Hat Pirates on the Rocket Man sea train were also ready to launch an attack. At this time, Lucci and the others finally arrived at the office of Spondam in the Judicial Tower. Long time no see. Sir. Lucci stood in the center position. Although he called out to Commander Spondam, his expression was cold and without a trace of respect. He disdained to pretend. But Spondam was very disdainful when he saw Lucci and the others coming back. He immediately smiled. You have worked hard. Lucci. Keiko. Bruno. Khalifa. The others did not react. Khalifa just pushed her glasses to show it. You are sexually harassing. I just called your name. Spondam shouted, how can you define it like that? 8 years ago, the criminal who fought against the world government officials in the Seven Waters City, Cody Fram. The criminal who attacked the Navy warship in O'Hara, West Sea 20 years ago, Nico Robin. She has been successfully escorted here and is waiting outside the door now. And do you have any other secret missions, Lucci? After all, you are the strongest. Jabra spoke, with a hint of sarcasm and dissatisfaction. Lucci didn't even look at him. Also, there is the pirate with a bounty of 80 million berries. Long hair and white luck. He claims to be an undercover agent assigned by Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy headquarters to the Straw Hat Pirates. He is here with us this time for the safety of the mission. He has been handcuffed with sea stone. What Garp's undercover? Ignoring Spondam's surprise, Lucci handled the matter like a robot. He is now asking to have his handcuffs removed, otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to have a good talk with Mr. Garp about your CP9's working style. Lucci was talking halfway when Bai Yun walked in. Although his hands were handcuffed with sea stone handcuffs, he seemed very calm and natural, and looked curious, looking here and there. Are you the leader of CP9, Spondam? Looking at your face and momentum, you must be a person of extraordinary strength. Otherwise, how could you lead everyone in CP9? Bai Yun knew that Spondam was a waste, and he said this just to disgust CP9. Sure enough, after this was said, except for Lucci. Everyone else showed more or less disgust. Lucci also disliked it, but he didn't show it on his face. Ha 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 ha, I am. Spondam liked Bai Yun's words very much. You said that you are an undercover arranged by the old Vice Admiral Garp of the Navy headquarters. Do you have any evidence? Bai Yun smiled back. I can contact Vice Admiral Garp now to prove my identity. But, these handcuffs. Shpondam pretended to think for a moment, but his mind was actually blank. He thought that everyone in CP9 was here. How could Bai Yun turn the tables? Open it. Open it for him now. Since Shpondam, the superior, had spoken, Keiku silently opened the handcuffs for Bai Yun. Who knew that the moment the handcuffs were untied and fell, Bai Yun flashed and punched Shpondam, and Gabra flashed and kicked. The final result. Bai Yun punched Shpondam, but it hit the air to the right of his head. And Gabra was on Shpondam's left. And Bai Yun stretched out his left hand to catch his kick. Gabra was very surprised that Bai Yun caught his kick with one hand. Although he was good at boxing, his kick was also strong, but he was caught with one hand. Ah! Shpondam opened his mouth and was very surprised. He didn't expect Bai Yun to hit him as soon as he said. But Bai Yun smiled. Oh, you are really a powerful person. You just dodged my punch casually. Although he said so, Bai Yun simply missed Shpondam on purpose. Ah! Ah! Yes, that's it. But why did you suddenly attack? You must give me an explanation. Shpondam was naturally very happy to accept Bai Yun's words. It's just to stretch your muscles after all. No one likes being tortured by sea stone, right? Bai Yun replied. You're right, then. Then I'll get ready to contact Vice Admiral Garp. Bai Yun took out the den mushi from his clothes. The one that Long gave him. Brew brew. Brew brew. The destination was the dog-headed warship in the Seven Waters. Garp was sleeping soundly in the sun, with sugar crumbs on the corners of his mouth and a donut in his hand. Suddenly, the den mushi in his chest pocket rang, but it didn't wake Garp up. Bogart was Garp's adjutant, and he reminded Garp when he saw this. Sir. The normal volume, but it still didn't wake Garp up. Seeing this, Bogart straightened his back and took a breath. Sir. Very loud. The other soldiers on guard were all startled. The snot on Garp's nose broke, and he woke up and dug his ears with his little finger. Bogart, what's so loud? Bogart didn't answer, and the background sound was the ringing of the den mushi. Brew brew. Why is someone calling me at this time? That guy Sengoku. Garp took out the den mushi and muttered to himself, then picked up the receiver. Hello, who is it? Hello, can you hear me? It's me, old man. Bai Yun, why would you call me? Oh, I miss you. Isn't it? Don't talk nonsense to me, I can only believe half of what you say. Speaking of this makes me angry, I asked you to follow Luffy. Beep beep beep. He hung up, he hung up. Bogart reminded, and suddenly felt that the words were wrong, so he added. Chapter 480 Daoli. Bai Yun called Garp to prove that he was the undercover he arranged for the Straw Hat Pirates, so he must not say too much, and hung up when he got to the key point. Garp listened to the beeping sound coming from the receiver. Bogart kindly reminded him. Sir, he hung up. Garp put the receiver away. Ha 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 ha, this brat is still the same as when he was a child. What is he up to? He called me suddenly and had no good intentions. Forget it, we will meet soon anyway. Putting away the den mushi, Garp looked at the sea level in front of him. He was looking forward to meeting his two grandsons and letting them feel his love again. Luffy and Bai Yun. Don't come over. Back to the judicial tower. I get angry when I talk about this. I asked you to follow Luffy. Day. Beep beep beep. When Garp got to the point, Bai Yun hung up the den mushi without waiting for Shpondam to ask. He just lied. No, he explained. See, this is enough to prove my identity. You heard Vice Admiral Garp's original words, I asked you to follow Luffy. Why does he feel a little angry? Maybe he thinks Luffy and I are too reckless and didn't keep an eye on them. After saying that, Bai Yun put away the den mushi and leaned on the sofa, just like he was at home. He turned the tables. There were 2 sofas on the left and right, and a table in the middle. Shpondam stood inside, and Lucci and his 4 friends stood outside. The 3 Gabras sat on the sofa on the left, so Bai Yun had a sofa all to himself. Shpondam's brain CPU was reacting quickly, but unfortunately his configuration was low-level. Garp's words just now proved that he knew Bai Yun, or that Bai Yun and Garp were related. So there should be no problem. Ahahaha, of course, this is enough to prove your identity. I wonder what your position in the Navy is. Shpondam's words were to test whether Bai Yun's identity was easy to mess with. He was the chief of CP9, and logically he didn't need to care about the Navy, but Garp was different. This guy was definitely not easy to mess with. I was trained by Vice Admiral Garp since I was a nobody, and I haven't joined the Navy yet, but Vice Admiral Garp said that if I go to the Navy, he will arrange a position for me, at least not a soldier. Garp, go to the Navy. I want to. Sengoku, Garp, stop photoshopping. They are all evil pirates. Bai Yun's words are pure nonsense. If you have no identity, it proves that it doesn't matter. I, a CP9 leader, should be polite to you, but the sentence behind that Garp has trained him since he was a child is not simple. This means that provoking Bai Yun is almost the same as provoking Garp. Shpondam is not smart, but he is in the officialdom after all. So he still understands these principles. As a second-generation official, no matter whether he has the ability or not, he should be treated as friendly as possible. Is that so? Then what are you doing with Lucci and others to the entrance of our world government, Judicial Island? Shpondam asked. You know, the leader of CP9, it's okay to call you that, right? Of course, you can call me Shpondam. I'll still call you the leader of CP9, after all, I'm just an undercover without a position now, and I like to call you that. Because every time I call you that, it's disgusting to the other 6 style supermen of CP9. After all, my mission is also to be an undercover in the Straw Hat Pirates, and now they have all come to the Judicial Island. The final result is related to whether I can continue the mission, and, on the surface, I am also a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. It's not too much to follow. If I hadn't cared about you, how could I wear sea stone handcuffs and fight with them directly? After all, you have your mission, and I have mine. When Bai Yun talks about lies, he talks freely, without any lag, and fortunately, he doesn't lose luck when he tells lies. This is that so. Then what do you plan to do? I'll just sit here with you and wait until the end to see who wins. How about it? Bai Yun replied. Ha ha ha, of course, don't worry, Judicial Island is not that easy to capture. I know how powerful Lucci and the others are, ha ha ha. Just sit down, oh no, think about your life in the Navy in the future. Shpondam's words confidently indicate that the Straw Hat Pirates have come, and don't think about leaving. Bai Yun's mission is also over, think about your life in the Navy in the future. Bai Yun raised his head, crossing his legs, he leaned back on the sofa and smiled. Then I'll wait and see. After seeing Shpondam and Bai Yun finish their conversation, Lucci was about to speak again. At this time, the owl unzipped its mouth. Cha pa pa pa. Lucci and the other 4 understood and attacked the owl. Lucci and Khalifa kicked. Keku elbowed. Bruno punched. Bai Yun finished with a flying kick. Bai Yun. I see you guys are having a good time. This is the legendary 6-style special skill. By taking the opponent's blow, you can judge the strength of the Tao in a waiting state. Right. I want to test it too. That's right. Shpondam nodded, thinking that Bai Yun even knew this. He was indeed the man of that old man Garp. I knew you were going to lose sight of it, owl. After explaining, Khalifa said. Although the owl was kicked and fell down, it turned back instantly without any impact. 6-style sports, hand to hand. If the power of a soldier holding a weapon is 10, then your power is. I'm going to expose your true colors. I know how strong you are. Khalifa 630 power. Bruno 820 power. Keku 2200 power. Lucci 4000 power. When the value of 4000 came out, the one who was most surprised was Gabra. 4000 DPI. Hey, are you kidding me? I've never heard of such a high DPI. It's true, everyone has become stronger, cha papa. I've tested Gabra, Yudari, and myself, and the rankings are like this. First place, Lucci 4000 DPI. Second place, Keku 2200 DPI. Third place, Gabra 2180 DPI. Fourth place, Bruno 820 DPI. Fifth place, Yudari 810 DPI. Sixth place, Owl 800 DPI. Seventh place, Khalifa 620 DPI. I protested. Lucci is fine, but why does Keku have more than me? Gabra disagreed again. Owl said, Keku has also become stronger. What about me? Why did you forget about me? Bai Yun said. Oh, the extra kick just now was from you. I thought the commander had become so strong. The power of Taoism is. Owl looked as if he had suddenly realized something, and then felt the kick from Bai Yun again. 2181 power of Taoism. What? Khalifa, Bruno, and Weik, who were lower than Bai Yun, were all a little surprised. But the most surprised was Gabra. 1 point, just 1 point more than me, what a joke. Owl was very sure, cha papa, the value is correct, this navy undercover is not weak either. I don't believe it. Bai Yun smiled in response, Mr. Lucci is the most powerful. Keku cast a skeptical look, you know, on the sea train, Bai Yun wearing sea stone handcuffs could block his kick. Is Bai Yun's power of Taoism really only 2181 points? The fact is just as Keku guessed, the armament color is the control of physical strength. As long as you master the armament color, you can accurately control your own strength. Combined with the kick he caught from Gabra, Bai Yun was able to kick out this kick with 2181 points of Dao power. Chapter 481. What a good relationship. I don't accept it. Given that Keku's Dao power was 2200 points and Bai Yun's was 2181 points, both of which were more than him, Gabra looked up to the sky and shouted that he didn't accept it. Keku, and you, a long-haired, sissy-looking navy undercover. Hand-in is just a test of physical skills. I will add the power of the devil fruit when I practice, so I can't lose to you. Remember this. Bai Yun certainly wouldn't sit there and be scolded. I know, 2180 points. He clearly said he knew it, but he didn't call the name, only the Dao power points, which was a mockery. You bastard! Gabra gritted his teeth. Keku said calmly, oh, whatever you want, I don't care anyway. That's right, it's better not to listen to the words of a vicious dog. Lucci said. Gabra was already angry, and now he was even angrier. Asshole, who are you calling a vicious dog, you weird cat? The two of them were on the verge of a fight, and the shadows projected on the ground turned into the shadows of leopards and wolves. What a good relationship! Bai Yun said, and poured himself a cup of tea, which was really comfortable. Shpondam could hear that this was ironic, but he didn't dare to stop them if either of them got angry and clapped their hands. They would be dead. Hey, stop it, both of you. Khalifa stopped. Keku was puzzled, why is Gabra so angry today? The soldiers on the island are talking about it. Yesterday, Gabra was dumped by Catherine in the cafeteria. The owl said that when there is gossip, his mouth will not close, even if there is a zipper on his mouth. No wonder Bruno looked like he had figured it out. Owl's words instantly pulled Gabra back. What? How did they know? Owl felt a little guilty. I said, Cha papa, you bastard, what's the zipper on your mouth for? Okay, you finally meet and you're arguing after practicing the 6 styles. You're both superhumans with a power of over 500. Shpondam came out to mediate. After all, we can't let them fight, and Bai Yun is still here. If they fight, it will be a joke. The commander's power is 9. Owl sabotaged again. Asshole, I'm the commander, so it doesn't matter. What's more, I have a hidden sword. I knew you were weak, commander. Khalifa made the final move. Hey, can you be more tactful? Khalifa. You are sexually harassing me. I'm just answering your question. You are sexually harassing me. Shpondam was fooled. Wittery jumped out again. Khalifa, you are so rude. Commander, this I want to commit seppuku. Seppuku iron block. Wittery turned the metal zen stick and stabbed it into his stomach, and at the same time used the iron block. Really, he wanted to die, but he didn't dare. I can't die. Could it be that my mother in heaven won't let me die? Wittery was very disappointed. Gabra couldn't stand his hypocrisy. You'd better die soon. Looking at this group of various level bosses, Bai Yun found it very interesting. Each of them has some problems in their brains. If you don't mind, I can be your Keishakunin to help you. Bai Yun said. The Keishakunin is a person who helps to kill the person after he commits seppuku to reduce the suffering of the person. Waito said, Oh, and no need, since suicide failed, it must be the mother's blessing, no suicide, no suicide. Bai Yun smiled back. You'd better be, and Bai Yun remembered that this guy's mother introduced that he seemed to be still alive. What a filial son. Okay. Anyway, you have worked hard for the past 5 years. I have something to give you later. Now let me see the world's hope first. Shpondam took out 2 devil fruits. If it weren't for the show, Bai Yun wanted to snatch them away directly, but he realized that they were not powerful fruits, so he should focus on the overall situation. The hope of the world mentioned by Shpondam naturally refers to Robin and Frankie, the 2 keys to open the ancient weapons. The door opened, and Robin and Frankie were taken to Shpondam's office by 2 soldiers. The 2 soldiers did not follow in, but closed the door and stood guard on both sides. In front of Robin and Frankie, there was a rest area with 2 sofas and a table. Behind the rest area, the conversation area of the office. Rock and Frankie were directly opposite Shpondam's desk. Shpondam sat directly on the table. And there was an elephant on the right side of the table. In front of the table, there were 7 separate sofas on each side, with 7 CP9 members sitting on each side. Bai Yun was still sitting on the sofa in the rest area. Robin glanced over and only saw the back of his head. Wow, ha ha ha. It's so cool. Shpondam laughed at the 2 of them, and then said some nonsense. What, Frankie is still alive, and Robin has finally been caught, and what they are doing now is for the world. How noble it is. All those who stand in our way should be killed. This is for peace. And that fishman, if he doesn't hand over what we need, he's an obstacle to justice. He deserves to be killed. Shpondam was referring to Frankie and Iceberg's master, the shipbuilder Tom the fishman. Frankie couldn't listen anymore. Mr. Tom risked his life to protect the design just to prevent it from falling into the hands of people like you. Frankie flew over and bit Shpondam's head. He was only tied up, not his legs. Chapter 482 Flying Rocket. Outside, Luffy attacked the main island court of Judicial Island alone. When the signalman wanted to report that the casualties were at least 500, the signalman was knocked unconscious by a falling rock as soon as 5 came out. But Shpondam, who was on the Den Den Mushi side, heard that the casualties were only 5, and he was very proud. However, I don't know if it is, let alone 5, Luffy continued to attack, more than 500. Luffy attacked alone. Everyone behind was also catching up. The main gate of the front island is the first main gate, which is guarded by a large number of guards. With the efforts of the boatman and Frankie's family, the 2 huge blue kings, Sodom and Gomorrah, pushed it open. At this time, exactly 5 minutes had passed, and the rocket man carrying the remaining members of the Straw Hat Pirates on it began to charge. Zoro was still on the front of the car outside, responsible for cutting off the iron fence. What is that sea train? It's the Straw Hat Boy's partner. Close the door quickly. however. There were too many guards on the judicial island. Even if the door was pushed open, the guards who found Zoro and his team immediately closed the door. Zoro saw it and could only shout, "Granny Kokoro!" "Ah!" He said that the plan has changed, everyone hurry up. Granny Kokoro relayed Zoro's words. This sounded ominous. They can't get through the iron fence. Close it, close the gate. Hey, what does that frog want to do? The guards who closed the door into a crack saw Yakuka lying in front of the Rocket Man and pushed the iron fence with one hand. Then the Rocket Man drove along the bent iron fence and flew directly into the air. What? Flying! In the carriage, Sanji and others felt a sudden sense of weightlessness and immediately looked for something to hold on to. The Rocket Man flew directly over the main gate. At this time, the people inside the gate had just knocked down the giant Oimo, and they stood on his back, enjoying the scenery of victory. Then Barry's shoulder was pierced by the captain of the Law Dog team. The Law Dog team is a guard force riding on police dogs, the first level guard of Judicial Island. Damn it! In the pirate world, being pierced in the shoulder is just a minor injury, not worth mentioning. Barry punched the Law Dog team, and the Law Dog team immediately retreated, introduced themselves and woke up the fainted Oimo. Oimo woke up and immediately stood up. Barry and others got off Oimo's back. And Oimo himself was very angry. I won't forgive you bastards. Then the Rocket Man flew over and hit him on the back. He just got up and lay down again. The guards of Judicial Island, the Law Dog team and Barry were so scared that their eyes bulged. Barry and others couldn't help but complain. Rocket Man is flying over from above. Then why did we go to such great lengths to open the door? What happened? The captain of the French dog team was puzzled. At this time, the formation on the left, which was not really a formation, was just a crowd, and people fell one by one. What's going on over there? The smoke dissipated. The figures of Zoro and Sanji emerged, and all the guards under their feet were fallen, which was naturally their work. Look, I know that swordsman, he is the subordinate of the Straw Hat Boy, Roronoa Zoro. The guards recognized Zoro, after all, he is now worth 60 million Baileys. Hey, did you hear that they said you are his subordinate? Sanji said with a mocking tone. Zoro replied calmly, that's better than a nobody like you, Pirate A. What did you say? Then Pirate B. It seemed that the two were about to fight. Usopp quickly reminded, you two should stop here. But the sound was so loud that it sounded like the vocal cords had fallen at home. Sniper King, your voice is so soft. Chopper said. But because of this, he was discovered by the guards. Look, there are people next to the sea train, they must be their accomplices. Fire, fire. The shells were fired. And Usopp and Chopper were scared and immediately dodged. But when the shells were about to hit the train, they were kicked away and fell into the group of guards, blowing them up. Oh my, the shells are very dangerous. There are innocent citizens here. The forest mask Bayun appeared again, walked out of the train door leisurely, and pointed at the top of the train. At the same time, on an island, Ace was running at full speed, and Bayun appeared from his hat, just grabbed his back and let Ace run on his back. You're back, Bayun, what's wrong? Why did you disappear all night? Bayun didn't answer first, but looked at the person chasing him from behind, who was not wearing a chef's uniform, and combined with the time. Did you just come out of the hotel? Ha ha ha, that's right. Back to Judicial Island. On the train pointed by Forest Mask Bayun were Granny Kokoro and her granddaughter Timney, and the cat and rabbit Quinby, who were waving their hands. Stop, don't you see the elderly and children? Small animals. Don't hit us. Meow. I'm the driver of the sea train hijacked by the Straw Hat Boy. Zanbei looked at them and couldn't help but complain, is there such a drunk hostage? Also, isn't that the wishing elf? Why is he here? In the identity of the Frankie family, Forest Mask Bayun is still the wishing elf. For some reason, they recognized Usopp but not Baiun. It was a close call, they almost beat the hostage to death. Using children and the elderly as hostages, they are really despicable pirates. Also, who are you? I'm just here for sightseeing. Sightseeing? The guards were confused by this answer. They came here for sightseeing. Did I hear it wrong, or are you crazy? Forest Mask Baiun ignored them. You continue to break through, I'll help Luffy. Zoro and Sanji nodded in response. Forest Mask Baiun flew into the air towards the inside of Judicial Island. Fly away. Quickly shoot him down. At this time, black clouds floated over and covered their vision. What is this? The clouds floated out of Nami's weather stick. Hot bubbles and cold bubbles mix to convert water molecules in the atmosphere into clouds. This finished version of the weather stick is really extraordinary. Looking at the thunderclouds she created, Nami was very satisfied. The speed and scale are very different from before. Then let me try the power of thunder. Thunder weather. Nami used the weather stick to create electric bubbles and hit the thunderclouds, giving the clouds electrical energy, and instantly produced a powerful lightning strike. A large number of guards were electrocuted and their bones were exposed. Nami was almost struck by the lightning, and she cried out of fear and immediately hid behind. After seeing Usopp, she gave him a weather stick. This thing can't distinguish between friend and foe at all. Sniper King. Nami. Why are you hitting the Sniper King? Chopper was puzzled because he didn't know that the Sniper King was Usopp. It won't matter if you hit him once. Nami carried the weather stick on her shoulder. Usopp covered his head. Don't put the blame on me, it was you who used it improperly, and Usopp also said that he didn't design this ability. But it's really powerful, it killed so many people at once. Yes, Usopp, that's right, there are many people, but also Zoro and Sanji. Chapter 483. You can kick him as you like, he is resistant to kicks. Outside, Forest Mask Baiun appears again. It's very convenient to fly. Go catch up with Luffy to help him first. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also joined the main gate and attacked inside with King Blue. After Barry asked Zoro to tell Lucci that they were fired, he stayed with David Jones and Bipli Lulu. The three of them stopped the French dog team and some guards. Zoro and his team continued to move forward according to Barry. They were the main force against CP9 and should not spend their energy here. King Blue was very fast. After passing through the main gate of Judicial Island, they went straight through a long and narrow passage to reach the second main gate suspended above the waterfall. Through the second main gate, the front gate of the main island, you can reach the main island. The long and narrow passage leading to the main island and the main island are completely suspended above the abyss of the huge waterfall. Now everyone is on the way to the second main gate. Back to Spondam's office. Frankie bit Spondam. Although CP9 didn't like Spondam as their leader, they couldn't just watch. Yo! Wei Chu made a move, and the metal Zen stick hit Frankie's back. Frankie let go of Spondam in pain and fell to the ground. And Bai Yun was still drinking tea and eating fruit in the rest area. Thinking. I didn't expect that Ziobai could sense the approaching Aokiji. Could it be that in the original history, Aokiji was watching in secret but didn't take action? No matter what, it's right not to let him come. His action is simply a dimensionality reduction attack on Luffy and the others. Now I hope Ziobai can stop him. Well, outside, Luffy also attacked the court, and Zoro and the others were also heading for the second main gate. The show will soon be on. Spondam was relieved, and stepped on Frankie's head to vent his anger. In short, he didn't expect Frankie to be alive. If he had known he was still alive, he wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. His previous crimes were enough to kill him. He said Frankie was stupid, and Iceberg was smart. Although the master died at the hands of the world government, he was able to integrate the shipyards of the Seven Water City and set up a company to make it the exclusive shipyard of the world government. In this way, even if Spondam knew that Iceberg had the design drawings, it would be difficult for him to take action. And Spondam's words also let Frankie know that he had misunderstood Iceberg. In order to protect the design drawings, Iceberg helped the murderer who killed the master to build a ship, and naturally he was very tormented in his heart. Wow, ha ha ha, he's very smart. But the balance still tilted towards us after all. When I couldn't stand it anymore and was ready to take tough measures, Admiral Aokiji brought me good news. The Straw Hat Pirates carrying the criminal Nico Robin are heading for the Seven Waters. So I thought of a battle plan based on the Demon Slayer order, although the plot is a little different. You two keys to the ancient weapons are standing here obediently, aren't they? I'm so excited now because I now have the power to control a country at any time. Spondam shouted proudly. Bai Yun just felt it was harsh with Spondam's virtue. He was destined to not achieve anything big. Looking at Spondam, who looked like a fool and almost crazy, Robin couldn't help asking, "Why did Aokiji give you the Demon Slayer order as a summoning qualification?" Spondam knocked Robin down with a punch. At the same time, a small click came from Bai Yun's side, and the teacup cracked. Lucci noticed this, but said nothing. Bai Yun also comforted himself in his heart. Sister Robin had the biggest knot in her heart, so she had to endure it. Endure it. You are not worthy of asking me questions, you rude woman. O'Hara's surviving bastard, if I didn't think you were still useful, your existence would be meaningless. Why don't you thank me? Besides, you will have to face torture that will make you want to die but can't. Be prepared for it. Torture you, use you, and finally throw you into the sea to feed the fish. This is your sin. Wah ha ha ha. By the way, there was a guy who wanted to save you just now. Spondam mentioned Luffy and was proud of the fact that there were only 5 casualties. Just catch them all and bring them to Impulse City together. At this point, Robin couldn't stand it anymore. She could die, but Luffy and the others couldn't. No, wait, you're not keeping your word. Didn't you say that as long as I do what you said, you will guarantee their safety? What are you shouting about? I'm guaranteeing their safe departure from Water 7. Yes, aren't they leaving Water 7 safely now and heading here? Spondam played word games, but Lucci did tell Robin that. What did you say? Did you plan to play word games from the beginning? Frankie was also very disdainful. You are such stinking shits, you have no humanity at all. What did you say? After being scolded, Spondam raised his foot to step down, and at this time a murderous aura rushed straight at him, scaring Spondam so much that goosebumps grew from head to tail, and his body stopped. Looking to the left, it was naturally the murderous aura emitted by Bai Yun, who stood up and looked at this side. But Bai Yun did smile on the surface. Lucci was secretly on guard. And he was now very curious about Bai Yun's true strength. After all, I am still Robin's partner, even though I am an undercover agent. My mission is not over until you completely capture the Straw Hat Pirates. I am very into the role, the leader of CP9. Again, you have your mission, I have mine. Don't go too far, they will be imprisoned in the city and tortured sooner or later anyway. Bai Yun's words made Robin and Frankie confused. What do you mean, long-haired man? You are the same as those damn pigeon breeders. Are you an undercover? Frankie asked loudly in disbelief. Bai Yun looked at him, but this big iron man is not my partner. You can kick him as much as you want, he can withstand kicks. Frankie's eyes widened. What? Chapter 484 Until Death. Bai Yun tolerated Spondam's first punch to Robin, but couldn't stand it the second time and stood up. He just wanted to untie Robin's knot. And also wanted Luffy and the others to eat these experience packs of CP9. But it doesn't mean that he can watch his partner being punched and kicked. With murderous intent, Bai Yun said that he is now very into the role. Before Spondam solved the Straw Hat Pirates, he was still an undercover partner of the Straw Hat Pirates. How could he beat his partner in front of him? Spondam felt strange in his heart. You are a Navy undercover, but you have feelings for the pirate undercover, right? Or see if you are Ka, who cares about you, the subordinate of the old madman Puna. Spondam thought to himself that Frankie just said it directly. He was disgusted by the word undercover. He loudly questioned Bai Yun whether he was also an undercover like those bastards like Lucci. Asshole long-haired man. So, Bai Yun looked at him and said. But this big iron man is not my partner, you can kick him as you like, he can't stand it. Frankie opened his eyes wide and couldn't believe it. What? Spondum kicked him in the mouth directly. Shut up, you are so noisy. You are right, Bai Yun. Anyway, the torture they will receive in the future will be much more painful than my 3 punches and 2 kicks. You, take them both over there and lock them up. Nico Robin's sea-stone handcuffs must not be untied, Fram. Oh no, now I should ask Frankie to wrap the iron chain around his body a few more times. At this critical moment, Spondum still gave Bai Yun some face when Pluto reappears, not to mention Bai Yun, Garp won't give him face. Bai Yun knew what he was thinking and could guess that even if Pluto would appear, he would not be in the hands of a SB like you. You can't dream of a long life like this. At this time, Bruno whispered to Owl, have the Straw Hat Boys appeared? Owl knew everything. Yes, Cha Papa, I just received a call, it was a mess, and the commander felt embarrassed. However, there are only 5 casualties. Bruno looked at Den Den Mushi and found that the receiver of the Den Den Mushi had fallen off. This was also the reason why the signalman on the battlefield couldn't get through when he called. Don't say 5, up to now, the casualties are estimated to be thousands. Wait until the ship that takes them to Impel Down is ready, and send them to the Gate of Justice immediately. CP9 will go back to the room to rest for now. When this is done, the status of CP9 will be greatly improved. Then let's raise a toast to celebrate. Lucci stood up and answered, we may not be in the mood to raise a toast to celebrate. We are not interested in power and status. We exist for the world government. As long as the world government wants you to be our commander, we must complete the task perfectly, but this does not mean that we will agree with your ideas. Spondum knew that they could not afford to offend. You are right. So what are you pursuing? Lucci turned around and showed half of his face that had turned into a leopard man. It's blood. Because killing people here is legal. Spondum was startled. He was scared but felt that he was lucky to be their commander. He was lucky to have such a group of crazy subordinates with them. He didn't have to be afraid of anything. Lucci turned around, changed back to his original appearance, and looked at Bai Yun. Bai Yun smiled back. Killing is legal, what a great thing. But you have to be strong enough, otherwise, you will hit a wall one day. If you like killing people, you should also be prepared to be killed. I am very confident in my ability. Lucci replied, and then he was about to leave. Wait, don't forget this. Spondum threw the devil fruit to Keku and Khalifa. Jabera was so scared that he immediately moved away. Isn't this a devil fruit? Don't bring that near me. Keku was puzzled, why are you reacting so strongly? Jabera. Idiot, don't you know? There is a demon hidden in the body of the ability user. If I get close to another fruit, the other demon in the fruit will appear and fight with the demon in my body, blowing me to pieces. Ha! At this time, Bai Yun suddenly appeared behind Gabra and laughed loudly. Gabra was so scared that his braids stood up. Ah! Ha 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 ha! Bai Yun almost died of laughter. This is a killer, this is stupid. You bastard Navy undercover! Gabra gritted his teeth in anger and was about to attack. Bruno spoke. Fool, you are an intelligence officer, but you believe these rumors on the streets. The scientists of the Grand Line have figured out the conditions for transferring abilities you are talking about. Eating 2 in the case of a fruit, it will indeed blow people up without a trace. This is the retribution for greed. Eating 1 fruit requires a great risk, let alone eating 2. Lucci added. Taking this opportunity, Bruno cast an inquiring look at him. Lucci nodded slightly. And Bruno disappeared in a flash. Naturally, he went to deal with Luffy. Oh no, to give experience. Really? But, sir, you actually have 2 devil fruits, where did you get them from? It should be said that Bai Yun felt that although Spondum was stupid, he was still a good leader. Don't be afraid, a leader who can also take out real things is of course good. I have my own way, eat it, for future battles. But, let me be frank, I don't know what the abilities of these two devil fruits are. Bai Yun personally tied Robin and Frankie to the wall on the left side of Spondum. Then he walked to the window and saw Luffy climbing to the top floor of the court. That's the last house, right? But there's no way to get there. Standing on a bulge on the edge of the roof, Luffy looked at the judicial tower opposite and spotted Bai Yun in the opposite window. He smiled and was about to say hello when Bruno appeared with the air door. Air door? What is this? Luffy was puzzled, but when Brook came out of the door, he recognized him at once. You are the cow with the pigeon farmer. For Brook's space movement, Luffy said it was very cool buddy. How did you do it so amazing, magic? Bruno ignored Luffy and looked behind him through Luffy. Explosions were heard everywhere and people were lying on the ground. Sure enough, it's very different from the intelligence. I don't think there are only 5 casualties, but it really scared me. It's unheard of in the history of the world government that someone could break into the government gate. How long will you make trouble? Brook asked grimly. Luffy showed a firm look. Until death. Chapter 485. Leave it to me to deal with it until death. Luffy replied with a firm look to the question of how long Brook will make trouble. Standing in a horse stance and putting his hands on his knees is Luffy's warm-up action. Robin is in the room behind. Right, get out of the way. Awesome. Bruno certainly couldn't get out of the way. You don't seem to realize that this is a world-class crime. Luffy was puzzled. Why are you talking to me about this? What do you want to say? The world government is a huge organization with more than 170 countries in all seas around the world. And you dared to attack the island under the government, which means you will be enemies with all the member states. The world government will catch you all at all costs and behead you as a warning. You are just a few dozen people, you are too arrogant. Luffy said that you can talk, but if you listen to me, I will lose. I let you, get out of the way. No matter whether I let you or not. Since the moment you stepped into the judicial island, you have no future. It's useless to fight. You have seen our 6 styles at Carrera Company. Your combat power cannot be compared with ours. Luffy raised his hands and hit his fists against his palms. That's true, but it's different now. I don't think I will lose at all. After saying that, Luffy charged. Bruno was very disdainful. Sighed, and used the invincible iron block. Rubber spinning bullet. Luffy extended his fist backwards, rotated his arm, rolled it into a twist, and when he got close to Bruno, he hit him in the abdomen instantly. With a bang, Bruno's mouth spurted blood, and he retreated on the ground, bent his waist, and bowed directly. I was shocked. This what's going on in Carrera Company? Luffy is not this strong. Luffy ignored his doubts and continued to attack. Rubber machine gun. Facing the seemingly dense fists, Bruno immediately used shaving and flashed to Luffy's right. However, he was caught by Luffy, and when his body stopped, Luffy turned and punched him. It hit Bruno's chin and smashed him onto a protrusion on the edge of the roof, smashing it to pieces. What world, what government, I don't care. We just want to get Robin back and Bayun. Bruno stood up and looked at Luffy. He didn't know how Luffy became so strong in one night. Bayun, it's very simple. Spiritual power and the aura of the protagonist, and of course, the understanding of new moves. I underestimated you. Moon step. Bruno approaches Luffy by stepping left and right in the air. Luffy is about to attack. Bruno kicks sideways, storm kick. Wow! Luffy ducks and Bruno steps down, and Luffy immediately steps back to avoid it. But Bruno's attack is not over yet. Iron block wheel. Bruno puts his whole body in the iron block state, using his feet as wheels, and rotates vertically at high speed to continuously hit Luffy. Every step he takes is powerful enough to break the ground. Luffy keeps stepping back to avoid Bruno's move, and Bruno's last kick almost knocks him to the ground. Start door. A hole in the shape of his body appeared on the ground, and then it closed again. Luffy stabilized his body. Hey, there is a door on the ground. Just when Luffy was curious, Bruno opened the door again, grabbed Luffy's feet to open the door, and stuck his feet in two small doors on the ground. Stuck. Why is there such a small door? Luffy complained. Bruno appeared from the air in front of him. Did you do it? Are you a devil fruit user? Luffy's brain finally reacted, it's not easy. I am a door-opening fruit user. I can turn anything I touch into a door. Revolving door. Bruno explained as he slapped Luffy's eyes, twisting his face so that his eyes were spinning like a revolving door. Ah, what happened? Why are my eyes spinning around? Which way is in front? Stop it. Luffy was a little panicked. This was exactly what Bruno wanted, and he kicked Luffy directly, Ray kick. If a wish appears. At the same time, another voice appeared, and a figure quickly appeared between Bruno and Luffy, kicking Bruno's storm kick into the air with a high kick. Then I will appear, I am the wishing spirit. The forest mask Bayun is here. You again? Bruno frowned and said. Yes, it's me. Bang. After answering, the forest mask Bayun did an American-style IAI and shot Bruno in the abdomen without hesitation. Bruno opened the iron block. Even if it was opened, the impact of the bullet still knocked him back at such a close distance. Hey Bino, I have to say. Luffy forgot how to call Bayun in front of him, the forest mask or the wishing spirit, or just Bayun. 3 options, this is too difficult for Luffy. Wishing spirit. Bayun reminded, and helped Luffy stop the rotating eye door and close it. Yes, wishing spirit. Hey, it's closed, the door on the face. Luffy shook the ground hard and lifted his feet from the ground. Of course, if you can open it, you can close it. Then, do you want to come together? You think too highly of yourself, Forest Mask Bayun replied, and then asked Luffy, you learned that move, right? Luffy Forest Mask Bayun was talking about the second gear. Of course Luffy smiled back, of course since I lost to Aokiji, I have been thinking that if I can't become stronger in the future, I will not be able to protect my partners. Although some partners are not strong, I hope to become stronger with them. If I can't become stronger, then I will lose them. As he spoke, Luffy's eyes became sharp, and he began to take a horse stance, pressing his fists on the ground, preparing to inject chi into his body. Forest Mask Bayun suddenly spoke, very good, very determined. Then, don't try, I believe you have mastered it. Don't waste your energy on this cow, the leopard is your ultimate opponent. Leave this cow to me. Chapter 486. You are too naive. Leave this bull to me. Luffy was in high spirits and was about to start the second gear, but Forest Mask Bayun spoke first and suppressed his energy bar. It means saving energy to deal with Lucci, the leopard. This bull has no experience points and needs to be used to start the second gear. What? What? Two whats sounded naturally from Luffy and Bruno. Luffy's what means I haven't reacted yet. Bruno's what is the angry words of being underestimated. I was underestimated. Everyone thought they could beat me. This is the truth. Bayun replied with a smile, and that smile was full of sarcasm. Bruno's eyes darkened and his feet started. Too slow. Bayun raised his gun and shot, hitting Bruno in the shoulder, so fast that Bruno didn't even have time to use the iron block. Bruno's eyes rolled back in pain, and when he looked up, Bayun was already close to him, with the muzzle of the gun against his head. Bang! Iron block! Open the air door! Bayun made a bang with his mouth. Bruno was so scared that he used the iron block and the air door together. You are so timid that you are not suitable to be a killer. Bruno disappeared, and Bayun said while looking at the floor where he was standing when he disappeared. Inside the air door, Bruno could see everything outside, but his vision was green. What a fast speed! Even faster than Shave. No, impossible, Rokushiki is invincible in physical skills. He completed the movement speed before I could react. It's not Rokushiki's problem, it's my problem. Bruno had a clear understanding of himself. He is very fast, a mobile physical skill that is almost the same as shave. Turn his body into a door, block his movements, and then I will attack no problem. Just be careful of that Straw Hat Kid. Bruno brainstormed in the space inside the air door, but he didn't know that all plans were nothing in front of absolute strength. Open the air door. Bruno opened the door to the right of Bai Yun to reveal his position. Almost instantly, Bai Yun raised his hand and fired. However, the shot missed at this distance. Bruno only opened a gap to deceive Bai Yun's attention. Bruno's purpose was to make Bai Yun turn around and shoot, because after turning around, there was no one behind him before. He was standing, but Luffy was behind him if Bruno wanted to attack from behind. It would mean exposing his back to Luffy. So, the next second, Bruno instantly appeared behind Bai Yun, opened the door and grabbed Bai Yun's arms with both hands. Bruno smiled, and just as he was about to catch him, Bai Yun's figure flashed and disappeared. You are so naive. The voice came, and Bai Yun had appeared above Bruno's head with the help of the air pressure technique. His body quickly rotated up and down, and then, the impact was superimposed, and his heel chopped down like a knife. Naku's guillotine. A kick hit Bruno's neck, and Bruno's eyes rolled back and he fell straight down. Have a good sleep, you cow. After landing smoothly, Bai Yun did not forget to add a knife. Wish Fairy, you are really fast. But I should be able to keep up with you in second gear. Luffy came over and said with a smile, not blaming Bai Yun for stealing his experience pack. I am just fast. Bai Yun replied modestly. Hee, okay. Let's go together. Robin is in that house. Luffy pointed to the judicial tower and said. Bai Yun said, don't worry, wait a little longer, everyone is here too. Bai Yun raised his foot and stepped on the ground, meaning that Zoro and his team had already entered the court and were rushing up. While Luffy was dealing with Bruno and Bai Yun appeared halfway and dealt with Bruno, Zoro and his team also broke through 2 gates and came to the inside of the court. Now Bai Yun and Luffy were standing on the roof of the court. Usopp was behind, and after telling the gatekeepers Oimo and Cassie about Turai and Broki in the small garden, he made them turn against them and help them attack the judicial island. The world government deceived Oimo and Cassie, claiming that their leaders, Tori and Broki, had been imprisoned by the government as long as Oimo and Cassie worked for the world government for 100 years. The 2 leaders would be released, so the 2 believed the world government's lies and guarded the gate of Judicial Island for 50 years. So, Usopp and the boatmen became the 3rd echelon and were also on the way to the court with Zoro and his team leading the way, and the 2 giants Oimo and Cassie, their speed was not slow. Zoro and his team charged on the Blue King, but under the attack of the guards of Judicial Island, the 2 Blue Kings also fell, but they also successfully completed their mission, which was to send Zoro and his team to the court. At the request of Blue King, everyone ignored him and entered the court. The guards in the court were just as many as not many, and they were densely packed behind the door. However, this also gave Zoro the opportunity to test the power of the 3rd generation Kaiditsu's ghost energy. 3 Swords Style Beautiful Demon Nightless Demon Slash. An enhanced version of Demon Slash. With a small amount of demon energy attached to make the sword look like it is shaking, and a huge demon shadow stretched out behind it, which Zoro called the Beautiful Demon. With a flash, the dense guards were instantly cleared out to create a path. Let's go, the path has been cleared. Zoro said calmly, looking like he had hidden his merits and fame. Zanbei complained again, so I wonder why he is not the captain. Then Zoro and his friends went up the stairs to the top floor. When they were outside, they learned about Luffy and his friends on the top floor through Timney, and their purpose was naturally to reunite with Luffy. Zanbei and his Frankie family stayed to deal with the court judge and other guards, the guilty jury. The court judge has 3 heads, and each head often quarrels with each other because of disagreements. In fact, it is composed of 3 people wearing 1 piece of clothing, Base on the left, Kabir on the right. And the one in the middle calls himself Her Royal Highness the Princess. Anyway, it's another oh no, 3 weirdos. Back on the roof, Luffy nodded after hearing Bai Yun's words. Of course. They are not weak either. Then wait for them, but let's confirm it first. Bai Yun understood what Luffy meant by the last sentence and immediately covered his ears. Having grown up together, when Luffy sticks his butt out, Bai Yun knows what he is going to fart about. Luffy took a breath and shouted. Robin! Luffy's shout resounded over the judicial island. Those who heard it were naturally happy and worried. But just like what Kokoro said. No matter what the final result is, this thing that people have never dared to think about for hundreds of years will definitely shock the world. Chapter 487 I Can Help You. In the outside world, Luffy broke into the roof of the court. Bruno was beaten to the ground by Luffy and Bai Yun in turn. The two gates were broken. And the pirates all killed their way into the court. Spondum was still in his office, feeling proud and unaware that the outside world was in chaos. In the office, Robin and Frankie were locked to the right wall. Bai Yun moved a chair and sat in front of them. Bai Yun was mainly watching Robin, otherwise Frankie would be useless. Sister Robin. I'll ask you again, do you really want to die? Do you think you don't want to live anymore? You don't have to answer me right away. This is not a question that can be answered carelessly. Spondum was sitting on a single sofa, crossing his legs and looking proud. Look, FANFIC, referring to the elephant, the golden den mushi. It's the same as the Demon Slayer order, only generals and above can have it. It's an extremely precious species. This is what Aokiji left for me to use to launch the Demon Slayer order, but now, as long as I revive the ancient weapon, I don't need to borrow it from the Admiral, I can dispatch this unit at will. Speaking of this, Spondum glanced at Bai Yun's back and thought, at that time, I don't need to care about you, Garp, Puka. A little undercover in the Navy just dared to go against me. The undercover has fallen in love, right, SB? Spondum is dreaming of his spring and autumn period. Even if he really awakens Pluto, Pluto will not be controlled by him, and he will not be qualified to issue the demon killing order at any time. After all, the 5 elders and the Navy are not fools. And even if he controls Pluto, Bai Yun thinks that old man Garp may pull him out of the cockpit. As long as I press this button, an island will be reduced to ashes. Wow, ha ha ha, power itself is a weapon. Spondum put his finger on the button of the golden den mushi, looking eager to try. Robin stared at him. Robin knew what pressing that small button meant, and this idiot actually used it as a joke. Just then, the right door of the office was pushed open. And a judicial island guard who looked like a clerk appeared at the door. Captain Spondum. Wow! Spondum was startled and almost pressed it, but fortunately she didn't, and she was relieved immediately. Not to mention her, Robin was also scared. I was scared to death. What happened to you? You didn't even knock on the door, and I was almost scared to press the button. I'm sorry, there's a reason. This is a den mushi sent from the main island of Judicial Island. The guard held the den mushi in his hand. Spondum said that he couldn't give him the phone directly, and then he realized that he didn't put the den mushi receiver away. After taking the den mushi, Spondum walked directly to Robin and the others. Looking down at them from a high position. Bai Yun, you are really conscientious in your undercover duties. You are so thoughtful to keep an eye on the prisoners. But now everything is over. You should think about your future life. Wahahaha. Nico. Robin, the main island sent an emergency call. But I don't think it's a big deal. We can all imagine what happened. The Straw Hat Kid who fought hard to kill my 5 soldiers. What happened? I'm afraid your friends were smashed into pulp in front of my strongest guards Oimo and Cassie. Wahahaha. Let's listen to the fate of these guys who dared to openly confront the world government. Spondum was very proud. Bai Yun didn't speak, but he laughed in his heart. Spondum, CP9 is blessed to have a leader like you. Be proud. The more proud you are, the more surprised you will be later. You bastard! Frankie cursed. Spondum slapped him again. Shut up! Hello, guard, this is Spondum. Shpondam finally picked up the Den Den Mushi. The guard's panicked voice came from the other end of the receiver. There was only one sentence left before Shpondam was shocked. Calm down, idiot. Just report loudly and concisely what's going on with the Straw Hat Pirates. Yes, yes, sir. The guard on the Den Den Mushi side couldn't keep an eye on him. He wanted to report a long time ago. But he couldn't get through. There are 61 pirates in total. We've reached the end of Judicial Island, the square in front of the court. Shpondam's nose was running, cold sweat was pouring down, and he suddenly uttered a word in his hoarse throat. Ah! In addition, the gatekeepers at the front gate of the main island, Oimo and Cassie, also defected and joined the pirates, and now they have reached the middle of the main island. We suffered heavy losses. More than 2,500 people, 500 of them fell to a mysterious man with a mask, 1,000 fell to one person, that is, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Straw Hat Luffy. Now the two of them suddenly disappeared. We are searching with all our strength. It is estimated that Judicial Island is facing the greatest challenge in history. Hearing this, Shpondam couldn't listen anymore, threw away the Den Den Mushi, and ran to the window to check. What is Bruno doing? What is going on? What happened on this island? Shpondam asked 3 questions in despair. The more desperate he was, the happier Frankie laughed. Ha 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 ha. So, you heard it, Sister Robin, Luffy and the others have already fought to the door. Answer me now, do you want to live? Bai Yun asked again. Robin looked up and met Bai Yun's eyes, with tears in the corners of her eyes. This was the first time Bai Yun saw Robin showing such weakness. Bai Yun, I know, with your ability, it's nothing to get out. Now even Shpondam believes you. Frankie was confused again after hearing this. No, what do you mean, is this long-haired man good or bad? Robin did not leave Frankie, but continued to talk to Bai Yun. I don't want to drag you down. Even if we fight here, there is still CP9, and most importantly, there is the Demon Slayer order. Please tell Luffy and the others to retreat. I'm tired. I don't want to live. In the end, Robin couldn't help, but she couldn't help crying. Bai Yun nodded, stood up, and the bracelet turned into a pistol. I understand. If you really want to die, I can help you. Chapter 488. I accept your apology. Luffy and his friends came here for her. How could Robin not accept it? But the more she was moved, the more she felt that she couldn't let Luffy and his friends die here. Even if they came here, there was still CP9, and the most important thing was the Demon Slayer order. If the Demon Slayer order was activated, the consequences would be disastrous. So Robin asked Bai Yun to go out and find Luffy and his friends to retreat together, and not to worry about her. She was tired, and she didn't want to live anymore. Bai Yun nodded. Sure enough, if the world government flag was not burned, it would not be enough to stimulate Robin. And it would not be enough to let her know that Luffy and his friends were determined to die if they couldn't save their partners. This is also the most similar point between Luffy and the previous Pirate King. Mr. Garp said that Roger would destroy the entire Navy Division base because his partners were insulted. After listening to Robin's answer, Bai Yun nodded and stood up. If you really want to die, I can help you. The bracelet turned into a pistol, and Bai Yun pointed the gun at Robin, saying something shocking. Frankie's eyes almost popped out. Are you crazy, long-haired man? Or is this your plan? Damn, I'm going crazy. You two crazy people. What on earth are you going to do? Since Sister Robin wants to die, I will fulfill her wish as a partner. I can't watch her go into the city and suffer. Bai Yun replied with a cold tone. You. Frankie was speechless for a moment. Bai Yun's words made sense. It might be better to die than to be tortured, but now. The Straw Hat Boys are all here. You want to kill Robin now? Are you crazy? Shut up, Frankie. Robin asked Frankie to shut up, then closed her eyes and took the initiative to lean her forehead against the muzzle of the gun, Looking like she was ready to die, she felt that it was better to die in Bai Yun's hands than in the hands of the Navy and the world government. "Don't shoot, long-haired man!" Frankie shouted. At this time, Spondam was relieved when he saw Bruno fighting the mysterious masked man, Forest Mask Bai Yun. On the roof, Bruno was a Superman with a power of more than 800. However, after a few seconds, Bruno fell down. In surprise, he looked at Forest Mask Bai Yun, and then with Luffy's shout of Robin, Spondam was frightened and fell to the ground. "Impossible, impossible! Bruno has learned the 6 styles and is a Superman with a power of over 800 points. How could he lose to that skinny masked boy? This is impossible!" "Wow, wow, wow!" Luffy roared. "AA also, escort Nico, Robin and Frankie to the Gate of Justice immediately." "Wait, Bai Yun. What are you doing?" Because he was too panicked, Spondam only then realized that Bai Yun was pointing a gun at Robin. "What are you doing? Although Nico Robin deserves to die, it's not now. The ancient weapon has not been revived yet." Spondam shouted. If Robin died, he would lose one of the 2 keys, and then the spring and autumn dream would really be a dream. "She said something I don't want to hear," Bai Yun replied. Spondam wanted to cry but had no tears. "You want to kill people just like this? Are you crazy? I'll apologize to you on her behalf, okay? She can't die. If she dies in your hands now, you will be responsible. Even Vice Admiral Garp can't save you." Spondam used both soft and hard tactics, and he knew how to persuade. After 3 seconds of silence, Bai Yun put away his gun. "Okay, you apologize to me on her behalf." "Ah!" Spondam was stunned for a moment. "I just said it, you still take it seriously?" But Bai Yun looked very serious. For his own future, a future in which he can control power. Spondam could only speak out from his teeth. Sorry. Bai Yun smiled back. "I accept your apology." Haha. With 2 speechless bitter smiles, Spondam looked at Robin, and felt more and more angry. He transferred his anger towards Bai Yun to Robin, and he couldn't do anything. Bai Yun, the madman, was watching next to him, and CP9 was not here at this time. It was really F***ing aggrieved. "Okay, stand up, it's time to send you to hell. Your partners will come to you later, ha ha ha." Spondam could only find his sense of superiority from Robin and Frankie, the 2 people he tied up. At this time, Luffy's shout came again. "Is anyone there? Get out of here!" Spondam was startled again and turned away. "Quick, take Frankie and Robin away, take them to the Gate of Justice." The guards were anxious to get Bai Yun out of the way, and judging from the attitude of the commander towards Bai Yun, they were afraid that they, the big soldiers, could not afford to offend him, but Bai Yun was neither anxious nor slow. "Did you hear that, Robin? This is Luffy's determination. If you don't want to live, go and tell him in person. After all, he is the captain." Frankie tugged. "Really, I don't understand whether you, a long-haired man, are good or bad. It really confuses me, but I support your decision to let Robin meet the Straw Hat Boy now." "Robin, you are afraid that your friends will die here, right? But at this point, if you keep running away, it will only hurt them. They can't save you." The long-haired man is right. "Go and talk to the Straw Hat Boy in person. I'll take you to see the Straw Hat Boy and the others now." After saying that, Frankie's butt swelled up and Bai Yun immediately dodged far away. Spondam was still blaming the guards for procrastinating, and when he turned around, he was also shocked. Frankie told him that he was going to self-destruct, and if they died, they would die together. No, Spondam was so scared that he jumped and rolled down the stairs. However, how could Frankie blow himself up? Of course he was trying to trick Spondam. The fool! Wind jet! Frankie clamped Robin with his feet, and then fired the wind cannon from his butt. Because it was a fart, it tasted more like cola. The strong impact brought him and Robin together, and broke the wall behind them. The 2 people escaped. The impact almost took them out. Fortunately, the balcony grid stopped them, so the 2 stopped on the balcony, because on the left, when they walked to the front, they were opposite Luffy and Forest Mask Bai Yun. "Hey, there is only 1 bottle of Coke left, and there is no way to use the wind cannon to fly to the opposite side. But it doesn't matter, Straw Hat Boy still has that wishing elf. Isn't that a wishing elf? Why is he here too? Forget it, this is important, you should respond to Straw Hat Boy quickly, and I will deal with the people behind. Frankie said, and then turned around to fight the guards who were chasing after him. Robin and Frankie noticed Luffy and Forest Mask Bioon, and in turn, Luffy and Forest Mask Bioon also noticed them. Luffy raised his hands happily, "Oh Robin! Great, you were not taken away." Chapter 489 I'm here now. Great, you were not taken away. The moment Luffy saw Robin appear on the balcony, he smiled and greeted her. Compared to him, Robin had an expression on his face that said, "I don't know what to say, why did you chase here? Is it worth it?" "Frankie is here too," Forest Mask Bioon reminded. Luffy looked carefully, and sure enough, Frankie was behind Robin, beating the guards who came back. "Good, that's just in time for everyone to be here." After saying that, Luffy lay directly on the back of Forest Mask Bioon, pointing his finger at the Judicial Tower. "Go Bino, the wishing spirit." Luffy knew Bioon could fly, so it would be great if he could just fly over. Sanji could fly, but he was afraid that there were too many enemies in the court, and Zoro couldn't protect Nami well. He also believed in Luffy and Forest Mask Bioon. So he followed them into the court and broke through upwards. Robin looked at Luffy and Forest Mask Bioon. When Forest Mask Bioon raised his leg, she knew he was going to fly over, so she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Wait! Haven't I said it many times I won't come back to you guys? Go back, I don't want to see you guys again. Why did you come to save me? When did I ask you to do this? I don't want to live anymore." Robin screamed heartbreakingly. She still wanted Luffy and the others to retreat now, and not to offend the world government completely for her. Spondum laughed happily when he heard these words and applauded. "Wah ha ha ha, what are they doing? I'm dying of laughter, right, Bioon?" Spondum tried to get Bioon to laugh with him, but to what was on him was Bioon's cold eyes. Spondum's laughter stopped immediately. Compared to Spondum's happiness, Frankie was puzzled. "Nico Robin! What are you talking about?" Frankie was puzzled. "They are like this, you are still so stubborn, are you crazy?" Frankie didn't know how many times he scolded today. However, as he was talking, Keiku kicked Frankie's head from behind and kicked Frankie's head against the balcony wall. "It's in the way." Gabra couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha ha, are you taking it out on him, Keiku, because he ate a strange fruit?" Keiku turned his head and replied coldly, "Shut up, I am satisfied." Then, several figures flew out from a window, danced in the air to Robin's balcony, and stood on the top of the balcony. They were the remaining 6 members of CP9. "Wow, ha ha ha, CP9 is united." Spondum was very happy. As long as they were there, he would not be afraid. "But wait, the Straw Hat Pirates are fighting among themselves. Let's take a good look, ha 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 ha." Spondum was so proud. The 6 members of CP9 looked at Luffy on the top of the court, and spoke from left to right according to their positions. First, Khalifa. "The only enemies are the Straw Hat Boy and the guy who calls himself the Wishing Elf in the 7 waters. He is not dead, Lucci." Then it was Waitery. "Wow, what a courage." Gabra. "Bruno was defeated. Was he defeated by the 2 of them together? And, Khalifa, that elf didn't die. Damn, why did you call Lucci? Did Lucci fail? Ha ha ha." Lucci, after 5 years as a bar owner, Bruno's hands and feet are not nimble anymore, and that wishing elf is quite powerful. You may not even be able to match him. Lucci was responding to Gabra. Keiku, even if his hands and feet are not nimble, he is not that easy to deal with. Owl, Chapa Papa, yes, but he just lost. All of them are here, they look so impressive. This is the attitude of Forest Mask Bioon towards the CP9 that appeared to be honest. With his original strength, it is nothing to attack 6 of them together now. They are all CP9. In other words, they are the final opponents of our Judicial Island trip. Forest Mask Bioon reminded Luffy. Luffy's reaction was, "Oh. Then answer Robin. You said you don't want to live." Robin also answered straightforwardly. "Exactly." Gabra couldn't help but want to take action, saying that it would be enough to go down and deal with him now. Spondum said that the captain came all the way to save his companions, but was rejected in the end. What a wonderful drama! "Robin, what do you mean you don't want to live?" Luffy shouted again. Spondum laughed. "Ha ha ha ha, what a miserable whale, what kind of expression would he have?" Spondum was looking forward to seeing disappointment, sadness, pain, etc. on Luffy's face. However, Luffy's expression was to pick his nose with his little finger raised. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Spondum felt incredible, what he is actually picking his nose. The forest mask Bioon smiled, which was very Luffy's way. "Listen, Robin, we are here. Save him first. If you still want to die at that time, then we can talk about it then." Luffy continued. Forest Mask Bioon was thinking, since we are here, it sounds like we are here for sightseeing. While Luffy was talking, the floor behind him and Forest Mask Bioon was broken by a tornado, and a big man from the guilty jury, Nami, Chopper, and Zoro were brought to the roof. This tornado was created after Zoro got separated from the others, and thought that it was up there, so he cut the middle to the roof with a knife. Well, very Zoro's way of doing things. And Nami and Chopper happened to be above him, so he brought them up with a knife. Then, Sanji also kicked the floor to the roof and landed perfectly. "Without a doubt, I must be the first one to reach the roof." Sanji was very confident, and then he turned around and saw Zoro. Algae. Just when Sanji was puzzled and didn't accept that Zoro was faster than him, Usopp also flew straight up from the bottom. It was the giant who threw him up, but he didn't stop after flying over the roof. Now, the Straw Hat Pirates have also arrived. Chapter 490, The Kind-Hearted Person Entrusted by Others. After CP9 gathered, the Straw Hat Pirates also came. Usopp came last when charging. He was originally at the end, and now he caught up, and he still used the most primitive way, throwing, and came up. Sniper King. He was actually flying in the sky. What was that guy doing just now? Is landing okay? This is everyone's reaction to the appearance of the Sniper King. I think there is a problem. But it's not a big problem. Forest Mask Bioon dodged and caught up with Usopp, grabbed the back collar of his destiny, and brought him back to the ground steadily. This is the difference in treatment between couples and non-couples. Couples are only worthy of being brought down by the back collar. Thank you, Bayforest Mask. My name is now the Wishing Elf. Hello, Sniper King. Bioon replied, flashing to Luffy's side. The Straw Hat Pirates, like CP9, stood in a row on the bulge at the edge of the top floor of the court. Luffy spoke, "Please, Robin. It doesn't matter if you don't want to live, let's talk about these things when you come back to us." Others also echoed and asked Robin to come back. Zoro and Forest Mask Bioon did not speak, but of course they hoped that Robin would come back. Zoro is a tsundere. Forest Mask Bioon is the real body. Bioon has said enough. Luffy and the others expressed their determination, and Robin couldn't help crying again. Now they just wait for Frankie's family to lower the drawbridge and launch the final attack. And Spondum certainly would not allow such a thing to happen. He didn't expect so many pirates to come. Let CP9 kill them without mercy. Then he thought, the most important thing it's his own safety and promotion. If CP9 is allowed to act freely, who will protect his safety? Really, this is the first time I've seen such a short commander. Bioon behind him said, I can protect you. And I will do my best to protect you. After thinking about it, Spondum took out the golden Den Mushi like crazy to threaten Robin and Luffy. Robin's biggest knot is this demon-killing order. Spondum took out the golden Den Mushi, and his fingers were eager to press the button again, which made Robin collapse. This made Robin recall his childhood. O'Hara in the sea of fire. Sorrow frozen in ice. Homeless, wandering around, betrayed, hunted, until he met Crocodile, he still lived cautiously. These things, if put on ordinary people, would have collapsed countless times. Robin was able to maintain her previous mentality, which was already beyond ordinary people. If you activate the Demon Slayer order, you will be reduced to ashes along with this judicial island. Spondam naturally didn't believe it. He himself had never experienced the Demon Slayer order and didn't know how crazy it was. How is it possible? How could they fight their own people? Navy. Who is your CP organization's own people? Robin ignored Spondam, the idiot, and told the reason why she didn't want to live. The attack that took away everything from me 20 years ago and changed the lives of so many people was the Demon Slayer order. And now, this attack is aimed at the trustworthy partner I found after going through so much hardship. The more I want to be with you, the more I will implicate you. Even if I flee to the ends of the earth, I can't escape the clutches of the enemy. Because my enemy is the world government and the shady plot they created. It was the same when I met Aokiji last time, and it's the same this time. I don't want to drag you down again. Speaking of Aokiji. In a sea area not far from Judicial Island. The sea surface has formed a large area of ice. You can see a lucky pirate ship frozen on it. Aokiji and Zyobai, an ice snake and an ice mushroom, are facing each other. Emitting cold air all over their bodies. Ordinary people will be frozen instantly if they get close. Aokiji said. Oh my, I met a colleague, referring to using ice as power. I seem to know you. You don't seem to be a pirate either. Zyobai smiled back, yes, I'm just a kind person entrusted by someone. Entrusted by someone to stop me. Don't let me go to Judicial Island. By the Straw Hat Pirates. Aokiji guessed. Zyobai nodded and shook his head, you can guess at random, there is a possibility. Aokiji exhaled a breath of cold air. He couldn't be sure this person was quite powerful. It was impossible for him to be an unknown person, but he had no impression of him at all. This was the first time he had seen him. Besides, are the Straw Hat Pirates qualified to ask such a powerful person to take action? Forget it. Thinking too much will only make my head hurt and I will feel sleepy. Let's compare the strength. That's just what I want. Okay, a short interlude. Now back to Judicial Island. Robin continued to talk about the reason why she didn't want to live. If this goes on, even if you can tolerate me now, you will think I am a burden and a nuisance, and then abandon me. This is what I am afraid of, so I don't want you to save me. If I will die sooner or later, I might as well die here. Kill me, Bai Yun. Bai Yun was listening silently behind him, and was suddenly called out. Frankie, CP9, and Spondam looked at him. Bai Yun could only turn his head, look up, pout and whistle, pretending that he heard nothing. Spondam breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Bai Yun didn't go crazy, so he mocked and was proud. Wahahaha, what a brilliant truth. You can't blame others for this after all. Who would be stupid enough to bring a burden like you with them? The immortal pointed to the flag of the world government on the judicial tower. Look at this flag, pirates. That symbol represents the joining of more than 170 member countries in the Four Seas and the Grand Line. This is the world. Facing the world, you should know how small you are. You should also know how huge the organization this woman is facing. Luffy followed Spondam's immortal guidance and looked at the flag of the world government. I finally know who Robin's enemy is. Sniper King. Yes. Take down that flag. Got it. Usopp stepped forward and pulled the bow hard, and the slingshot turned into a slingshot as big as a person. New weapon, a huge slingshot. Let me show you the power of Hatabo. Sure, kill, Firebird Star. The molters flew up and hit the fluttering world government flag. The guards on Judicial Island, including Spondam, were all surprised to see the burning flag. Their eyes widened, their mouths opened, and their noses flowed. Even Robin's eyes revealed disbelief. Luffy and his friends had actually done this. Bai Yun's words echoed in his mind, whether it was the four emperors or the world government, as long as it was about his partners, Luffy and us, we didn't care. Chapter 491 I Want to Live. The burning world government flag was so dazzling. A flag is more than just a flag, it is the symbol of a country or an organization. Burning the flag of the other party means that Straw Hat Pirates declared war on the world government. Don't expect to survive if you are against the world. Spondum screamed like crazy. However, Luffy and the others screamed even louder than him. We couldn't ask for more. Crazy, you are all crazy. Spondum couldn't understand. Luffy spoke again. Robin. I haven't heard you say it in person yet. You said I want to live. The burning world government flag and Luffy's firm shout pierced Robin's heart like a sharp arrow, shattering her closed heart. The layers of stone wrapped around it. All the memories of being betrayed, told to die, and hunted down when she was a child were shattered. Sorrow as the words echoed in his mind. The sea is so vast, you will definitely meet a partner who is willing to protect you. Robin finally couldn't hold back her tears. I want to live. Take me with you, to the sea. As soon as Robin said this, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates smiled with her like this, they could move forward without any scruples. Bai Yun was behind him, drinking tea in Spondum's office, feeling very happy. Frankie couldn't help crying, wow assholes, I love you guys so much. At this time, the suspension bridge also began to fall. Chopper reminded. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, and the corners of his mouth couldn't hide his happiness. It seems they succeeded. Even Usopp said now, I can't hold it back. Zoro pressed the hilt of the knife, with a murderous look on his face, even if he couldn't hold back and wanted to use the ghost energy. He was ashamed of his previous defense against Robin. Hurry up and get down. Nami couldn't help but say when she saw Zoro's murderous face. You look so fierce. Oh my, the next big battle is coming, everyone, defeat them. Luffy nodded and agreed with Forest Mask Bioon's statement, well, let's go. Looking at CP9, Spondum was panicking. But Lucci smiled, a bloodthirsty and war-loving smile. Robin, the suspension bridge is about to be lowered. Chopper has been driving the big man form, and there is no time limit for the ordinary three forms. Usopp pointed his finger to the sky, we will definitely rescue you. The reaction of CP9 here is much calmer than their leader. Khalifa chuckled twice, haha, you are quite courageous. Gabra also said, indeed, you are not afraid of the world government and you dare to burn the flag. Keiku was very confident, it's useless even if you come, you can't beat us. However, just as both sides were waiting for the suspension bridge to fall, a cannon sounded. And the suspension bridge stopped falling and got stuck. It was the cannon fired by the chief judge in the court. The suspension bridge has stopped. Who is making trouble? Sanji and Luffy spoke, very angry. The chief judge shouted at Spondum. Sir, leave the judicial tower and take refuge. Spondum saw this and heard the words, and a smile appeared on his panicked face. Well done. Go to the gate of justice before they come. Go, Nico Robin. Spondum turned around and was about to stop Robin and take her away, but his hand was empty. Looking carefully, Robin had already reached Bai Yun's side. Let me help you escort him, CP9 leader Bai Yun said. Still in the play, Robin was puzzled, but she didn't speak. Bai Yun still whispered to her, we need to get the key to the sea stone handcuffs in your hand. Robin only then reacted and nodded slightly. Ah, that's fine. Spondum believed in Bai Yun very much. Oh no. He believed in Garp, who had worked hard for the navy for half his life. You bunch of pirate boys, wahahaha, you still want to save Nico Robin? Caudy Flame, how naive, you don't even know that your partner, the long-haired Bai Yun, is an undercover agent. Spondum's words are to completely provoke the relationship between Bai Yun and the Straw Hat Pirates. With that being said, can Bai Yun still say that he is very into the role, and his mission is not over until the Straw Hat Pirates are defeated? But he doesn't know that Bai Yun is indeed very into the role. but he is not into the role of an undercover, but into the role of an undercover. Bai Yun. Undercover. What is he talking about? Luffy looked at Forest Mask Bai Yun in confusion. And everyone knows that this fool was fooled by Bai Yun, an undercover, and dared to believe it. Forest Mask Bai Yun answered Luffy's question. Bai Yun lied to him, he is a fool, he believed it at once. Oh. So that's it. Bai Yun is not an undercover. Luffy shouted honestly. This made Spondam even happier, thinking that this was Luffy's unwillingness to believe the facts. Wow, ha ha ha, it's a pity that this is the truth. Come here, tie up Cotty Fram and send him to the gate of justice together. Spondam gave the order, but when he turned around, Frankie had already stood up, holding a book in his hand. Cotty Fram, could it be that this is the design of the ancient weapon Pluto? Frankie smiled proudly, this is the real thing, do you believe it? Lucci, Keiku, you should know it. The book was turned from bottom to top, Frankie turned it up and quickly showed it to Lucci and Keiku. Although it was not clear, with Lucci and Keiku's 5 years of experience as shipwrights, they were sure that this was the real thing. Lucci and Keiku both had a drop of sweat on their foreheads. Keiku sighed. I didn't expect that you actually hid it in your body. Real thing, it's the real thing, give it to me quickly. That's the real design I've been dreaming of. Spondam shouted with delusion. Frankie ignored his madness. Instead, he looked at Robin, who was held by Bai Yun. Nico Robin, I finally know that you are not the devil who wants to revive ancient weapons as rumored. In fact, the shipwrights of the Seven Waters have not passed down the method of making weapons from generation to generation. Spondam, this is what Mr. Tom swore to protect with his life. Just it is to prevent weapons from falling into the hands of people like you. One day when you endanger the world, another weapon will be created to stop your atrocities. This is the original intention of the designers. Frankie's words are easy to understand. The design in his hand is not the design for making Pluto, but the design for making another weapon that can restrain or resist Pluto, which is most likely a battleship. It is also possible that the 1000-mile Sunshine was built according to this design, of course. There is no basis for this. Chapter 492 Rocket Man Flying Again. Continue from the previous article. Frankie said that the design inherited from generation to generation in the Seven Water City is not the design of Pluto, but the design of a battleship that can be built to counter Pluto. Bai Yun guessed that the 1000-mile Sunshine might be built according to this design, but there is no evidence or basis. It is estimated that only Frankie and Iceberg know it. After saying this, Frankie did not finish his words and continued to speak to Spondam. If you can use Nico Robin, then she is indeed the key to starting the weapon and a dangerous woman. But she now has a partner who is willing to protect her, so I'll make a bet I want to fulfill the designer's last wish, and there's only one way to do it. Spondam didn't want to listen to Frankie's nonsense. He stared at the design like a pervert staring at a beautiful woman, drooling. Stop talking nonsense, give it to me, it's mine. However, the next second, Frankie burned the design with flames from his mouth in front of him. For a top shipbuilder, memorizing the contents of the design is a basic ability. Wow, what did you do, bastard? I'm going to kill you. Spondam was still trying to pick up the ashes of the design, but it broke into pieces when touched, leaving nothing behind. Lucci and Keiku's faces darkened, and Khalifa couldn't accept it either. We've worked hard for 5 years. The thing we've worked hard for 5 years is here, but it's in the form of ashes. Frankie ignored Spondam's words that he wanted to kill him. This design was left behind to create resistance to combat power. I didn't expect that your world government would know about it. It was originally an unknown thing. When it is discovered, it should disappear. Of course, in this case, it will lose the power to resist weapons. If Nico Robin falls into your hands, it will be despair. But if the Straw Hat Boys win, then you will have nothing. And I'll bet on them to win. No wonder Frankie is the next partner, considering his trust. Spondam was so angry that his teeth were about to break, and he still said that he would not let you go and would kill you. At this time, the judge Zanbei and the others were dealt with, and Frankie's family appeared on the balcony of the court. When they saw Frankie, they shouted and asked if Frankie was okay. They came to save him. Frankie moved Shanice to tears, with snot and tears. But he didn't admit it. I didn't cry. What are you arguing about? Luffy interrupted Frankie's brotherly love, but Luffy was angry and didn't care so much. Hey, don't you have feelings? Zoro and Nami thought that you were a little presumptuous. However, Luffy's words made them change their minds. Robin is still waiting for us to save her. I almost forgot. Hurry up and work. Nami changed her expression, which was her specialty. Angry Miss Nami is so beautiful. You guys hurry up and do it, otherwise I'll kick you away. You don't need to guess who said this, right? The god of curly eyebrows. The forest mask Byun said. The problem should be that the suspension bridge mechanism was blown up and can't be put down. Of course, I can take you 3 at a time, but this is not very handsome. Luffy immediately climbed onto the back of forest mask Byun. It's okay, you take me there first. Luffy doesn't care about face, he only cares about food and his friends and family. Forest mask Byun was about to speak, but at this time Frankie was pushed down from the balcony of the judicial tower by Spondum, which scared the big brother and the others. Almost at the same time, the voice of Granny Kokoro came from the Den Mushi on Nami's chest. Granny Kokoro asked Nami to keep the Den Mushi on so that they could know the situation, so now it comes in handy. Half of the suspension bridge is enough. We will be there in 4 seconds, you jump towards the waterfall as hard as you can. Then there was a sound. Granny Kokoro drove the Rocket Man directly to smash the door of the court and rushed forward. The presiding judge tried to stop it, it was directly hit and disintegrated. Here, Luffy asked Nami what happened. Nami told Kokoro what Grandma said. At the same time, the rumble of the sea train also reached Luffy's ears. The next second, the two reacted immediately. Forest Mask Byun stepped into the air directly. And Luffy stretched his hands to the left and right, took everyone to jump under the waterfall. This is why Forest Mask Byun flew into the air. Since you can fly, such an exciting weightless sport, forget it. The rumble came out with white smoke, and the Rocket Man passed through the court and flew up through the half-lowered suspension bridge. As a train, it always does the work of the plane. Luffy and his friends landed on the train, but they landed head first, hitting the iron roof of the rocket. The noise confirmed that everyone had a good head. Frankie landed first, and couldn't reach the top of the rocket, but he hugged the nose of the rocket's shark head and was also pushed over. Wow! Luffy cheered. Zanbei and his friends complained. Flying again. And Spondum was still dumbfounded. He didn't guess anything about Luffy and his friends' operations, let alone guessing, he couldn't even think about it. Wow! She also thought of Tom. Tom helped Roger, and now she helped Luffy. They were both guys wearing straw hats, and their dreams were to become Pirate King. The former had been realized, so what about the latter? This question is hard to figure out. But what Granny Kokoro can be sure of is, it's really a bad habit. Tom's studio has the bad habit of helping pirates. Now, all the people in Tom's office come to help this kid. If it were you, you would do the same, Mr. Tom. Don't let us down, Straw Hat Boy. In one go, Rocket Man flew over, smashed the door of the judicial tower, and entered it, but Robin was now on the highest floor. So it's not over yet. Here they come, they're coming. Spondum was panicking and reached out to grab Robin, but Robin and Byun took a step back in tacit understanding and avoided his hand. Byun said, I'll do it, I'll do it. Which way should we go? Chapter 493. What else do I have? Byun said that he would just hold Robin at this critical moment. Spondum was in no mood to doubt and only wanted to escape. Okay. The rest of you should smash the Straw Hat Boys to pieces in this judicial island. The more miserable their death, the better. Lucci, come with us no matter what happens, you must protect me. Do you hear me? Spondum called Lucci, not because he doubted Bai Yun, but because he was afraid of death. After saying that, Spondam turned back to the office and waved his hand to call the elephant. The elephant ran over and then turned into a sword. It seemed like a change. But in fact it turned back to itself. It was not the elephant that ate the fruit that turned into a sword. It was the sword that ate the elephant. Elephant fruit, the elephant's sword. With the elephant's sword, Spondam's Tau power reached an astonishing 109, with the elephant sword accounting for 100. Okay, let's go to the Gate of Justice. Catch up if you can, Straw Hat Pirates. Bai Yun said, then I really have the ability. The screen switched to the main gate of the Justice Tower, although the gate was now in pieces. The rocket, which had flown twice, finally couldn't hold on and was scrapped. The overturned rocket lay in the Justice Tower, covered with rubble. Frankie was in the front, and although he was hit by the rocket, he happened to be on steel in front and was not hit by the rubble. On the contrary, he was the cleanest. When he saw Granny Kokoro and her family sliding out of the cab in front, he ran over immediately. Granny Kokoro. Little guys. Why are you here? You even brought the dangerous rocket man here. But thanks to you, I was saved. Hey Granny, cheer up. Please, don't die. Don't die. Just when Frankie was about to cry again, Granny Kokoro and the others came over, and the biggest injury was no nosebleed. In the pirate world, people usually don't die, otherwise it's a big deal, of course, only for characters with names. Frankie didn't want Granny Kokoro to get into trouble, but he couldn't help complaining. Just a nosebleed, that's too exaggerated. At this time, Luffy emerged from the rubble. Great, I'm here. Grandma Monster, thank you. Hey, get up quickly, this little thing is nothing. Luffy thanked them first, then looked at the people behind him who were also buried in the rubble and shouted. Several trembling arms stretched out from the rubble. Don't compare us with you, you bastard rubber man. Coming here like this, how is it possible? No problem at all. Everyone suddenly came out of the rubble and raised their hands to protest to Luffy. Forest Mask Baiun slowly fell from the air. But, Luffy is right, you guys are still quite energetic. You have no right to say that. Everyone turned into shark faces and shouted, you kid flew here, how could you feel this feeling? Frankie said, you are really a group of weirdos. Luffy saw that everyone had come out and Forest Mask Baiun dared to come, so he started to move, without giving him any rest time, although he didn't need it. There are stairs over there, go find Robin. However, he saw the owl attached to the wall. Owl came out to explain the matter of the sea stone handcuff key. Except for Lucci, the 5 CP9s all had a key to open the sea stone handcuffs. Of course, there was only one. If there was no key, it would be useless to rescue Robin. And Robin was now sent to the Gate of Justice, and there was no time to delay. Nami thought of a good idea. To save Robin first, and then come back to get the key. Smart is smart, but too anxious, just say it directly. Owl said that if they do so, the 5 of them will throw the key into the sea, and they will definitely do so. After explaining the rules of the game, the owl left. Everyone understood, except Luffy, who kept trying to run up to catch up with Robin and save her. Zoro and Usopp immediately grabbed his face and held him back. It seems that we have to abide by the rules to save Sister Robin. Well, Super Straw Hat Pirates, a fun game. Forest Mask Baiun said. Lucci and Sister Robin, and the main body are together, let Luffy go find them. Sanji nodded, Luffy, you are responsible for beating up that damn pigeon bastard. Except Luffy, there are 7 of us here. Get the key from the 5 CP9s and go find Luffy and the main body Baiun. Yes, the main body, I promise, everyone just needs to find the key. He won't let Sister Robin pass through the Gate of Justice. Forest Mask Baiun took over the end of Sanji's words. Frankie was confused. What's the real me? What are you talking about? Wish Elf, you seem to be very familiar with the Straw Hat Boys. I'm familiar with you, too, Big Iron Man. Hearing this name, Frankie opened his eyes. You are the long-haired man. Yes, you are very smart, Big Iron Man, so smart. Forest Mask Bioon replied, praising sincerely. But Frankie was still puzzled. No, who is the long-haired man with Nico Robin now? And you, why do you call yourself a wishing elf? The first question is just a little clone ability. The second question is my own little hobby. Forest Mask Bioon answered them one by one. Frankie opened his mouth. It seemed that there were still questions, and Forest Mask Bioon interrupted him. Whatever, we'll talk about it at the end now, it's important to get the key. Frankie's words were choked back, and it was indeed true. Then everyone. Come on. Oh who? Everyone was full of fighting spirit. Zoro started Luffy, and Luffy ran out like an arrow, and was in the front. Everyone followed closely behind to find the CP9 hiding in the tower. Except for Granny Kokoro, they did not leave, but Forest Mask Bioon did not leave either. Well, you are not leaving? Granny Kokoro asked. Forest Mask Bioon looked at the backs of everyone leaving and replied. Deal with those 5, the others can do it, I believe in them. I'm going to perform a good show for fun. Everyone is trying their best to save Sister Robin, how can I watch Robin enter the gate of justice? After answering, Forest Mask Bioon went out directly from the big hole hit by Rocket Man. Chapter 494 We are in the same boat. Wahahaha, Nico Robin, no one will come to save you. Besides, they don't even know how to get to the gate of justice. To get to the gate of justice, you must first go to the Bridge of Hesitation through a special underwater walkway now. Spondum and the others are in the passage. Yes, you are dead, Miss Robin. Bioon said that he was very into the play. Robin was speechless, as if Bioon was always fearless. In fact, it was just that the enemy was not qualified. If it were the Navy headquarters, Bioon would not have the same attitude as now. He would run away as soon as possible. The game of finding the key began. In order to improve efficiency, everyone dispersed to find it. Frankie planned to go to the kitchen to replenish some Coke energy first, and then met Owl at the door. Usopp came to Gabra's room. Nami met the noisy Wadu in the corridor of the first floor reception floor. Zoro didn't get lost this time, and just happened to find Keiku, who was also a swordsman. Sanji came to Khalifa's girls' boudoir. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have an accident. This was the first encounter between everyone and CP9, but it doesn't mean that the final opponent is the one they met. As for Chopper, he is still in the process of searching. And Luffy, after running to the top floor, saw that the building was empty, so he came down and ran to the back of the Justice Tower, looking at the huge gate of justice. I can see the gate of justice, but there is no road. How can I get there? There is no road leading to the gate of justice. On the ground behind the Justice Tower it says that to get to the gate of justice, you need to take a special passage. Luffy didn't know, and in a hurry he rowed the boat to go there. But the wind and waves were too strong, and it was overturned all of a sudden. You seem to be in a good mood. In the underwater walkway, Spondum walked in the front, Bioon escorted Robin to walk in the middle, and Lucci was naturally at the end. This sentence was said by Lucci to Bioon. He asked unnecessarily in terms of strength. Bioon's strongest is still ironic. His master Beckman knows how likable Bioon's mouth is. Yes. I'm thinking about what your superior said about the future life. Besides, I think you are very happy, aren't you? Your hands have endured 5 years of loneliness and want to have a good fight, am I right? Otherwise, why didn't you say that there were children and small animals following us just now? What? What do you mean there are children and animals? Before Lucci could answer, Spondum got anxious first. Just now we walked from the outside to the entrance of this passage, and there was the child followed. Bioon explained what you all know, Then why don't you say it? What if the child tells it? Spondum blamed Baiyun and Lucci. Baiyun said, this is not my obligation, Spondum CP9 commander, you should ask your men why they didn't kill the child. Baiyun threw the pot on Lucci, and Lucci was still as calm as ever. Because you didn't give the order, Lucci replied, naturally answering Spondum. Spondum couldn't believe his ears. Should I say you are so obedient? Or do you have a bag in your brain? Are you stupid? You have to ask such a thing. Spondum scolded. Lucci ignored him as he said, he worked for the world government and only asked for a legal killing. Since the world government wanted Spondum to be his superior, he could only accept it. Otherwise, if someone else scolded him, his head would have moved by now. Of course, it was someone weaker than him, for example, Baiyun. Lucci's strength was not enough to help Baiyun move his head, but the other way around was possible. Ignoring Spondum, Lucci looked at Baiyun again. Yes, as you said, I am really hungry and thirsty, and I think you can satisfy me. Don't say something that can't be verified. Why do you say that we are in the same boat, Mr. Lucci? Baiyun smiled back. He didn't want to steal Luffy's experience pack. Hey! Lucci snorted coldly. He knew that Baiyun must be strong. He could tell from the fact that he was a capable person wearing sea stone and still blocked Keiku and Bruno's kick. As a bloodthirsty legal killer, Lucci had been a shipmate for 5 years. He relied on the salary of this job to support him. Otherwise, he couldn't bear it. Now that he is back, he just wants to fight happily. So, when Luffy and his friends burned the flag of the world government and declared war on them, Lucci showed his warlike smile. But in his heart, he still looked down on Luffy. He felt that he was different from Baiyun. It would be fun to fight, but unfortunately, they belonged to the same side. Baiyun smiled on the surface, but he knew in his heart that Lucci looked down on Luffy. It's okay, he will know what a miracle in one night is later. The scene returns to the meeting between Zoro and Keiku. Zoro said that he was much stronger than when he was in Carrera Company. Keiku's experience, no matter how strong he is, how strong can he be in one night? He is still confident. After all, he is also the second in command of CP9. Really, you are full of energy, like a monster. It just so happens that in CP9, I am also a swordsman. Don't underestimate me. Just as you said, in Carrera, it is not your true strength, nor is it mine. Zoro saw Keiku took out 2 swords. Are you a 2-sword school? Keiku did not answer, raised his feet at the same time, and then stood down, a difficult move. Ray kick. The storm kick flew out. Zoro narrowed his eyes slightly, drew out his 2 swords to block the slash, and bounced it to the left and right. Obtained 2 broken cabinets. At this time, Keiku replied with a smile, sorry, it's the 4-sword style. Keiku can use storm kick while using both hands to wield the sword, so he calls himself 4 swords style. Zoro bites Wado Ikimonji and uses all 3 swords. No problem, that is to say, your whole body is covered with weapons. After saying that, his figure flashed and he was in front of Keiku, and his right hand was the first to draw the sword. Keiku reacted quickly, floating in the air and also drawing the sword with his right hand. With a clang, sparks flew and blocked Zoro's sword. Seeing this, the 2 men swung their swords together, and the blades collided, separating the 2 men. Zoro's sword was retracted. Keiku flew high again. 72 winds of trouble. Storm kick, white thunder. Sword moves were chopped, and Zoro slashed with spiral winds of trouble. Keiku did a 180-degree backflip in the air, and sent out a storm kick slash, a vertical slash, very long, which matched Zoro's spiral slash and exploded instantly. Keiku was in the air and used Razor to come to Zoro's back. The 2 swords spun back and slashed towards Zoro. Zoro turned his body horizontally, and the single sword was vertical to block Keiku's spinning sword. Keiku kept moving, and the blades cut each other and sparked. Keiku turned around and came in front of Zoro. Keiku smiled. It was fun to fight like this. He and Roche had been holding back for 5 years. Zoro turned his body back and stepped away. His posture still looked like the 72 winds of trouble Keiku confidently blocked with his sword. However, when approaching Zoro slashed with a single sword. The 72 winds of trouble are for 2 swords, and the 36 winds of trouble are for a single sword. However, Zoro's sword was not the 36 winds of trouble. Hegemony. Chapter 495. Is this a zoo? It has been a while since Zoro went from the small garden to the judicial tower. In addition, Zoro has a high talent for swordsmanship. Bayun only told him the moves and the way to exert force, and Zoro learned the Baguio. As the killer move of the giant country, Baguio really hurts the weapon. Bayun's knife was transformed from a bracelet, so there is no need to be afraid. Therefore, Bayun suggested that Zoro should use it as little as possible before he can practice the black knife. Because once the knife is practiced to the black knife, the highest realm is. No self is continuous, no ability to break me. The former is the highest realm, and the latter is the inability to break me. As long as the black knife is practiced. The world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye said it himself, the black knife will not break. Baguio slashed out, and the moment the blades collided, Keiku felt something was wrong. His eyes widened, and he was shocked back the next second, hitting the wall with a bang. Standing on the ground with both feet, Keiku always held the knife in reverse, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand without stabbing himself. This move is the one used by the guy who calls himself the Wishing Elf in the iceberg office. Who is he to you? Keiku asked. Zoro smiled proudly. He is the Wishing Elf. He calls himself a mediocre swordsman. Midi swordsman. Really interesting. I really underestimated you. You are indeed more powerful now than when you were in Carrera Company. But at the same time, I have also gained new abilities. Let me show you. In front of Zoro, Keiku began to transform. The fruit he ate was the animal type, bulbul fruit. Giraffe form. In Zoro's surprised eyes, Keiku's neck began to stretch. However, he originally wanted to transform into a human beast form, but because it was the first time to use it, he turned into a complete beast form. The ground that was cracked by their swords was now directly crushed by his weight in beast form, and the two fell down together. Usopp came to Gabra's room. Gabra's room was called a room, but there was no bed. Rockery, pavilion, wooden bridge, pine, and cypress. This is a courtyard. Usopp complained in his heart. His footsteps were sneaky and he didn't dare to make a sound, because Gabra was in front of him, sleeping on his side on the grass, and the key was in front of him. Usopp walked over on tiptoe, slowly, but a chicken suddenly passed by him on the right. Usopp instantly broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that it was over. There was no animal more noisy than a chicken, and this person woke up as soon as it called. Don't look at me, don't look at me. Don't call, don't call. However, the chicken still called the next second. Chi. Why is it an unexpected call? Usopp was originally worried, and he had to complain about it. How can a chicken scream like that? Gabra was awakened by Usopp's complaints, and he beat Usopp so hard that he vomited blood and retreated. Then he changed into a wolf form and approached, saying that although he looked fierce, he was actually very kind. No torture, only killing. He told Usopp to just bear with it for a while, and it was over in a moment. However, just as he was about to attack, Zoro and Keiku fell from the ceiling. It turned out that Keiku's room was above Gabra's room. You can see that the four people were very surprised. Keiku explained that he wanted to change into a human animal form. Giraffe. Giraffe fell from the ceiling and talked. Usopp's eyes widened, and his cognition was shocked. Compared to being surprised, Gabra smiled happily. Ha 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 ha. Keiku, your ability is so cool. When Zoro saw Keiku the giraffe and now Gabra the wolf, he couldn't help but complain. Wolf. What's going on here? Is it a zoo? I thought that the pigeon bastard was a leopard, and now these two are a giraffe and a wolf, so CP9 is such an organization. It seems reasonable. Shbondum is an elephant, because his little fighting power is all in the elephant's sword. Bruno is a cow and looks like a cow. Khalifa is a sheep, in the form of a foam sheep. Owl is just a name, anyway, it doesn't look like an owl. Nagari if you have to say it, his hair that is moving when his life returns is very similar to an octopus. From this point of view, it is indeed a CP9 zoo. The four people gathered together. Zoro, Sniper King vs Keiku, Gabra. Sniper King assisted remotely, and at this time he also found the artifact, sea stone handcuffs. Keiku was laughed at by Gabara. The two quarreled. Gabara thought Keiku was pitiful and would be a giraffe for the rest of his life. Keiku said, "What's wrong with giraffes? What's wrong with giraffes? I just like giraffes." Zoro interrupted their quarrel and asked if they were going to fight. Keiku and Gabara looked at Zoro. Keiku answered both Zoro and Gabara. "What an idiot, don't underestimate the destructive power of giraffes. Transform, human beast form. Let me show you my strength after my rebirth." Keiku's body began to shrink. The four legs became 2 legs. However, the body shrank, but the neck did not. Although it was in human beast form, it also had a long neck. So ugly. Seeing Keiku's beastman form, Zoro couldn't help but complain, he really couldn't help it. Zoro himself regretted, how could he say such superficial words? No, it's too shocking. Stay calm, otherwise it will affect your swordsmanship. When Keiku heard Zoro's words, his face darkened instantly. Gabra laughed so hard that tears came down. Keiku quarreled with him again, "Damn, how long are you going to laugh?" At this time, a handcuff suddenly flew over. But it was handcuffed on Zoro's wrist. "What's the matter with this handcuff?" Zoro was surprised, and Usopp's voice came from behind. "Oh no, I'm sorry Zoro." Zoro said that he would not talk about whether it was right or not. "What are you doing?" Usopp explained the reason. If both of them were capable people, the handcuffs must be useful. "I wanted to hit them, but who knew that his giraffe face was so funny? I accidentally threw it crooked." Chapter 496 Chicken Flying and Eggs Lost. "I threw it crooked by accident." Usopp explained that he threw the handcuffs crookedly because he found Keiku's face in the form of a human beast so funny. Jabara's laughter. Zoro's, so ugly. Usopp's. He threw his hand crooked by laughing at the face. Kabara said that even a clay Buddha would be angry and turned into porcelain. "You are so presumptuous." Kabara supported the ground with one hand and used the giraffe's neck to rotate at high speed with centrifugal force. "Not good." Jabara flew up with the moon step immediately after seeing this. Zoro immediately turned around and pounced over, pressing Usopp down. "Get down Usopp!" The next second, Keiku, who had spun to the extreme, kicked out a storm kick with his feet. Storm kick Juduan. The slash passed over the head, no one was injured, as if nothing happened. No. The entire judicial tower was cut in half with Gabara's room as the center. Gabara fell down and mocked Keiku for being emotional in the battle. Keiku said, "Shut up, what's wrong with giraffes? I just like giraffes." Gabara thought, I didn't say anything about giraffes. But he knew not to provoke Keiku anymore, otherwise he would beat him. Although he also wanted to fight Keiku. It was obviously not the right time now. I know. On the other hand, Zoro and Usopp got up from the ground. Although Keiku cut the entire judicial tower in half, Zoro said, "That's it, it's nothing great." Click. Before he finished speaking, Zoro heard a click and immediately had an ominous premonition. He looked down at his arm and saw that the other side of the bracelet was handcuffed to Usopp's hand. They are now tied together. "What are you doing, you idiot?" "Wow, this is not my fault." The two prey were tied together. It was impossible for Keiku and Gabara to cooperate and fight together. After matching their key numbers and finding that they were not qualified, Keiku and Gabara decided, whoever gets it first gets it. The two instantly opened their human beast forms and rushed over. Zoro and Usopp also turned around and ran away tacitly. Oh no, find a way quickly. Wow! The two ran out of Gabra's room. During the escape, they met Chopper in human form and asked him to help them find key number 2. We are handcuffed and can only let them slaughter us. Please, you are our only hope. Chopper touched the back of his head when Usopp said this. Hope I don't care if you praise me. Although he said so, the corners of his mouth were almost sticking to the son's face. After they separated, Chopper recalled Zoro's last instructions. Sanji, Nami, Frankie, no matter who got the key number 2, he would give it to them. Chopper thought about it and thought that Sanji was the most likely to find the key first among the 3 people, so he transformed into a deer and followed the smell to find Sanji. But he didn't know that Sanji was not the first to get the key, but the first to lose. Because his opponent was invulnerable to him. Oops, now is not the time for tea. Sanji shouted. Khalifa said calmly. But you have already drunk 3 cups. Witchcraft I was almost swallowed by the tsunami of love trap. Sanji fell off the chair and sat on the ground with his hands to stay away from Khalifa. The beauty trap is simply impeccable, unless the other party doesn't like beauties. Stop talking, I won't be fooled by you again, witch. I haven't forgotten how CP9 bullied Sister Robin in the car. Hand over the key. Khalifa sighed and pretended to be very disappointed. It looks like you're in a hurry, then okay, you can get the key yourself. Where is the key? Sanji asked back. Khalifa is no longer the secretary with glasses next to the iceberg, but a witch wearing fishnet black stockings. Yeah, the key is hidden on me, where is it? Let's look for it. Reason told Sanji to find the key quickly, and emotion said, screw you. I'm happy to help. Sanji ran over at a speed, and was kicked back by Khalifa. And even he complained about himself. What the hell am I doing? Khalifa kindly reminded that Robin was getting closer and closer to the gate of justice, which means getting closer and closer to hell. Sanji said that she didn't need to say it, this is about Sister Robin's life. If you stop me, even if you are a woman, I won't show mercy. If you don't want to suffer, hand over the key. That's what he said, but he couldn't kick it. After several kicks with Khalifa, Sanji was just defending. He finally kicked out, but stopped at Khalifa's face and said coolly, take my kick. Khalifa was silent, and kicked, nothing happened. Sanji felt so much pain that it seemed that even his hair was screaming in pain. Oh. It hurts so much that you can't scream, that's the most painful thing. You woman. This is the biggest swear word Sanji has for women. Khalifa didn't care whether Sanji was in pain or not, and she flashed back and forth in the air with her moon steps, kicking Sanji from behind. But Sanji dodged it by bending over. Not only did he dodge it, Sanji jumped up on the spot, rolled in the air, and locked on and stepped down. With a bang, he stepped on Khalifa's head. The floor next to it was broken. The floor now regrets why it didn't gender. I've stepped on you, give me the key. Sanji is deceiving himself. However, if it was a man, this kick would not be light. Khalifa admired Sanji's speed and reaction, but she did not accept Sanji's kindness. A finger gun and a storm kick knocked Sanji away from her. Give me the key. Sanji attacked again, but judging from the direction, this kick could not reach Khalifa. Khalifa directly grabbed Sanji's tie and asked him to come closer to right. I don't want to hear your useless roar again. I'll show you something interesting. If you don't fight back, you will die. Chapter 497 Chivalry. Nami faced Wado in the corridor of the first floor of the Judicial Tower. Nami thought she had shaken off Wado, but the next second she was entangled by Wado's hair. Okay. I caught you. Now think about whether I should stab you to death or strangle you to death. Then, Yutori began to sing a kabuki chant that was not so easy to understand. And then he said with tears in his eyes. When you get to that world, remember to tell my mother that I am alive and well. Okay, go die. Spring chant love. This move is a combination of him tying up the enemy with his hair that has returned his life, and then stabbing the enemy with finger gun Q. Finger gun Q is a special extension of the finger gun used by Yudori, which connects the index finger and thumb into a circle, and then shoots the iron pestle out of the circle at high speed. Even if there is no sharp point at the end of the iron pestle, the object hit will still be punched into a hole. As we all know, villains die because they talk too much. Yudori said so much before he was about to attack, but then Chopper rushed over and slapped him in the face. Although Chopper rescued Nami, she was also strangled and coughed up blood, but don't worry. In the pirate world, coughing up blood is the lightest injury. Nami told Chopper to escape now. Chopper wondered, aren't you going to take the key? Nami took out the key. I took it when he wasn't paying attention. The passive skill of the little thief cat. Chopper admired and was surprised and ran away without forgetting Nami's key number. Nami answered, but the key was number 3, which had no effect on Zoro and Usopp's handcuffs. What a pity, it's useless. Chopper sighed. Nami was puzzled, and just when she was about to ask what the key number was for, something fell in front of them. Doll. No, it's Sanji. Sanji, who was round and round without any edges, fell in front of them like an inflatable doll. This was Khalifa's masterpiece. What happened? How come Sanji is as naked as a glass doll, and looks like he's seriously injured? As a doctor, Chopper immediately checked Sanji's injuries. Nami was worried and sighed, there is such a powerful ability user in CP9 who beat you like this, Sanji. Ahem. Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't win, didn't get the key. Sanji said weakly. At this time, Nami noticed the gaze on the roof, looked up and looked at Khalifa, and Nami knew what the reason was. You really didn't win. Did you fight seriously? You're soft-hearted because your opponent is a woman. For your so-called chivalry, you almost lost your life. Do you know that? Nami accused. Sanji was lying on the ground. He said, I don't want to die, but I was taught not to kick women, so I will never kick a woman even if I die. Although Bayun was a little disgusted with Sanji's character of being unable to walk when he saw a woman, as a knight and a gentleman, he was indeed qualified, but he was too rigid, which was a weakness. Nami and Chopper were silent. Nami sighed and hit Sanji with the weather stick. Idiot. Chopper was scared. What are you doing, Nami? Since being a deserter is against the spirit of chivalry, you might as well give up a principle compared with life, which is more important. Leave that woman to me. I won't let him go. Besides, I have a new respect for your chivalry. After Nami said this, Sanji was able to stand up halfway even though his body was slippery. Did she say I have a new respect for me just now? Chopper hit Sanji's head with his horn to wake him up. No. Nami walked down the stairs and looked at Khalifa. I'm not that gentle. Khalifa held her chin with her palm. Me too, it seems that we get along well. At this time, Yudori caught up again, and Chopper attacked again. Carve the hoof cross. The two hooves hit together, imprinting on Yudori's abdomen like a cross, and with one move, Yudori was beaten to spit blood. Chopper said, Nami, you go deal with that woman, I'll deal with this man. By now, everyone's final opponents have been confirmed, in addition to Sanji, Luffy, and Bayun. Sanji is still in a slippery state. Bayun is still escorting Robin. As for Luffy, after the boat was overturned, he was floundering in the sea, almost full of water. On the shore, Timney and Quinby, who came here with Lucci and others, saw Luffy floundering and shouted anxiously. Wow, pirate brother, what are you doing? Meow meow. Just when Timney and others were trying to find a solution, at the critical moment, Forest Mask Bayun stepped into the air and came. Looking at Luffy struggling in the sea, Forest Mask Bayun thought to himself, my stupid brother. Luffy, give me your hand, be careful not to pull me down. Bringing Luffy back to the shore, Forest Mask Bioon asked Quinby to jump on Luffy's stomach. When Quinby jumped, Luffy spit out a stream of water from his mouth like a fountain. After spitting it out, he felt better. "Thank you, Mask Bioon, Cat Rabbit, much better." Luffy really couldn't tell Bioon's identity from changing at any time, so he called him by the characteristics of Bioon. If he was wearing the same clothes as the usual Bioon, then he was Bioon himself. "Yes, that's it." Forest Mask Bioon shook his head. "Don't you think about it, how can such a small boat pass? And you are a capable person. But Robin was taken there. If you don't go there quickly, there is no way to save him back. If I'm not mistaken, Little Timney and Quinby, you know how to get there." Forest Mask Bioon said. "Really?" Luffy got up. Timney was very surprised and admired. "Yes, big brother, how did you know?" "Guessed, all right, take us there." Forest Mask Bioon replied. Timney took Luffy and Forest Mask Bioon to the entrance of the underwater passage, an iron door with the logo of the world government painted on it. "It's very hard, this door." Forest Mask Bioon knocked on the door. It was the sound of steel. Timney said that Spondum was opened with a key. "But there is no key." "Mask Bioon, get out of the way, I'll do it." Luffy bit his thumb and wanted to use the third gear, the balloon skeleton, which he had not yet fully mastered. Forest Mask Bioon smiled back, pressed his hand on the door, the dark fruit ability was activated. And the whole door was sucked away. The clone can choose one of the 6 fruit abilities possessed by the bracelet, with a validity period of 15 minutes during the day and 30 minutes at night. The 6 fruit abilities reproduced by the bracelet have not been updated for a long time. They are still the light and heavy fruit, the explosion fruit, the human fruit, the flower fruit, the flame fruit, and the dark fruit. Save some energy, Luffy, Lucci, the bastard who raises pigeons, and Robin and me. Spondum is on this road. Go after him and save me and Robin. I'll go somewhere else after all. Someone is making a wish. After sucking the iron gate away directly, Forest Mask Bioon said to Luffy. Luffy nodded firmly and said as he ran in, "I will definitely bring you and Robin back." Looking at his back, Forest Mask Bioon turned around and left, calling Timney. "Let's go, I'll take you back to your grandma." Chapter 498 I'm here to eat. Ha, thank you, Bioon, for bringing back my precious granddaughter and little Kunbei. Although Granny Kokoro was drunk all the time, she played an indispensable role in the invasion plan of Judicial Island, and her mind was also very clear. Although she didn't know the ability of Bioon's clone, she knew that the Forest Mask and the Wishing Elf were all Bioon. "You're welcome, Granny Kokoro, you and Timnic are both great contributors to this operation." Meow meow. "Of course, there's you, Kunbei." Touching little Kunbei's head, Bioon liked this kind of strange animal. A rabbit that can meow is not common. "Then, Granny Kokoro, you guys should hide first." Ha, okay, don't worry about us. Although the world government is not that great, it won't attack us old people and children. If you have something to do, just go. Would you like a drink? Granny Kokoro generously handed over the bottle in her hand. The Forest Mask Bioon had a rainless flow on the back of his head. "You're polite, I don't drink." After saying that, the Forest Mask Bioon turned around and flew away. The scene came to the battle between Frankie and Owl. The two of them were punching each other there. Even though his eyes rolled back after one punch, he still had to endure the pain and taunt each other. "Your fist is not strong enough." "That's not a fist, it's a waistband." However, the two of them smashed the kitchen wall and entered the kitchen under their selfless fist fight. Door, sometimes I feel redundant. Author, how about I hit you? Door, just pretend I didn't say that, haha. In the kitchen, to the right of Frankie and Owl is an oversized refrigerator. Great, we finally got into the kitchen. Wow, there's such a big refrigerator here. Frankie couldn't wait to get Coke from the refrigerator, but at this time, Weedu hit Chopper and broke the wall next to the refrigerator and entered the kitchen. Damn, I used the Rambo ball too early, 3 minutes have passed. 3 minutes ago, Chopper could print a cross on Weedu's abdomen, but 3 minutes later, Weedu could only hit him in the kitchen, even in the form of a big man. Your life, which you have saved for 3 lifetimes, is about to end. Go to hell, yo-yo-et. Weedu was still very noisy, and the metal Zen stick spun a few times above his head, but he didn't hit it when he was about to hit it. Chopper opened the refrigerator door and Weedu hit it directly. Chopper immediately got up and locked Weedu in. Great, locked up. Great, locked him up. Chopper raised his hands and shouted. Owl shouted worriedly, Waito, after all, he was a colleague. Frankie was shocked, I still need it. Hey, gorilla, I still need that refrigerator. When Frankie shouted, Chopper noticed that there were people here and was shocked. Wow, CP9 and the gangsters. I am Frankie, we are in the same group. Frankie replied. And Chopper also reacted, who is the gorilla? Frankie complained angrily. You are too slow to react. I know you are Frankie, a gangster, a shipbuilder. Bai Yun said. Chopper returned to the first question. Frankie couldn't keep up with his thinking. Forget it, now is not the time to talk about this. Do you want to save Robin? Speaking of saving Robin, Chopper cried again, of course I do, woo woo. Then get me 3 bottles of Coke from the refrigerator right away, that way I can gain strength and defeat them right away to get the key. Frankie said, his hair was flat, he was really weak. As a doctor, Chopper couldn't believe it. Who drinks Coke to get energy? That person is me, hurry up. Frankie shouted back. The owl behind him finally spoke. How long are you going to quarrel? You still want to drink beverages in the battle? How rude. Beast strict secret technique, Owl Fist. This move is an enhanced version of the Owl Beast strict. First, it creates multiple clones, and then sieges the enemy with continuous punching. It is an extension of the finger gun. Frankie held his head to block, because he had no energy left, he could only throw a punch. Bean left punch. The super weakened version of the weapon left punch, the bean hit the owl's face. The owl was angry. What do you mean you look down on people, right? What is that? Owl knocked Frankie down with a punch. Chopper also reacted. Oh, right, he is my partner now. Do as he says, just open and close the door quickly, and he can't get out. Chopper said, and just as he was about to do so, a bottle of drink was automatically thrown out of the refrigerator. Because, when Waito was locked in the refrigerator, there was already someone inside. Yo-yo, a long-haired Bayun, how come you are here? The person in the refrigerator is Bayun, who is sitting in the middle eating steak and red wine, or should be called Bayun's clone. There are 6 Bayun clones now. 1 is the forest mask Bayun, 1 is beside Ace, and 1 is sailing with the Mary. There are 3 left, so never be surprised where Bayun will appear from. Except for the toilet, other places are possible, even in other people's stomachs. Such as if he swallowed a bullet by mistake. Didn't you see that I came here to eat? Bayun in the refrigerator, let's call him Bing Bayun. Bing Bayun answered like this. Waito was obviously stunned for a moment. No, didn't you go with the superiors to escort Nico Robin? Waito always spoke with a Kabuki accent. Oh, you found me, so I can't let you leave. Bing Bayun pretended to be discovered and looked very panicked, but he didn't stop eating steak. Yo-yo-et, what do you mean? Waito raised the scepter and pointed it at Bing Bayun. It doesn't mean anything, your opponent is not me. Actually, if you want to go out, I won't stop you. Bing Bayun's words confused Waito. What exactly does this kid mean? If you can't figure it out, just don't think about it. Waito didn't reply, but went straight to get food. He couldn't afford to be hit by Chopper's 3-minute Rambo ball. He had to eat some food and then restore his energy. However, when he reached out to take the food, An arm suddenly appeared and took the food away. Wei Tori's eyes widened. Isn't this Nico Robin's ability? Turning his head, he saw Bing Baiun's elbows on the table, with his palms facing Wei Tori's. The condition for using the flower fruit is to cross your hands, and it doesn't matter which side your palms face. Chapter 499. Yes, I am Nico Robin. In the refrigerator, Wei Tori saw Bing Baiun using Robin's devil fruit and couldn't believe it. The Navy's knowledge of Baiun is only in Alabasta. And they don't know much about Baiun's fruit ability. Otherwise, Baiun's bounty may be more than 80 million in the entire Navy. Garp may be the one who knows Baiun's fruit ability best. Yo, isn't this Nico Robin's ability? Wei Tori said in surprise. Bing Baiun nodded. Yes, I am Nico Robin. Wei Tori's eyes widened. Impossible. Lucci is following, and Nico Robin is wearing sea stone handcuffs. It's impossible to escape. Wei Tori didn't believe Bing Baiun's nonsense. Bing Baiun said. You are right. But I can use the ability of the flower fruit, this is a fact. This. Wei Tori was confused again. At this time, the refrigerator happened to open a crack, and Bing Baiun threw out a bottle of drink with his flower arm, which seemed to be iced coffee. Hey! This refrigerator actually has this function. Looking at the drink that fell into his hand, Chopper was very surprised, but he didn't forget to throw the drink to Frankie. Frankie, take it. Frankie kicked the owl away with his feet and immediately caught the drink and drank it. Resurrected. What a hell, it's so miserable. Frankie was so miserable that his hair turned into a bitter character, and his expression was as wrinkled as a lie. Cat Heading was speechless, and Beast Yan threw a punch to beat him back. Frankie got up again and threw the iced coffee back to Chopper. What is this? I don't want to be refreshed, I want Coke. But, this. Chopper didn't know how to explain, and then another drink flew out of the refrigerator. And Chopper reached out to catch it. What else can it be? Hurry up. Frankie urged, and Chopper threw the drink over again. Catch it. Okay. Frankie caught it, raised his head and drank it, and his hair shrank directly. I feel so sour. It's like drinking sour plum juice and climbing up the sour plum mountain to see the old sour plum lady. It's so sour. You idiot. Frankie threw the concentrated sour plum juice back to Chopper. Chopper was not surprised this time, but thought Frankie was so funny. Including the ice white luck that threw out the drinks from the refrigerator. Frankie originally drank spinach juice and tea, and his reaction was also very interesting. He threw these two things to see what his reaction would be. Sure enough, he was not disappointed. Hey, your expression clearly showed that you wanted to give him other drinks to see what would happen. Damn dear, there will be no next time. No, it's your psychological effect. Chopper replied with stars in his eyes. However, this time, Ice White Luck did throw out Coke, and Chopper caught it and threw it to Frankie. These are Coke, right? Yes, thank you. Finally, Frankie jumped up and caught his source of life. Owl didn't know why Frankie kept asking for Coke, anyway, just hit him. What are you doing? But you won't succeed. Storm Kick. Owl's Storm Kick slashed right on Frankie's back. There was flesh behind him, and Frankie screamed in pain. Chopper was so shocked that his nose was snotting. Wow! Frankie was very satisfied with this punch and said, sorry, the previous punch was really soft. Chopper also suddenly reacted and took this opportunity to tell Frankie that Zoro and Usopp needed the second key. It's really abominable, I understand the situation. Frankie said he knew. At this time, Owl climbed up again. Choppa, I'm going to get angry. Chappa papa. Chopper sighed that Owl's health was really thick. Frankie just let him stand there and watch. Then he pulled down his shirt to expose his shoulders. There were words tattooed on his shoulders. BF on the right shoulder and 37 on the left shoulder, meaning Frankie fighting number 37, and at this time, his shoulders were seen protruding, with two gun muzzles on them. The shape looks like butt sweat. This move is called Frankie Destroyer Cannon. It hurts, every time I use this move, it is easy to dislocate, so I don't like to use it. Frankie complained. Chopper said, then don't use it. Chop-hoppa you fool, for those who can use the 6th style, the cannonball will never hit. Owl is not afraid of Frankie's destroyer cannon at all. Frankie showed a smug smile of a gangster. No matter where you hide, you can't escape my Frankie destroyer cannon. Because this cannonball has a tracking function. When these words came out, not only Owl was shocked, but Chopper was the same. I thought that I had never seen an automatic tracking cannonball before. But Frankie actually had one. What on earth is he? Just when Chopper was sighing at Frankie's technological capabilities, Frankie followed Owl and fired. Stop right there. It turns out that Frankie didn't actually fire a tracking bullet, but attacked while chasing the enemy. So you tracked him yourself? Chopper was shocked and speechless, wasting my feelings. Damn it, you dare to play tricks on me. Owl's figure flashed and disappeared. Frankie looked around, but didn't see him. Owl started to show off, saying that he was a master of shaving, faster than lightning, and his steps were as silent as an owl, so he was called Otonashi Owl. I am a perfect assassin, and the target can only be seen at the moment of being killed. Ouch! Owl was punched by Chopper as he was talking. Chopper found his hiding place with his sense of smell. After all, Owl couldn't be moving all the time. If so, how fast would it be to move to the point where his figure couldn't be seen clearly? Chapter 500 Nose. Owl was hit by Chopper and exposed his position. His expression was both embarrassed and unbelieving. Chopper immediately reminded Frankie, he's hiding here. Frankie looked over and saw that the owl's zipper mouth was in a diamond shape. He seems to be extremely surprised. But damn, I have never been humiliated like this. I am CP9. Owl jumped off the ground and spun at high speed, away from Chopper and Frankie, then with Razor, when turning at high speed towards Frankie's chest, use the iron block. Iron block Jade. At this time, all the attack forces will be gathered at the top. After hitting Frankie, the force generated by high-speed rotation will be used to launch a powerful attack. After he smashed the wall with Frankie, he rushed out 3 meters, and the two fell into the sea. Fortunately, no one was a superpower user. Moreover, there was a waterfall next to him. If he didn't get up quickly, he would fall down. Although Chopper was anxious, he had no choice. If I get washed away, I will fall directly under the waterfall. I can't go into the sea. Come on, Frankie. Falling into the sea, Chopper could only support him. At this time, Chopper heard a crash from behind. The refrigerator door opened, and Weta was kicked out by Bing Bioon, and then the refrigerator door was closed again. The door blocked it, and Chopper didn't see Bing Bioon's voice, and thought, this refrigerator has so many functions, it can even throw people out. In fact, just now in the refrigerator, no matter what food Week wanted to take, Bing Bioon would take it away with his flowery arms. Week felt that he was fooled, so he attacked Bioon, and then was kicked out. Bing Bioon said, why didn't you attack me earlier? You could have gotten out earlier. Anyway, you won't get any food. Back to Frankie and Owl in the water. Owl was very proud. Even if he was washed down by the waterfall, he could escape with the moon step. But Frankie couldn't. When Frankie surfaced, he saw another Bioon rowing a boat past him. The Bioon who rowed the boat, let's call him Boat Bioon. Long-haired man, why are you here? Frankie was surprised. Do you need help? Chuan Bioon did not answer, but asked back. Of course I need it. I don't want to drown here. Frankie replied immediately, why hesitate? But Chuan Bioon said, oh, I can't help at all, the boat is too small, and I'm not here to save you. But I can help you stay away from the waterfall. After saying that, Chuan Bioon grabbed Frankie's curled bangs and threw them at the owl that was flying away in the air with the moon step. Ah, it hurts, asshole long-haired man. Frankie was so exhausted that his hair hurt, but he didn't forget to grab the owl's feet. What? The owl was pulled, and his body immediately fell a height. He was scared to death. and 1 foot quickly stepped into the air to stabilize his body. Let me go, 1 foot can't support 2 people using the moon step at all. I'm going to fall. Frankie said, then send me back to the shore before I fall. Do you want to fight me while supporting my weight? Humph, the winner is obvious, although I will also be seriously injured. So, we are in the same boat now, let's get ashore quickly. Owl listened to Frankie and agreed. Okay, let's get ashore first, but the moment we get ashore is the moment we decide the winner. Chappa papa, because I just thought of a way to defeat you in 1 move. Owl was very confident. Frankie smiled in response, me too, brother Owl. Take me ashore quickly, so that I can kill you in 1 move. Frankie urged. Owl frowned, no need to talk, I'll make sure no words come out of your stinky mouth. Super spin iron block jade. Owl swung Frankie around with the horizontal impact version of iron block jade. And took Frankie to crash into the top of the Justice Tower. Hit the top of the tower at this speed. Frankie was swung around, yeah, I'll be smashed to pieces if I hit it like this. But Frankie was not panicked. Frankie Centaur. He used his 4 legs in the centaur form to clamp Owl's body and came to him, but he couldn't stop Owl from spinning. It's useless, this speed can't be stopped. Owl said proudly. Frankie raised the corner of his mouth, that's not necessarily true. 70mm caliber, 0.2 liter Coke cannon. Wind cannon. Frankie fired the wind cannon in the opposite direction of the owl's rotation. The explosive force and Frankie's 4 legs tightly grasped the owl, and the owl's rotation was stopped. What, slow down? The owl felt incredible. And Frankie didn't stop moving, he waited until the owl was below and he was above, and, now the bottom is already on the shore. Take it, 70mm caliber 15L Coke cannon. Super. Wind cannon. The wind cannon, which can blow up a sailboat with 1 shot, was pressed on the owl's chest and exploded. The huge impact made the owl's eyes turn white. Frankie released all 4 legs at the same time. When he fired the cannon, the whole body of the owl fell to the ground of a balcony in the Judicial Tower, 3 feet deep, vomiting blood, and fainting. After Bruno, another CP9 was defeated. Frankie fell from the air, his mouth wide open, super. Then he landed head first. Here, Zoro and Usopp ran a circle and returned to Gabra's room. In the room, Zoro felt that this was not a solution. I have a solution, let's play rock paper scissors, Sniper King. What? The loser will cut off his hand, so he can break free from the handcuffs, and then use his arm to sew Chopper up. Usopp couldn't believe what he heard. People are not babies, are you stupid? Zoro was silent, and suddenly another idea flashed. I have another solution. I don't want to hear it. Usopp predicted. Facts proved that he was right. Hold it, Sniper King, you are now the sword. Zoro grabbed Usopp. And Usopp grabbed the sword, and the limited famous sword Narara was born. I want to call a lawyer one day, I will sue you. Chopper, hurry up. Usopp felt panic, my life is also a life.